feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look out the time, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I tell you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. To be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Nothing comes right now. Give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
we get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are,
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stinks. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of ranking week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, you don't make a sound, I don't catch up. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one question pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen and kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've treated my soul that
Follow my pace.
we the champions, screaming I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace.
Become a real player? I am 3D now. How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada. It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome everyone to the Honor of Kings 2025 Spring Major West League. We are officially into the knockout stage. The pressure cannot be any higher. It's day one, and we've got two massive best of fives today here. First up, we got 9ZG versus Virtus.pro, and this game is do or die. Loser goes home. Yikes, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, Phil. Thanks for having me today. It's gonna be fun. I mean, this is gonna be our knockout stage, as you mentioned. This is pretty much do or die for both of the teams, especially for our first, series of the day, 9Z Globant versus Virtus.pro. The loser is gonna be pretty much out of the tournament. But before that, let's talk about the prize pool here. $50,000 in the line for these teams to collect. The champion is gonna get 10,000, second place 8,500, third place 7,000, fifth and fourth place 6,500, fifth to seventh 6,000. Fourth place we already know the teams as fifth also and seventh also. So this is gonna be up to the players today to kind of see how they're gonna be able to manage to get themselves in the best spot to get the championship money, which is $10,000. But looking at the bracket here, we have the winners bracket up top, OG versus Twisted Mind. That is going to be our second game of the day. But the first match is going to be lower bracket round 1, 9Z Globant versus Virtus.pro. Super excited for this one, Phil. How do you feel?
Yeah, they're starting us off strong here. This is a do or die match, as we mentioned earlier. 9ZG or VP. 9ZG are initially from the S group, but since they were the 3rd ranking team in the S group, they got knocked down, and now VP gets a shot at the title here, as they need to win this here. First match today is already crazy. Then OG versus Twisted Mind. They're basically playing for that higher echelon of the prize pool. Everyone here is already top 4 guaranteed. They're just splitting the hairs here. As we mentioned in the prize pool earlier too, you know, every few slots is a few hundred to $1,000. It really matters here getting all these wins.
Yeah, definitely. On the top, you can see the gap is going to get a little bit larger. You have your first place, 10,000, you know, second place is going to come down to 7,000. So it's already a $3,000 drop here. So these teams definitely going to be fighting for that prize pool money, and also the spot for KWC. So the first, you know, the first place here is going to make it to KWC straight up, and the second place here is going to have to play last call. But yeah, so far, super excited to see what these teams are going to offer, and yeah, definitely excited to see the 9Z Globant and VP one come up soon. Z Globant, they're gonna be on the blue side here. The La Violeta, 9ZG Angra 1 for Clash Lane, 9ZG Sig for Jungle, 9ZG Moon for mid lane, 9ZG Destru for the farm lane, and 9ZG Castle Caposeba for the roam here. So definitely a strong lineup. We've seen these team actually play. They kind of rely on Sig here playing the assassin junglers, being able to kind of, you know, farming the gold, being able to carry up the lineup here. But again, they have a lot of experience. We've seen in different mobile titles. We've seen Angra 1 in different mobile titles. These guys are definitely going to put up a fight against Virtus.pro. We talked about them being in the group S. Obviously, they were the 3rd seed in that group. But now we're going to go ahead and check out the Virtus.pro side.
And they are against Virtus.pro, climbing their way up to face someone from Group S here, Virtus.pro, the Bears. We got Sushi in the top lane, Alim in the jungle, Prince in the marksman role, Grizzly Q in roam, and Red in the mid lane here. Very excited to see how they play here. They've battled their way into this. They've earned their spot into here, whereas 9Z had to, unfortunately, got thrashed a bit in the S group. These guys clawed their way through the S group, beating out everyone, sending home MKoi, Next, Ruya, Alo Gaming to be here, and they are trying to now send home 9Z Globant.
Yeah, they definitely had to put up against a lot. They had to play for their spot to be here, and that's gonna, you know, make it fun. That's gonna make it challenging, as they have everything to lose today, and they're gonna have to play against someone from Group S here, who's gonna be 9ZG. And we've seen both of these teams actually be super heavy jungle reliant. Like we've seen Alim also pick up those assassin jungle farming type heroes. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna draft here to kind of, you know, help out their junglers. But we have the head-to-head players here. We got the 9ZG Moon versus a VP Red. Definitely players to look at here. They're both amazing mid laners. Throughout the, you know, tournament, they both have amazing Ganon modes, of which I'm pretty big fan of. But yeah, 42 to 58 total kills, you know, 62,000 damage dealt to 88,000. Red here having the upper hand. Average gold 512 to 539, 69% to 76%. Team fight participation, definitely strong mid lane players here to look out for in this matchup.
I think Red definitely having a bit of an edge on the numbers here, but numbers aren't everything, right? Sometimes the game goes a little bit long and farm a little bit more damage. As you mentioned here, Gan and Mo is probably going to be a pivotal pick in the series. Both of the mid laners, some of the signature picks is the Gan and Mo. Other teams did not value it as much, but I think this team, both mid laners really prefer it. So we're going to see probably 2 Gan and Mo matches, one from each side. How they prioritize it, who takes it first, who gets, you know, the pressure on Bird Force. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to come down to the draft. And as you guys know, if you haven't been watching the tournament, we are running the global ban and pick system, meaning that a team that plays a hero, they're not going to be able to play moving forward in the same series. So it's going to make it tough. It's going to make it challenging for these players to come up. And as I say that, we're going to go ahead here and get into the draft. We got Coach Void for the side of 9ZG and Hydro for the side of Virtus.pro. And I'm excited to see what they're gonna ban out here. 9ZG with a first ban on Luna here, taking that away from Alim.
Yeah, 9ZG seems to be understanding that Alim is one of the priority players on VP. As you mentioned prior, they like to target down Alim's character pool. We've seen in prior games where 3-4 junglers were even banned against Alim here. As you see, VP with a pretty standard Arlie second ban. Likely second pick, you usually go ahead and ban Arlie and Mai. So let's see if they go ahead and follow the textbook here.
Yeah, the Arlie ban is always a solid ban. Liang gets banned out here from the side of 9ZG. I do like the Luna ban, but this is something that I've seen, I believe, Sick also play. So pretty much whatever junglers that are going to get banned throughout this series is going to be damaging both sides as they both play assassin junglers. So I kind of want to see how that is going to work out. But yeah, Dharma is going to get banned too from BP, leaving Mai open, as you said.
Immediately picked away here. It's like these teams, they know, they see Mai is up. All right, Neuron activated. We're gonna pick Mai. Mai gets immediately locked in. VP getting no time to think as it's their turn to pick 2 back. Diadea comes out. And Argon, Diadea, Argon, amazing combo. They even have some secret synergy. You know, Diadea can cross over the skill 1, similar to Argon, help him follow up in some ganks and invades. Pretty interesting combo, that couple there.
Yeah, they definitely have that for themselves going. But yeah, Diadea and Ogren definitely strong picks here. It has the red side. Moon here gets picked up along with the Mai, so definitely a lot of burst, a lot of damage here from the side of 9ZG Globant. And with the Motsu coming out for the side of 9ZG as well, the Motsu is going to give them the range to kind of, you know, be able to poke and also stop the dive that Ogren and Diadea are going to be able to provide for the side of BP so far.
Yeah, I really like the Motsu with the Mai combination. When you pick Mai middle, you're gonna lack range damage, right? And Motsu is great to make up and supplement that, and allowing him to lock down enemies from range, set up a Mai combo or some Mai poke. As you see, D-Renji get locked in on the side of VP.
Yeah, D-Renji gets locked in, and right here, yeah.
In the name of the law, I will punish you. protect the memory of you, whatever the cost.
These two babies could knock a bull out cold.
Courage is my only belief.
Knowledge equals power.
Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds. All forces, move out!
Extinguishing wandering souls.
First blood.
Things are a little bit safer. But Red here is rotating down. Might be able to catch out the Kapasova here. We talked about the Diadia and Angela combo. And there we have it. They get an easy kill on Kapasova here.
So much lockdown there. The idea of setting up Angela's full combo here. I was a bit skeptical with the Angela, you know? I don't see it too much in competitive. It's more like a solo queue pick, but he's making great use of it so far. 1-0 already as he goes back and clears the mid lane. Argren is cleaning up some camps, and it seems like VP has neutralized the Byron Pay early game that's been so devastating in the series so far.
Yeah, 9ZG definitely not utilizing it so far. Moon goes pretty deep though. Angela here with an answer, gets the kill on their tower on the Moon. 4-1 so far.
Red is at the right place at the right time every time here. 2 times he comes bottom, 2 kills for him here. And he also leaves the minions middle for Argren to scale up on, which is very nice too. You want to funnel as much farm as possible into that Argren if you get the opportunity. And that's exactly what Red is doing now.
Yeah, so far VP seems to be having the control over the match. Moon has been overextending a little bit towards these bot lane ganks, trying to kind of get a pick on Prince before he picks up the tanky items that you kind of build on Direngia here. But, you know, the objectives are coming up in the next 15 seconds. Both teams are looking for a play here. Prince here has to use the Direngia ultimate. Doesn't really land it on Kaposeba, but this might be another kill outside of VP's looking for it. Doesn't happen. Both teams again going for
there's so much kill threat inside VP. Anyone walks up, they get the idea comboed into Angela comboed, and you can just be dead in a moment's notice here. Motu forced to play really safe there. As we see Argren smited away. Motu tried to take another cannon blast, you know. I like the effort there. As we see a fight in the clash lane here with Sunset. 1v2. He's not backing up though.
Yeah, seems like the side of 9ZG, they're looking for the invades that we were talking about, the Pay and the Byron combo. They always try to look for invades, try to get picks. But Shisui doing a good job holding them back. Bot lane here is taking a lot of tower damage. Destru just hitting the tower as they're going to be able to destroy the first tower of the match, I believe. Yeah, the first tower is going to go to the 9ZG side. But first Tyrant did go to the side of VP, so they're not at lost too much. Angela here, once again with the help of Argren, they might be able to get a pick on Angra 1, but he's going to have to flash away once again. That common skill is going to be down for him.
I was looking at compositions, and I was probably going to give 9ZG the edge on compositions, but VP playing this really well, completely neutralizing the early game of the Byron Pay. And if anything, they're actually ahead of it too. They're up a little bit of gold here, and that's all you need versus the Byron.
Grizzly Q goes in, locking in Angra 1. They know that he doesn't have flash, so they're looking for this kill. But the same thing is happening on the other side of the map. On top of Alim, he's going to have to give up the second inner tower as there's 4 players from the side of 9ZG taking the tower here. So great response by the side of 9ZG, getting a second tower off the match. They're playing the objective, and now they're ahead in gold here.
Yeah, that's a huge swing there. It's one of the earliest second towers we've seen here at 5 minutes as they fail to dive against a Byron. Now they get another tower mid lane. They're taking towers every minute.
Shizu goes in with the set sail, doesn't get anyone. Kaposova goes back in. Destru gets a pick on Alim, overextending a little bit, trying to hold down this mid tower. Doesn't happen. 3-4, 9ZG making a comeback, taking down the objective, taking down the kills now.
You cannot take your eye off Pay, man. They were doing really good early game here. VP completely neutralizing the early game, but one misstep, and look at that, 2,000 gold lead almost on side 9ZG. All it takes is one good push, one good gank for him to get back on the game, and he is definitely back on now. He's level 11 on the Pay.
Yeah, 9ZG didn't really care about the early on kills. They've been playing the objective, and now they're looking for overload from the look of it. The side of VP does have 4 players on the Crimson side of the map, so they do have the numbers here to fight for it. And 9ZG just looking for the Sunsei from the look of it. Maybe they're looking for the Azure Golem as it is coming up. But VP, they do have Grizzly Q here with Red that could possibly stop this invade.
We see Venomous Staff being itemized really early for Red. Some anti-heal coming out. Not much healing on the side of 9ZG from their supports, but their Pay and Byron has a good amount of healing built into their kit. So maybe Red building to target the top side of 9ZG's composition, knowing that they've already been doing all right versus the Motsu and the Mai so far.
Yeah, definitely a good item to pick up here for the Angela. As we see Grizzly Q go ahead on Kaposeba here. Sunsei here, they still want to get the Motsu here. Not able to lock him in. Alim picks up the kill, so great engage. But again, look at the objectives. Look at Destru picking up the mid tower, getting it all the way down to half HP here. And now they're just going to rotate top, try to get that outer top turret, which is going to be, you know, again, massive for them. They're playing objective. They're still ahead in gold. 9ZG doesn't have a care in the world.
so much respect for Kapuseba on the Motu there. They burned, what, 3 to 4 ultimates on him there? The Set Sail, the Angela ultimate there, Grizzly Q ulted him, dude. He took so many ults here. But it looks like they were not able to really do much during that time. They've just been slowly pushing waves as VP's forced to back up as they do not have their tools available. Another Set Sail comes out, connects on the long. No one's there to respond, unfortunately, though. And they go ahead and stop the push on the side of 9ZG.
Yeah, no one is there to respond, and also Lung has the infinite vastness, use the ultimate to be able to get away at any time. So wasting too many resources on the Lung is not going to matter too much for this side of VP, and they realize that they're just going to back off. But Moon here looking for a pick on Shisui as Sick is taking the Tyrant solo here. As VP is trying to move to defend his tower. Tyrant is gonna go ahead here. Destro here tries to go for a kill. Shisui pretty low, gonna go down to Moon. Great pick, and you know, as I mentioned, they gotta just play back whenever someone is diving on top of them. All they have to do on the side of 9ZG is walk back and hit them with their skills, and that's what they did on the side of 9ZG. Moon and Destro doing a great job being able to pick up the kill here.
Byron is super ahead of the Sunset now, up a 1.5k gold here, just showing the early game dominance that is that Byron pay combo. While they have not taken the tier 2 tower in the Clash lane yet, they've been slowly whittling it down. Next push, even if there's defenders, they might just be able to brute force it and take it, you know, right from on top of them here now, as we see all these tier 2 towers are really, really low.
Yeah, and we can see Lung already has Eternity Blade and Master Sword, but Grizzly Q doesn't care about that. He's gonna go in again right on top of Kappa, and they're gonna get a pick right here as Alim is able to lock in the kill. Again, Kapuseba is being the target in these fights. They really don't want to deal with the Motu CC here as Destro almost having a chance on Alim. Alim is gonna be able to use the ultimate here. Get another kill on Sick, overextending. Wow.
Sick, a little bit overzealous there, jumping into a 1v4. Sure, they burned all their ultimates on Kapuseba here, but there's still 4 characters on the side of VP you cannot jump into, as we see Arvin execute him there for that mistake.
Exactly. Alim is doing a great job so far on the Ogren. He's able to utilize the ultimate here once again. I guess Sick didn't get the call out that, you know, Ogren still had the ultimate, so he just dived in there. But, you know, Ogren having the Conductor of Souls, getting a lot of shield and a lot of healing back from that, he's able to get the kill here. And now this is going to open space for the side of VP to be able to secure the Overlord, which is what they want here.
This is a very deadly area to walk into here, as we see Diadea and Angela setting up in the bush. Anyone that comes in will definitely get comboed. The Limb secures the Overlord now. This is the enhanced Overlord here, so they're able to summon the Shadow Vanguards down any lane at a moment's notice. So Pei here is probably not going to get that wave pushing too much longer in the bot lane.
Yeah, it seems like they already dropped the Shadow Vanguard in the top side of the map. Shadow Vanguards, when they do get dropped, they're going to clear out the wave, and the big one is pushing up on top, so they're going to have to answer that pretty soon. And VP, this is going to allow them to put up a lot more pressure here as they're going to try to go for this mid lane tower to open up space for themselves to be able to invade for the side of 9ZG. So we're going to see a play here probably. Sick here.
Like Pei's once again soloing the Shadow Tyrant here, if I'm not mistaken there. Yep. He's using that pressure from the minions constantly pushing in the bot side of the map to just solo these Tyrants. You know, they know the enemy cannot be here right now. They're forced to clear the minion waves. So he's been safely able to solo 2 Tyrants.
Yeah, that was definitely a great pickup, as it's going to give him a little bit of a more chance here to fight this year. But the Renji is going to pick up the tower here with the help of teammates. Angro 1 going all the way in with Moon on the back line, being able to kill the Angela here. Great pickup at the side of 9ZG as they're going to back up. That's all they wanted. But Pei, look at Pei here, taking the jungle camps, farming in the back as they don't know where he is.
Seems like VP were all trying to disengage them. They didn't notice that Angela got picked off while they were doing it. As Moon comes in, clutches that out, and gets away.
Yeah, definitely a great call by Angra 1 and Moon here, but seems like we're going to have a bit of a more skirmish here as Crimson Golem is being fought over here. Sensei here trying to go for a set sail on the Loons, doesn't really work out. Crimson
Blast his burn though for long. He's going to be a little bit more vulnerable than before now.
Yeah, and LM is going to get the Crimson buff, but he's going to have to back as he did take a lot of damage from the Long. We are getting to the part of the match where Long is going to have all the items, and he's going to be able to kind of do a lot of damage with the 3 stacks he's going to get on the flaming ability here.
Yeah, well, 9ZG has a great early game core in that Byron and Pei. They also have a contingency plan, right? In Destro on the long, scaling up. If they can't end the game early, which it looks like this game is not going to end too early, they still have a great marksman that scales into the late game here to take them out. The Renji, I would not say is that strong in this game. Sure, late game he can lock down and shred the Byron, but long is definitely going to provide a lot more value in fights.
Yeah, the Renji is more of a more defensive side of the marksman here. He does have a lot of CC and also cleanse, so that is a good part about picking up the Renji, but it's not really working out for them as they haven't been able to land any of the Imperial orders here. But it seems like Ogren here trying to get an engage on Destro. Destro is going to use the third ability here, riding the wind, knock back the Ogren. Just get away with that.
Yeah, if we look at the towers here, 9ZG has 6 towers to the side of VP's 2. They're only up about 1,000 gold, so VP's doing a great job of farming. But 9ZG definitely has the map here as they're up 4 towers.
Grizzly Q diving right on top of Moon. Moon almost getting caught out. Doesn't happen though. Angro 1 here going back. Red to pick on Destro on the back line. Alim here in the front line with the help of Grizzly Q. They might be able to pick up the kill here on Angra. As he's getting pretty low, he's going to go on the back line. Angro 1 gets a pick on Red, but it's going to fall here to Alim.
Red landed a full combo on Destro, and he was not ready for it. He died in CC. He didn't even get the opportunity to flash, use his ultimate, get it away. That's why you see some longs actually opt to go Purify in matchups like this, where they can get taken out during the lockdown, as he didn't even have an opportunity to move.
Ooh, we might have another pick. Yeah, seems like Alim and Prince are trying to chase down Moon. He's a little bit overextended, trying to clear out the waves here. Is he gonna get the recall though? Yeah, seems like VP side, they're just gonna go ahead here and take down the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord. Is gonna give them a little bit more pressure. Again, we talked about this. They don't have the range to push out these towers, so definitely going for the Overlord here is going to be the best play for them. And Moon here looking for a steal. Not gonna get it though.
Interesting about these numbers here. Pei is up 3,000 gold on Ogren, but Pei is 0-2 and Ogren is 6-1.
Shisu doesn't get the set sail here. That could have been a kill on Moon. Moon is being super aggressive. Angro 1 is going to go on top of Alim here as he's trying to get the Azure Golem. Doesn't happen though. Alim has to back off as he's pretty low.
Both teams setting up for their final team fight, looks like here. This next fight is going to be crucial. It's going to dictate a lot of the game. Either VP is going to catch up in towers or 9ZG get some high grounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, VP, they need to look for these towers at this time. I mean, you said it. They have 6 towers on the side of 9ZG. Grizzly Q here, though, engaging on Destro, but he's going to back off. All they wanted was the double mid towers in the mid lane, and they're going to back off. And we can see Pei again doing a lot of invading in the back outside of VP's trying to get these towers. Sik here being actively present on the side of VP's jungle. He's able to take down the farm, take down the minions. He already pushed out the lanes, meaning that Shisui had to go answer there, and that's why they're doing the Tyrant now, trying to force the fight here. Alim is gonna go in, death through, taking down Grizzly Q. Alim on the back line. Prince here is gonna secure the Tyrant. Whoa. Prince gonna kill on Angro 1. There's a lot happening here. And
this is messy here. That is an ace for the side of VP. Can they end off this? It looks like they have minion wave mid. That should be the game right there.
Yeah, double kill to Shisui, and Alim was able to pick up the last kill on Kaposeba as well. Great fight from the side of VP. You know, 9ZG, they had the right idea. They tried to kind of push out the waves, tried to play by objective, but VP are going to be the victors here as they win the fight and as they have minions here. Game 1 going to VP here, Phil.
Yeah, 9ZG not able to get a good, strong foothold on the game here with that Byron Pei early game here. And it got up to the mid-game area. They took one bad fight, and they got wiped for it here. And that's all it takes. You know, you lose, you get aced that 15 minutes. The enemy team is going to push you down and win. Ogren also doing a great job. Sure, he didn't have as much gold as Pei, but his stats were really nice. He kept himself afloat, and he did not get destroyed by Pei, which was very important as he outscales him.
Yeah, Shisui with the rotations on the Sensei, he was able to kind of join the fights a little bit later. And at the end, he got a double kill right there. And again, it kind of helped, you know, Alim to kind of scale with the CC that he was able to provide. And VP played that comp perfectly. I mentioned it in the drafting phase. VP has to kind of play the diving comp here as they picked a lot of dive heroes with the Ogren, with the Diadia, with the Sensei here. I mean, 9ZG, they tried their best to kind of play for objective here, but they were not able to, you know, maximize the poke and the damage they had. A lot of these fights did take in like close distance, so that's why VP was able to take them down here, and they secured the Tyrant too. So Prince doing a good job securing the Tyrant right there.
Yeah, I was a little bit skeptical of Red's Angela pick at first, but he played it really amazingly. As you mentioned, it combos great with the idea, and it's a pick that, you know, is not really considered a power pick, right? He still has all his power picks available for him going forward. We mentioned that 9ZG kind of pulled out all the stops here. They picked everything, and when you win, that's really good, but when you lose, and now you lose 5 power characters that you can no longer play because this is the global pick ban format, this is not looking that good for 9ZG.
Yeah, 9ZG, they did pick up a lot of top heroes, as we talked about. These are heroes that are, you know, picked and banned. We see them actually get picked and banned a lot throughout like the group stages in the previous weeks, but now 9ZG, they're not gonna have that. They're not gonna have the ability to play these heroes anymore, so it's gonna be a little bit hard for them to, you know, not having the Mine, not the Byron, not the Pei, not the Loon. So we're gonna see how they're gonna have to draft in the upcoming matches. But again, VP played super well here. We can see Alim 813. We talked about Alim on these assassin junglers. So whenever he's able to be the player, the highlight player in their team, he's able to carry the team. And right here we can see he did 61,000 damage on the Ogren here. The side of 9ZG again,
damage almost.
Yeah, that had Destru at 80,000 damage, but again, Loon got to the late game but wasn't able to do much.
Yeah, interesting note I was trying to talk about in the game there, but there's just so much action going on. Pei, even at the very end of the game on the losing team, is still up 2,000 gold on Argren here, and Argren is 8-1-3. It just shows that in this game that kills don't really amount to that much gold. It's what you do with kills, right? You have to get the kill and then convert it into stealing jungle or pushing a tower and getting some towers. That's how you build that gold lead. Pei was 0-2-3, you know, not a desirable score at all, but he still had 2,000 gold on the enemy jungler there. That was 8-1-3.
Yeah, definitely a great, you know, play by Sick. I would say he realized that they had a lot of trouble, but yeah, MVP is gonna go here to Alim, as we talked about it. 813 KDA damage taken, 34% damage dealt, 23% total gold, 22%. Definitely a deserved MVP here, as Alim was definitely shining on that Ogren. But now this means that he's not gonna have Ogren, and we saw his Luna being target banned, so maybe there's something that 9ZG knows about the Luna. We'll see if they're gonna try to ban that out or not. But yeah, Alim definitely a great performance on the Ogren here. A lot of kills, and we're going to be able to see some of that right here.
Yeah, it looks like 9ZG never really got rolling early game, you know, that we're used to. We're used to kind of early game domination, and teams have to, you know, barely survive the Byron Pei. But some missteps here, you can see Sick giving away some kills. That's how you can go ahead and lose that lead really quickly. Give away those kills. Pei had so much gold on him and gives a shutdown every time he dies, and that will definitely accelerate the side of VP.
Yeah, and I would say that Alim here had some of the best Conductor of Souls I've seen. Using the Ogren ultimate to kind of bait out some of these fights was the winning points for him. Like we saw that one time Sick was kind of trying to fully engage and try to take him down, but he was able to use the Conductor of Souls here to kind of survive the very last second, which was great. So yeah, definitely, you know, some of the best Ogren plays we've seen from a player so far. Alim here putting up some great numbers.
It looks like 9ZG is not too ready for the Angela as well, too. At the end there, they look like they lined up for Angela ultimate, and they got wiped for it here. But there's that. Teams are going to need a little bit of a break after that one, as well as us. Let's go ahead and take a break.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause
Welcome back, folks. We just saw the first game of a do-or-die best-of-5 between 9ZG and VP here, and it was a pretty intense game, but 9ZG used a lot of power picks and unfortunately lost for it here, so they got himself in a bad spot, I would say, draft-wise. It's still anyone's game. It is a best-of-5, but they gotta lock in, man. Loser goes home here, yikes.
Yeah, the loser goes home. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of cash and there's a lot of pride. And also, they gotta fight for that first spot that's gonna get them to KWC. But yeah, I mean, 9ZG, they did lose a lot of the top tier picks here. So we're gonna have to see what they're gonna work with now. I mean, they still do have the R lead. They still have a couple of picks here that they're gonna be able to kind of make a comp around. So we're gonna find out in just a bit. But looking at the global ban and picks here again, 9ZG, they're not going to be able to use the Byron, the Pei, the Maisher, Noe, the Loon, the Mutsu. And on the side of VP, they're not going to be able to use the Sensei, the Ogren, the Angela, the Renji, and the Dieria. But, you know, again, we talked about this. 9ZG, they exhausted a lot of the top picks here.
Yeah, maybe they go ahead and take a page out of VP's book here, right? Get the Diadea Angela combo going. You get to early pick Diadea if possible, and then Angela is likely not to be contested later on, and they can try that combo out for themselves here. The more I look at VP side, it actually makes a lot of sense. You know, the D-Renji can help convert a Sunset combo as well as an Angela combo, right? Diadea can also help them lock down a lot of single target CC there, and 9ZU is not ready for it. It seems like they're also not ready for the Angela in that final game. In multiple fights, they kind of lined up for the Angela ultimate, and then Red just ripped them to shreds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Moon try to kind of engage and go on the backline a couple of times, but, you know, Prince on the Renji here was able to kind of cleanse a lot of CC, get out of a lot of the fights there. And then the answer from the VP side was Red on the Angela, just ulting Moon on their tower. So definitely a couple of counter picks here from the side of VP that worked out for them. And I believe we got 9ZG on the red side this time around.
Yeah, 9ZG coming out from Group S. They're honestly probably a little bit beaten and battered. You know, they had to play against OG and Twisted Mind the whole time, and now they're against the top group of Group A here. VP making it out, sending three teams home actually, and they're looking for their fourth now as we get into the draft.
Yeah, I kind of like this from 9ZG choosing the red side here, as they did exhaust a lot of top picks. We see Ogren get banned immediately by the side of VP. He's gonna make things a little bit tough here, I would say, for the side of 9ZG, as VP is on the blue side this time around. Mai's gonna get bound, as they did play it on the side of 9ZG, so that's something they wanted to ban, and it's a good ban here, I would say.
Lim just did work on Ogren and does not want the enemy team to have the chance to replicate that, as he instantly bans it out. Dharma banned once again for side VP. Seems like something is up with Dharma here. Either they don't want to play it or they're really afraid of it, but it is banned out 2 games in a row. And we see Luna get banned, so that means Arlie is up now for VP.
Yeah, Dharma is just a strong pick, especially in 5v5. They're able to set up a lot of these fights, be able to, you know, CC chain someone, stun someone for a couple of seconds. It's super strong, and it seems like, you know, they're scared that Angra 1 or Shiso is gonna get their hands on it, so definitely they don't want to give that away. I mean, we saw Luna get banned out last game as well. We know LM is known for his Luna throughout the tournament. A lot of times it has been banned because he does play it a lot. So definitely a great ban coming out from the side of 9ZG, but that leaves Arlie open for them, which is gonna make things quite rough. We've seen Prince on the Arlie. He's been having a lot of impact on it, so gonna see what they're gonna answer with on the side of 9ZG here.
The idea getting picked up is pretty solid here. They don't want to give VP the chance to ban it out in the second rotation. And it also leaves his team open to maybe do some counter picks and such. Mayin also locked in. Lim, a lot of teams pay him respect, but are you willing to ban the Luna 4 games in a row here, you know, to come back? right? Elim still has the pay here. Look, they go ahead and take the pay Byron combo. 9ZG played it last game. They didn't quite do well with it. Now VP's like, let me teach you guys how to play this composition.
Yeah, definitely a great duo to pick up. We've seen it played a lot, you know, paid Byron here. And VP is going to just lock it in so it doesn't get banned out on the second run of the bans. 9ZG here banning the main, and the idea is a lot of CC, is a lot of combo lockdown target they have here. And the constant U here is going to get picked up for the side of 9ZG to kind of counter the Arlie here.
Wow, I really like the concert you pick up here. Everyone on side VP is all physical damage, and especially Byron and Pay, their divers, their burst divers, and using that skill 2 to go immune and negate all of that is amazing. And as well, it's not a very contested pick, right? So 9ZG, they exhausted a lot of strong picks game 1. Now they got to be a little bit more conservative, picking up stuff like the concert U. But in a spot like this, I would say this is an S tier pick.
Yeah, definitely an S tier pick. She's able to use Protecting Winds, her second skill here, to block out a lot of the incoming physical damage, and it's going to open up the, you know, the opportunity for them to kind of dive towers too, as Protecting Winds is able to block out some tower shots as well. So definitely a good combo on the top of the Diadea and the main here. The Motsu and the Yixin going to get banned out here. Musashi and Ganon will also get banned from VP. We talked about both of these mid laners, Moon and Red, playing a lot of Ganon Mo, so definitely a good ban here.
Yeah, I'm surprised VP actually ended up banning it. They know that 9ZG has the first pick priority here, so they are afraid it was going to get taken away. But we have Yuan potentially being locked in on the side of 9ZG, and a lot of mid laners are off the map now. I think the only ones left are Lady Jen and Princess Frost that are consistently played. So let's see which one VP opts to go for here. They actually opt for the Sha. Okay, that's another one of Red's picks here. That's very strong. Sha, almost forgot about her there, as we see Sha probably getting locked in. And what are we gonna round out VP's roster here in the jungle? Not in the jungle, in the roam position actually.
Yeah, Lianpo is gonna go to Grizzly Q. We've seen Lianpo picked up with the Byron Pay combo quite often. It is pretty much the holy trio, I would say, as it's played a lot together. Lianpo is able to create the space that Byron and Pay need to invade. I mean, that's probably something that 9ZG was actually lacking, and now having the Lianpo being able to dive the back lines here, it's gonna give Virtus.pro a lot of chances here to be able to fight. But they do get Fade on the side of 9ZG. Fade might be able to do some damage here.
Fade, one of those picks that they're kind of, you don't know what they're gonna do, right? It's good into almost every composition. It just matters if you snowball or not here. So that it's gonna depend on how sick plays. But VP, a lot of dive. 9ZG does have Concert U, one of the best anti-dive marksmen, but is it going to be enough? You have 2 seconds of immunity, but Liangpo, Pei, Byron, they have a lot of time to go at you here. I'm make sure to see how they go ahead and play these team fights and how the Fade can maneuver around the early game. Can he feast or will he famine?
Exactly. I mean, it's gonna, there's a lot that's gonna rely on She here, on Red. Red is gonna have to try to take down the Concert U as much as possible. I feel like that is the only magic damage here they have on the side of VP, and we know that Concert U is pretty weak against magic damage. You know, she whenever she exhausts like the protecting mains, obviously she's gonna be like strong against physical damage, as she doesn't take any of it. So here, Red is going to have to put up some big numbers against the Concert U. So we're going to see a lot of gangs probably from the mid side here, from the side of VP going down towards the Concert U.
While I don't think Red is going to have the firepower to quite take him out, Sha is not the highest damage mid laner. Maybe he can go ahead and hold her still long enough for that protecting winds to run out so that his teammates can go ahead and take her out. The Arlie on Prince here will scale up throughout the game. And just like, it seems like a similar pick to last game's 9ZG. They picked the early game and then a scaling marksman as like a fallback plan here in case they don't go ahead and secure that early game.
Exactly. I mean, the Arlie does have a bit of magic damage here that could be useful, but it's not, you know, as much as you want to. She mostly does physical damage, but we'll find out in just a bit as teams are on the gorge here. And seems like VP already going for it. Engage on Moon is going to have to go back all the way here, as VP here is looking for the boards on the side of 9ZG.
And it begins. Pei is already in the enemy jungle, not even 30 seconds into the game almost here, as he steals away the enemy boars, goes back and retreats and clears his own jungle now. Fade, I'm not sure if he can protect himself much against the Pei. He's going to need the idea to babysit him a bit here, as you see Liang Po try to mess with the Mei Yin in the Clash lane. Byron is definitely advantaged in this matchup, and with roams as well too. Mei Yin's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Main is going to be in a bit of a trouble as she has to use her skills to get over the wall there to safety. Grizzly Q being so active around the map so far. Seems like Kaposeba is just trying to help out Constant You here to get the gold. We know that the idea is able to kind of get you the farm that you need with her passive and her skills. She's able to get you gold and also steal gold, so it's quite nice. So it kind of makes sense that she's sitting in the lane with Destro here. Grizzly Q though trying to open up space for his teammates. Again, we talked about the Pei, the Liang Po, and the Byron combo, and we can see that Grizzly Q is trying to abuse that as he's roaming around the map, looking for engages here and making the side of 9ZG try to, you know, use their common skills here, the flashes.
Yeah, some small skirmishes coming down. No teams have their ultimate really yet, and you really need that ultimate on the melee supports to go ahead and engage these fights. Currently, he's just a little bit of a meat shield. He helps you push out the wave a little bit, and he runs away. But once we have level 4 in Liang Po, he's going to be able to use that to hard engage for his team, help people lock down, show it a nice pull here, all the way back into their side, 9ZG. The idea is on the run in VP's base.
Yeah, nice dodge, I guess, by Kaposeba as he's able to kind of get pulled into the side of VP, but he walks around and Yuhan here comes out. Moon is able to kind of give him the space to get on top of her, to get out. So definitely a great play by Kaposeba here and the side of 9ZG, stopping the first blood.
Great awareness from Moon to know that she has to go into the pit there to help out the deity and let her jump over the wall and get her out. So both teams are on point today.
Yeah, definitely on point. And Moon here is actually playing mid Yuhan. We haven't seen Yuhan actually get picked up as a mid laner. We've seen it picked up before in the tournament, but mostly as a support. So I definitely want to see what kind of optimization they're going to go with here. Moon here looking for an engage on red, doesn't get it as Grizzly Q is right on top of him. Gonna have to exhaust the ultimate here to get out, but Shay pulling her back. Doesn't really get anything out of it though.
The constant pulls from Shay must be so annoying. Forced to use that ultimate there. Doesn't want to use it too late, because even if you could use it to dodge some crucial skills, you're pulled all the way into enemy side already. So Moon needing to use that ultimate to disrupt that combo. As you see some more small fights coming out. Nothing happening on either side. Both sides are kind of low damage here in the early game, but they're trying it though.
Yeah, Grizzly Q tried to go for a full dive on the Constant You. Destro, knowing his limits, used Vaulting Shot, his ultimate, where he gets a bit of a crowd control immunity, and he was able to kind of immune the Liang Po ultimate and get out, which was a great thing to look at.
Yeah, Constant ultimate super clutch. If someone has, you know, telegraph CC, you can go ahead and prep that ultimate and dodge there. And Liang Po is one of the most telegraphed crowd control moves there in that ultimate. It goes 1, 2, and then the third one knocks you up, right? So very easy for Constant to time going forward.
Yeah, but as we go into this fight, Grizzly Q is not going to have the ultimate. He actually just came back up as they're taking the Tyrant here. But again, VP seems like they do have a lot of control. This is what we wanted to see from the side of 9ZG with the Byron and Pei, but they were not able to get it because they didn't have the power that Liang Po is providing them. They didn't have the presence that Grizzly Q is having so far in the match, which sucks. But yeah, the side of VP definitely using the Pei, the Liang Po, and the Byron combo as they should be, and I'm expecting some more engages on the top side of the map as they do have Byron too.
When we first saw this composition come up, it was kind of like a cheat code. Teams didn't really know how to deal with it. They kept getting invaded and they kept losing to it. But now that we're deeper into the series, teams are rewatching the games. They're studying up on Byron Pei. Every team has played Byron Pei at least once to this point, so they know how it works, and they're better at going ahead and protecting their jungle and their junglers from it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are the top 4 teams. They definitely are here for a reason. They know how to counter these invades, and that's why we've seen a lot of teams just go for the boards instead of the Crimson buff. We saw a lot of invades on the Crimson buff in the early groups, you know, the early stages of the matches of the tournament. But now they just, you know, just settle for the board here. As we might actually see an engage here on Moon, he's going to have to force to use the ultimate. Might get cut out, so he's going to have to flash here under the tower to safety. Once you here get dragged by the shit, Alim is able to pick up the kill. Sig gets the pick on the top side of the map on Shisui. First blood though going to the side of VP.
Alim is so ahead on the pay right here. Look at this. He's level 10, and Moon, the mid laner, is level 6. He's fighting characters that are 4 levels below him. Sure, Sick is only a level down, but when you have a fed pay, full damage, hitting a character that's 4 levels behind, it is going to be rough for you guys in fights.
Yeah, the Shade's doing a lot to the Constant U, as I talked about it. You know, Constant U is weak against magic damage, and Shay has a lot of CC. Even though she doesn't have the burst to like one-shot or kill Destroy here, she's able to kind of just drag him 2-3 times towards his teammates, which is going to lead to the kill, and we saw that right there. So definitely a great play by BP. And I mean, great answer by 9ZG as they were able to take a kill on the top side of the map and also get a tower too.
It is 6 minutes in here, and Pei has Master Sword, Axe of Torment. He's on track to one-shot almost anyone here now, as he goes ahead and clears up his own jungle. 9ZG looking for a bit of an ambush on him, it looks like. They're tired of getting bullied by the Pei. They're trying to catch him off guard, maybe. No, there's no customers for him in that bush, unfortunately, as they just scout around and sit in these bushes, making sure that they have good vision control.
Yeah, they were definitely looking for a pick as they send 5 players down towards the bot lane here, maybe the Pei. But now that means they're gonna have to give away a free tower to the side of VP. VP has 4 players here now looking for their own answer here to try to fight and open up the second tier tower here. Sick here, going with the tank bait here. Shisui tries to go for engage, doesn't connect though. They're gonna have to back up. There's a fight down in the mid lane here. Seems like Pei gets a solo kill on Main. Destroy trying to answer, gets a double kill. Alim here.
We were just talking about how strong that Pei was, and 9ZG just felt it as they just got 1v2'd. I think they were trying to make a catch on him, as we mentioned before, in the bushes, and they did not like what they found, it seems like.
Yeah, we need to watch a replay on that. That was definitely a fight to watch. Alim was able to clean up the double. I believe it was a 1v1 at first, but it turned into a 2v1. And Destro going down, that is gonna be bad for the side of 9ZG. They're able to open up the map. They're almost getting the second high ground here. Shisui might be a little bit overextended here as he's getting chased out by 4 players from the VP side. Uses the ultimate to slow down, but Alim here is back, jumping on Moon. They're gonna have to back up on the side of 9ZG.
VP is definitely showing 9ZG how to play the Byron Pei combo here, as they're up 3,000 gold, and they're already into the side of 9ZG's high ground. It is 6 towers to 4, and this game looks like it is not going to go that much longer here.
Yeah, we saw the little bit of a footage of the minions in the bot lane hitting the towers. That's forcing Shisui here to rotate down, try to clean that up. But Tyrant here is going to get secured by the side of Virtus.pro, which is going to be huge for them. Again, they have the Arlie, they have the shit here, they have a lot of range, they have a lot of bursts, and with the help of Tyrant here, there's gonna be a lot of damage for them. This is putting back 9ZG around 4,000 gold, which is not good for them at all.
VP has the momentum, they have the Tyrant, they have the gold. Everything is in their favor here, but can they close out this game quick enough before they begin to fall off here, is the question.
Yeah, Shisui here is getting caught out once again by the main, and the Fade combo is gonna be dead for him though. Teammates are collapsing from the back. Grizzly Q here looking for an engage, as Pei is also looking to join this fight. Sick here is gonna go down as Prince is able to secure the kill. Great response by the side of VP.
1 for 1 there by Sushi, extending a little bit too far here without his teammates there. It goes down. That is going to give 9ZG a bit of breathing room, because without that Byron, they're missing that frontline bruiser to go ahead and threaten the enemy backline with those skill 2 knockups. Liangpo still has that potential, but he does not have ultimate available at the moment. So they are probably going to have to chill for a while here until the next objective comes up. They might try to push this 4v4 though. Let's see.
Yeah, they're going to force out an unending sorrow. Moon's ultimate here, which is pretty nice for them. It doesn't have much of a cooldown later in the game. Big engage coming from Main. Doesn't really connect though. Sig is able to pick up a double kill, but Main also gonna go down as well. Double kill going to Sig here with the power of Fade.
Wow, it looked like he went in there and died. He set up Sick, for 2 kills on 2 carries on side VP. Both Shut and Arlie going down from that engagement here.
Yeah, definitely a great play, but now that means Tyrant is going to go to the side of 9ZG. Definitely a great pickup for them. But it seems like the Virtus.pro side is looking for the Overlord. This has been the popular objective, I would say, for the side of Virtus.pro. We saw them actually try to get Overlord multiple times, and they got it in the previous match of this series. So I'm wondering if that's something that they've been working on, or this is something they like to use.
Yeah, they have the map so far, and they don't want to give 9ZG that Overlord to go ahead and reset the tempo of the game. I would say when you're ahead, Tyrant is probably better, but if you take out Overlord, the enemy cannot get it and come back. So that's probably what they're thinking here.
Alim here trying to look for the main once again, survives at the barely. Shisu is able to pick up the kill on the main. That was a great pick on the side lane. Angro 1 trying to, get some of these picks on Elim. It's not really working out. I mean, Main does have a lot of solo burst, but once there's multiple targets around you, you're not going to be able to kind of handle them as you're easily able to do in a solo matchup. The Vanguards here, though, they're pushing in. Yep.
Yeah, Angro 1 here, the plays seem a little bit desperate. Sometimes they work out, but sometimes, as you just saw, it doesn't really go well here, and they're going to lose some towers here, or they're going to be forced to fight a 4v5 as the Overlords are pushing in. We see the Shadow Vanguard going bottom here. That is going to hold one person's attention at the least. Byron is messing with Faye down here. Let's see what happens. He goes ahead, he walks with the Shadow Vanguard. They already have two high grounds. If VP can go ahead and get that last one, it should be checkmate.
Yeah, they already have two high grounds. The super minions are going to be walking in now, so VP is going to have an easy time pushing in these waves, and that's going to be something for 9ZG to worry about. There is a third high ground standing, though. This is what, Virtus.pro has been trying to do and trying to get with the Overlords, probably, and, they weren't able to get it so far. So this might be, the next Overlord might be the objective once again for the side of VP.
The difference in the pay play we see in the two games is the first game, while 9ZG's pay was up, 2,000 gold similar to this game on the enemy jungler, they had a lot of deaths, so that means they gave a lot of shutdowns back. Whereas VP's pay here has no deaths. They never gave any of that gold back, and that really helps them secure that gold lead of 4,000. And now they're slowly pressuring the base on side of 9ZG. Once they get that third high ground tower, they know the game is almost wrapped up, and 9ZG knows that as well too, as they're spending everything possible to 5-man turtle in base to defend it.
Exactly. We can see Shisu in the bot lane trying to create a lot of space, pushing in the minions. Right here, it seems like Virtus.pro is kind of trying to set up for a dive here with the minions walking in, and this might be it, Phil.
This is the final fight coming up here. Let's see if 9ZG can win this fight. They need to win it handedly too, because they're like
Byron in the back. Prince gets a pick on the Yuhan. Angro 1 also is going to pick up a kill on the Arlie here. Deathstroke surviving, getting a couple of kills. Gets a double kill, picking up red at the very end. 9ZG surviving. They dropped three players on the side of Virtus.pro.
They win that fight pretty handily. That tower did get chunked in the meantime, though, so they cannot really take another one of those fights. Even though they win that one, if there was another fight that goes down in the exact same fashion, 9ZG is going to lose their final high ground tower, and they'll be fighting against waves of elite minions for the entire game here. As they have this breathing room, they need to go ahead and reset the tempo of the game, push out these waves, and never give VP the opportunity to go in their base again if they want to win.
Yeah, it seems like Moon utilizing the Unending Sorrow is creating a lot of advantages here for the side of 9ZG, as she's able to kind of dodge and bait a lot of the abilities and also heal her teammates back up here. So great play by Moon here, being able to kind of control the abilities in a way that helped out in the dive over there. Seems like they see Grizzly Q, they want to go for an invade here. Doesn't really work out though. Shisu getting engaged on by 6. Sick might be actually caught out here. He kind of overextended here. Alim is gonna get a pickup kill on right on top of him. Kaposeva also in the back, gonna go down. Seems like they did overextend just a little bit on the side of 9ZG.
This might be all he wrote.
Yeah,
this might be all she wrote, as VP has 5 up against the 2 defenders on Sav 9ZG. They have a minion wave pushing up. They're diving Crystal here. They take out Destru under Crystal with that immunity as well, and that looks like game 2 is going to go over to VP.
Wow, what a turn of tables. I feel like 9ZG kind of got themselves back into the game, countering the dive that Virtus.pro was trying to get on that top high ground. But Sick here overextended a little bit, put 9ZG in a very bad spot. The idea had to kind of try to go on the backline to try to help him out. They both go down, and Main here trying to protect the Yuhan, and that's true, doesn't really work out. And Virtus.pro 2-0 now, Phil.
Yeah, at that point in the game, with towers already falling, minion waves pushing up, you cannot make a mistake. I can understand why they would walk up, though. They just won a great team fight, right? They walked up, they want to go ahead and push those waves back out. But once again, even after that fight, they were still down thousands of gold. So once VP reset, they were back in position. They caught out Sick, and everyone on the side of 9ZG kind of funneled in one by one to try and save him. And that's the worst. As you can see here, they go down.
Yeah, they go down, and this is not great. That's going to put them on the match point. This is going to be a lot of stress, a lot of pressure for the side of 9ZG. I mean, this is do or die, literally. If they lose this match, they're going to be pretty much out of the tournament. They're going to get the 4th place, obviously. They're going to have, you know, a good chunk of that prize pool, but they're going to be out if they're not able to put up a fight and try to take this to an actual best of 5. But here, going over the kills here, we can see that Alim again was doing great. We talked about this guy being the key jungler here. Whenever he's fed, his team is able to play off of that and do a lot. We saw Prince also get a couple of double kills there. That was huge for them for the early here. But yeah, 604 for Alim here. Looking at the damage charts, Alim here, 80,000 damage on the pay here.
Also got a shout out Grizzly Q on the Liang Po, who was first to every single fight, engaged every single fight, but didn't actually end up dying. 009. Perfect support KDA for Grizzly Q.
Yeah, perfect support KDA, 58,000 damage taken. But actually, Shisui here was the one tanking 80% damage on that Byron. Definitely a lot of presence during this team
he got himself into a lot of fights, you know, not as clean as Grizzly Q. As I mentioned, Grizzly Q did not go down. Shisui farming a lot of damage taken, sometimes joining slightly unfavorable fights as we saw throughout the game, but it was not enough to take down VP.
Yeah, definitely. Shisui was baiting a lot of those fights, and he did a great job tanking a lot of it, you know, having the shield on the Byron, the healing. You're able to stay in these fights for a very long time. And we can look at the gold here. I mean, Virtus.pro had the gold in the entire match. Like, we just look at here early on in the game before the 4 minutes, it was kind of back and forth. But after the first objective here, after 4 minutes, where they were able to get the Tyrants, they were able to kind of stack the gold here on the side of Virtus.pro. We saw the point where Alim had the most gold from like the entire side here on the VP side, as he was just farming on the pay, farming jungle camps, farming kills, farming objectives. So definitely great play by Virtus.pro, utilizing the Byron, the pay, and the Liampo pick.
It seems like the early game is fairly solved there, you know, against the Pay Byron. We see a lot of teams react to the invades and know how to deal with it. But after that, not so much, right? As we see Alim here, even though the first 4 minutes didn't do much, scaled up 6-0-4, 20% damage taken, 31% of his team damage on Pay. That's very impressive on a melee character, right? And 30% total gold, maxing out all the stats.
Yeah, definitely a great performance on Pay. This is how 9ZG should have played the Pay, I would say. They did have the Byron Pay combo, and we're going to see some of that and how Alim was able to utilize this hero. The mobility he has, you know, get the first blood here, get on the backline. You're going to be able to see the double kill he was able to get on Angro 1 and Destro, I believe. We didn't get to watch this. Look at this. Wow, a 2v1 coming out of Alim. Definitely a great player to watch on the Pay here. We can see he's able to transform to the Tiger form, be able to swap back to the human form, get a lot of shield here, picking up the Main as well.
And as I mentioned throughout the game, you know, Pay one of those characters that they fall off really hard, right? You get a lot of gold early, but you fall off compared to other junglers. So it's important that he actually never ended up dying, giving up those shutdowns, which would accelerate the enemy junglers like Fade to get to a position where they could outscale him. He never gave him opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have a lot of mobility. You're able to transform into the Tiger, you know, leap through the walls, and then you also have the human form giving you a lot of shields. So Alim being able to utilize that kept him alive throughout the game. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a break, as players are taking a break as well. Once we come back, we're going to go ahead here and get to the match 3 of this series.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. sure that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
Welcome back, guys, and the danger levels are approaching maximum here. In our first best of 5 here, loser goes home. VP is actually up 2 games on 9ZG here. It's make it or break it right now. They need to win this game or else they're going home.
Yeah, VP came here as our 4th seed, as they were able to, crawl out of Group A, as you mentioned. They had to battle out MKOI Elo Gaming next Ruya, but they made it. They made it here, and now they're giving a challenge to the Group S 3rd seed here, 9ZG, and we can see that they're up 2-0. But looking at the global ban and picks here on the left side, we have the heroes that Virtus.pro has played, and those are heroes that are not going to be able to play any longer. On the side of 9ZG, you can see those heroes are the ones that picked up by 9ZG, and those are the heroes that are not going to be able to play either. I mean, so far it seems like VP that have utilized and played their best here with the heroes that they were able to get. They were able to get the Pei and Byron this time around, and played a lot better than 9ZG did here.
VP is showing they deserve to be the best of their group, and as I mentioned prior, they sent 3 teams home already. It looks like they're about to send 4. They have the momentum on their side. They're 2-0 versus 9ZG in a best of 5. All they need to do is close it out and take one more win to seal the deal here. 9ZG is definitely not happy with the position they're in here. You can see the players, they're a little bit stressed, because they're on death's door right now. Next loss, they need to reverse sweep this to get out of this.
Yeah, and it seems like 9ZG here going back to the blue side as they want to get a priority pick here and don't want to get counter out anymore, just like they did last game. But I mean, shout out to Virtus.pro. I mean, we saw them struggle a little bit in the ranking weeks, but so far the 2nd and 3rd week now, they have been putting up the numbers. Grizzly Q has stepped it up a lot here. We've seen a lot of the Liam Poe, the Diadia plays. He's been great on the support role here. Alim has been pretty active in the jungle, grabbing a lot of those MVPs. So definitely a great step up from the side of Virtus.pro. And the bans here, again, looking like Luna is going to get banned on by 9ZG. They really don't want to give that to Alim here.
After what we just seen Alim do with Pei, they're still banning out Luna. I'm not too sure what Alim's Luna can do, but 9ZG does not want to find out. It looks like they're probably going to ban out Luna for the entirety of the series here. So that could mean this final game, or if they do well, the next game's coming up. Mai actually being banned on side of 9ZG as well too. They know they already picked it once, so VP is not going to go ahead and ban it, and they don't want to give VP this chance. Play.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give Mai to Red. We've seen him have a great performance on Mai previously. Dharma gets banned out here. Ogren gonna get picked up for the side of 9ZG. We've seen them have a really good performance on Ogren every time they get it. So it kind of makes sense that they're able to prioritize it here and pick it up. Dolia, though, I was going to talk about it. Dolia hasn't been picked out or prioritized here, but Dolia, Gananmo might be picked up here as Red wants to lock in the Gananmo. We've seen this guy on Gananmo. He's been able to steal a couple of objectives, steal a couple of kills here. And we're going to see a lot more of that because he's going to get that Dolia here.
Yeah, Dolia, now that a lot of picks have been exhausted by both sides here, the lower tier supports, you're going to see some use here now too. We've seen the Diadia, the Liang Po already. Now we might see some Dolia Dune combos potentially. In the survival week too, right? We didn't see too much Dune, whereas in rankings week we saw a lot. So maybe VP goes ahead and busts out here the Dune Dolia combo.
Yeah, they could try to do the Dune Dolia combo, but again, Alim doesn't really play that. Alim doesn't like playing tank jungler, so it doesn't really make sense for them to pick that up. They do pick up the Alain here, though. We've seen a lot of the Alain Dolia combos here. But again, Lung is still open as well. This is something that VP might be able to pick up here.
It should hopefully be banned away by the side of 9ZG here, as they still target more of the junglers on side VP. But if they give him Long, they have Long, Alain, Dolia, that's a devastating core.
Yeah, that death at Suns and resets, they're going to be quite annoying. We saw Virtus.pro against MKOI. I believe they were able to get a lot of that, and it did put a lot of pressure on the side of MKOI when they did play against the combo. But again, Loon didn't get banned out here, so that might be the pick here if Virtus.pro wants to play it. And Yixing again,
look at the respect. The respect being shown to Alim here. 2 more jungler bans here, 3 jungle bans total. Alim having to work with what he's got here. It looks like he locks in the Lamb.
Yeah, the Lamb could be a great pickup here. They don't have much CC so far, I would say, on the side of 9ZG. At least they don't have a solo target CC here that is able to lock out the Lamb. And, you know, Alim sees that, and as an assassin player, he might be able to do something with that.
9ZG flips the script here and picks a composition that I don't think we've seen yet. Guan Yu, Sunbin, Yixing here. So there's definitely switching it up. They noticed that what they're doing so far has not been working out. So they're going to try something new here with the Sunbin and the Guan Yu. Long gets locked in for VP. They know 9ZG cannot go ahead and pick it, so they can safely save it for last pick. And it looks like VP is going for match point now.
Yeah, Long gets locked in. I talked about it. The Dolia Long Elaine combo. This is another triple combo. Like, they got the Liam Poe, Byron Pei. So definitely VP been doing their homework. They locked these triple lock-ins, and they're gonna get the combo here. I mean, the Dolia can even reset the Ganon Mo. You know, Ganon Mo is able to reset, you know, refresh, you know, his own skills. But imagine a Dolia on top of that in some of these fights. So definitely gonna have to look out for Grizzly Q and how he's gonna be resetting these heroes that he has on his team. But I think this should be an easy game for Virtus.pro. I mean, they don't have too much of a CC lockdown on the side of 9ZG. The Lamb is definitely going to have a free time. And the Elaine as well, being able to utilize the double Death at Sunset here with the help of Dolia. That might be a problem for 9ZG.
Usually that composition on VP side is rounded out with a Dune in the jungle, but as you mentioned, it's not really Alim's style here, so they're probably going to be lacking a little bit of front line. Elaine, while he is tanky, is more of a diver there, so the back line on the side of VP might still be a little bit threatened. It is Long, though, one of the hardest marksmen to dive, but we're going to have to see how both teams play it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the double infinite vastness might be a problem. I mean, you do have an Ogren that wants to get close, that wants to do a lot of damage. Long has a lot of life steal. You know, he's able to, you know, keep up and also fight knockback targets. So Long has a lot of utility that is not good against Ogren. They definitely should have banned it out on the side of 9ZG, but who knows, maybe the Sunbin here might be able to help them out, being able to utilize the time flux here, being able to kind of turn back the time and get some of their health back, might be able to negate the poke that the side of VP and the damage they have. But we're about to find out as we get into the match here.
Also, Guan Yu on the side of 9ZG, one of my favorite characters to, you know, watch and cast over here, but it's a character that's, it's make or break depending on how the player plays it. You know, it feels like he's good in every composition. It's just mainly gated about if you can find those engages, if you can find those flanks on it. So I'm interested to see how he goes ahead and does with it this game.
Yes, Sick here. He's looking for an invade on the board, starting with the path of passing here. He's able to secure that right away. So definitely a great initiation by him trying to invade right here. But as you said, Guan Yu definitely been a hero that has been picked up in these 5v5s, has been having a lot of impact, but mostly when Keke is playing it from the OG side. We've seen he's a great Guan Yu, but we're about to find out what Angro 1's Guan Yu looks like here.
Yeah, I love watching some Guan Yu gameplay here, so very excited to see how he does in the mid game. Early game, we missed it, but Lady Sun got chunked out in a 1v1 against Prince actually here. Usually Lady Sun's definitely advantage versus the Long, but maybe got caught a little bit off guard here as they're losing some trades in the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a better matchup level 1 for Lady Sun, as she has more of a range and is able to poke out the Loon, but I guess this didn't really happen here. The side of VP playing super safe here with the Dolia, they're able to help out Prince to get the farm he needs. I mean, we've seen Prince be able to kind of get a couple of kills early on, especially on the Loon. And if we see that here, that might create a lot of problem for the side of 9ZG.
Yeah, a little bit of trades going off on both sides here. Not much is going to happen, though. Early game, neither side has enough damage to convert any kills. Mainly just looking for some trades. Throughout that, though, 9ZG has actually built himself a little bit of a gold lead here from, I guess, good wave management, as we see no kills come out yet.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the invade on the boards from Sick. That's obviously going to be a little bit of a gold, and they have been able to farm a little bit more, I would say. Last hitting also matters, so the side of 9ZG definitely playing the game very patient and calculated so far. They're, you know, again, we talked about it. This is their last chance. If they lose this match, are going to be pretty much out of the tournament, and we see Red here coming down, trying to take them out of the tournament. Doesn't happen though. Capo Seba is going to back out here, and that's true. Going to just recall as he knows he's super low.
Board comes out, does not quite connect. More of a defensive maneuver there just to keep them off. As Red seems like he was first to act and got down there. Both mids just making sure they respond to these fights so nothing gets out of control. Guan Yu is actually in the mid lane right now. Not much going on still. Pretty passive game on both sides.
Yeah, we saw Shisui try to utilize the teleport, calm down, try to use a Death at Sunset twice with the help of Celestial Melody, Dolia's ultimate, but they were not able to get the full dive they on it, so he's going to have to back. Anchor 1 here, though, goes mid lane to try to kind of respawn and try to take a bit of pressure out of, you know, his own team, 9ZG, pushing out the mid lane. But again, things are kind of going back to normal. Both teams are playing safe here. They're all getting ready for the objectives as they're going to be coming up in the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these games where both teams have aggressive support, you know, the Daidea, the Liang Po. But now we have a game where we have two more passive Enchanter-style supports. So the early game is a lot less hectic here. The Sun Bin also one of the best disengaged supports here too. So able to fend off the double Def Set Sunsets.
Ooh, Alim!
From Sushui.
Almost pulling Sick under the tower. I thought Alim was actually caught out because the Guan Yu was able to push him out a little bit, and Sick was able to slow him down, but he goes behind Sick, is able to use the ultimate to pull him down into the tower. Doesn't really get anything out of it though, as Lamb, again, I talked about it, he's super slippery, and the side of 9ZG, they don't really have a lock on to kind of lock him in here.
Yeah, the Lamb, another one of those characters like Fade, you know, it's very feast or famine. Can you get ahead with it early game and get rolling? If not, it's not going to look very well for you in the late game. The matches I've seen, Lamb has not been doing too well, mainly just farming throughout the match and not really making some plays. Hopefully Alim can change my view on Lamb, because I have not seen too many great Lamb plays so far in this tournament.
Infinite Vastness is forced out as Prince was taking a lot of damage from the Lady Sun and Sunbin here. Red here might be caught out though. The World is My Board comes out, you know, got a couple of people locked in. There's no damage, there's no follow-up. The Ogren wasn't here. But 9ZG, knowing that the side of BP, they're poked out, they're gonna try to invade the Azure Golem here and try to take that for free. Sick, trying to focus it down right before LM comes in here. LM is not gonna have the Azure Golem any longer here. Angra 1 here is looking for a pick here on the mid lane on Shisui here. Doesn't really get anything out of it either.
Potentially caught out there. He was forced to run away here. Another fight comes in. Lim grabs Argren here, but not enough firepower yet at this point in the game to go ahead and take him out.
Yeah, Conductor of Souls are also weighted on the side of 9ZG. Sick kind of wasted that as he thought Elim would kind of pull him into the Ganon mode, so he was a little bit scared. But it was just an alt trade from both junglers. Not a big deal. Grizzly Kudo here is going to lose the tower as Lung is not here. Lung again has to recall a little bit earlier as he did get poked out by the Lady Sun. And then Capo Seba. Ooh, Red here gets caught out by Moon. And Sick here. First blood going to Moon.
Red got caught in the smallest box I've ever seen. That was a 2x2 square that he got caught in. I don't know how that ended up happening. We gotta watch the replay for that. But that ends up yielding first blood on the side of 9ZG.
Wow, so World is My Board was used actually. I thought he just walked into a bush and there was like hovering here, got him out. But if there was a 2x2 box there, we gotta watch the
replay. It was the smallest possible, I think. I don't know if it can get smaller than that. Maybe a 1x2, I don't know.
Yeah, and the great thing is that Moon also keeping his passive, the little fatal damage immunity, so that is going to be great for him here. It wasn't exhausted here. Ganon Mo here taking the pushes, using the skills, not too much kind of with it. And Shisui here is going to get the double lane ult that we talked about. He's kind of just on the back lanes here. Gets pushed back though by Angroban, doesn't really get anything out of it. Sick here trying to poke on the sides with the power of Ogren. Nothing comes out of that either. Both teams are just going to back off.
Single-handedly disrupted the side of 9ZG there, but as I mentioned, Sunbin is a great disengage tool, speeding everyone up, giving them the move speed to run away from the lane there, even though he had 2 ultimates available, was amazing. Being able to reset the damage he did from the first one too was nice. The Sunbin pick is actually really working out this game.
Yeah, the Sunbin is pretty strong, the mobility, the silence from the ultimate, so definitely helping out that Capo Seba is playing the hero here. Yixing here, forced to use the ultimate to lock down the tower and try to protect it. Destro kind of fed though. Seems like he's getting a lot of these buffs as well. But here doesn't care about that. Goes right on top of Couple Seba, gets the pick here, and gets out just like that.
Out of nowhere, he jumped across like 3 walls to get Sunbin here. Sunbin was not ready for either as they get one shot there. Couldn't even respond with the ultimate, the silence, none of that. Lim was just too clean with that.
Yeah, and it seems like we have kind of a bit of a lane swap here as Prince is being forced to use the ultimate as he cannot challenge Angra 1 building tanky here. And Lamb here getting a pull on Sick, being able to push him back here. The kill is going to go down. Shisui is going to pick that up. The double death at Sunset is going to come down as Shisui is diving the back line. The team is going to follow up here. This might be death for the side of 9ZG as Alim picks up another kill. Moon is able to get a kill on Shisui here, overextending and being caught out. Alim here trying to go for a kill. Seems like wasn't able to get that kill. Prince gets the last second kill on Angra 1 here as well.
Long cleans it up for him. Very bloody match. We have casualties on both sides here. Shisui diving super hard with the double def set Sunset here from the Dolia. It looks like every one of those resets went onto him. So that's definitely the strategy that they're going to be employing in these fights.
Definitely. And I mean, again, we see the power of Lamb when you're able to utilize his mobility. And again, the World is My Board comes in strong. Locks in the Lung and also the Dolia. The double Infinite Bastion has to come out of here though, kind of saving them, and they're able to exit. That was a great ultimate by Moon, I would say. It didn't really work out and there was no follow-up.
That was an amazing board. I'm surprised, as you mentioned, no one went down
that
from that endeavor.
Red
Who got it? Did Red get it?
Yes.
He stole it in the middle of the Ogren execute animation. I thought Ogren actually got it, but yeah, he barely got it there with the 4 blades. Red not getting much love from the Dolia, but maybe later on in the game, we're going to see some resets on Red, and those are going to be lots of super high damage blades coming out.
I mean, he probably doesn't even need that anymore as he does have the golem here, but that doesn't matter as he was overextending. Six able to pick up the kill as the World is My Board connects here. And Angra 1 a little bit deep, but Alain here going with the double ultimate. Celestial Melody comes out, doesn't really connect though. That is gonna be a 1-4-0 trade to the side of 9ZG. Definitely a great pickup. The ults from Moon, they've been kind of nice recently, I would say.
Moon has been landing some amazing boards. Not all of them convert, but if you land enough amazing boards, they're bound to here. Speaking of amazing ults, another board comes out. Grizzly Q is caught this time, but there's not enough follow-up to take him out.
Yes, Sick. I mean, the board did connect. Grizzly Q was pretty much on the edge. Sick wasn't, he didn't have enough damage to kind of take down Grizzly Q. He's a support building a lot of tank items here. But yeah, definitely great board once again. Seems like Virtus.pro is trying to aim for the Overlord once again here and try to secure that. Use the power of the Overlord and the Shadow Vanguards here to push these towers, as this is the last 3 towers standing at the high grounds here.
Yeah, VP has amazing momentum, prioritizing the Overlord, not giving 9ZG a chance to reset the tempo of the game with that enhanced Shadow Vanguard to clear out a wave. Even though I don't think it's the best when your head is not as strong as a Shadow Tyrant, being able to deny it from your enemy so that you know for sure they're trapped in their base is going to be amazing.
Yeah, definitely going to be amazing. And they have it now. They drop the Shadow Vanguard down in the bot lane. He's going to have a lot of health and a lot of damage. Destruction is going to be coming up very soon. And Shisui here is looking to dive this possibly. There is no team though, so he's just going to back off. He's just applying a little bit of pressure. Showing your presence right now is massive for the side of VP. They do have a lot of items. They're pretty fit. But we should have a pretty good fight coming up shortly as the Vanguards are walking in here.
This is match point and is not looking good for 9ZG. It feels like they've come the most unglued in this potential final game here. They're down 5,000 gold. We see a Shadow Vanguard pushing in from side of VP. This could be it.
Yeah, Shisui is going in. He knows that he has Celestial Melody going on top of Sick here. Sick is super low. The Conductor of Souls doesn't connect with anyone. But the VP is able to clean up the tower and also Alim in the back being able to kill Sick here.
I think they're alive.
The kill as well.
I think they're alive here. They clean up a limb here and kill most of the Vanguards pushing on the side of VP. They're alive, but let's see for how long.
Yeah, they're gonna keep themselves in the game, trying, pick up the kills and defending the tower. They only drop 1 high ground here, which is not too bad, but the super minions, they're gonna be pushing the bot lane here, which is gonna be quite annoying for the side of 9ZG. And now they're going to have to play for the Tyrant here.
It looks like they're setting up a potential ambush here. They're really far from their base. Probably not where VP expects them to be here for a sec. Guan Yu in an interesting position. Can he find anyone here? It goes to actually clear up the bot wave. This next fight is likely to decide the game here. Both teams extremely cautious. VP don't want to give 9ZG a chance to come back, and 9ZG don't want to give VP the win.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give them the win. This is their match point. This is their game to lose. If they lose it, they're pretty much out of the tournament. And VP knows that. They're playing it safe. They're, you know, applying a lot of pressure. They know that they don't want to make it 50-50 or coin flip any of the objectives here. So they're just playing safe. They do take out the Tyrant here. And Alim again, he needs to kind of pick up Sage's Sanctuary. Try to get that revive if he's going to be diving like that on the back line on Destru. But that was a pretty good pickup, you know, kill pickup on the farm laner. You know, Destru has the most of the damage here on the side of 9ZG.
VP playing extremely methodically here, very disciplined, slowly pushing into the side of 9ZG. They don't want to mess this up here, as these could be potentially the final fights. And
look at Shizu in the back line using the double ultimate here, going on the back line here. Sick is gonna have to respond here with the help of Sumbin. A lot of the damage gets reverted with the time flux, but nothing comes out of it, though. They do get another high ground on the side of Virtus.pro. As now there's gonna be 2 high grounds down. The only high ground standing here is going to be the mid lane one. But again, the power of the Doliash and the Alain here, they're able to constantly reset those ultimates, be able to apply a lot of pressure to the back line. And that's what's getting them these high grounds right now, Bill.
That combo is like impossible to deal with. He dives you once. One Alim ultimate is hard enough to deal with as a carry. God forbid you get hit with 2, and that's exactly what VP's doing. Every single one of these pushes, while they're not getting a lot of kills, they're taking these towers, and these towers are permanent. Once that third one goes down, if it goes down for 9ZG, we're going to see 6 elite minions come in for every single wave here, and that is going to be too hard for them to hold. VP playing it super safe. Once it backs up, gets another enhanced Overlord. And we've been saying it could be potentially the final fight. Now, this is really potentially the final fight here. Because if that high ground tower goes down, even if they don't win, it's almost as good as over.
Yeah, the last fight is coming up with this Shadow Vanguard spawning. And this could be it, I feel. This could be it for the side of 9ZG if they are not able to kind of hold themselves into this fight and be able to get up some picks here. They're going to be out of the tournament, and we see Red already attempting to pick out Moon here. Moon super low, Alain going on the back. Shizu here chasing down Moon. Moon is going to go down to Alim here, and we got Shizu is still in the back. Destru is going to pick up a kill on Prince here. Double kill to Alim as he picks up Angra 1 as well. So far, it's just a back and forth.
It's a back and forth, but we see that 9ZG has to clear out these minions here. The Shadow Vanguard here does end up going down. They don't get much damage on tower.
Sick. He gets the 1v1 kill. He goes back in onto top of Destru. Alain here gets a double kill. One more could be coming out. This is only on Kaposeba. He's not going to be able to hold the towers.
That looks like game.
That is game for Virtus.pro, beating 9Z Globant 3-0. Going to round
that was convincing.
The lower bracket. Wow.
I was about to say VP were the underdogs here, coming from Group A, right? Whereas 9ZG, you know, they perform better in the rankings group, week. They're in Group S, but they dropped down, whereas VP were forced to fight through Group A and make it out, and it shows they are ready to play.
Yeah, it seems like they did their homework. They knew what to draft. They knew what they wanted to play. We saw the triple combo, the Byron, the Pei, the Lian Po on the second match. And now we saw the Dolia, we saw the Lung, and we saw the Alain. This is the combo they have been abusing, and they were able to draft it against 9ZG, who was the 3rd seed from the Group S. But yeah, definitely well played by Virtus.pro. We've seen these players step it up on their side pretty massively, I would say. I mean, now they're pretty much the 3rd seed in the Major West League now. So shout out to them, and they're gonna make it to tomorrow's game, which is, you know, it's gonna be against Twisted Mind or OG. We're gonna have to find out very soon as we're gonna get into our second match right after this second series of the day.
Yep, so it looks like 9Z Globant is unfortunately going home. They are going to be taking that 4th place position here. And as we mentioned earlier, still a big chunk of change, right? As VP goes ahead and advances here. I love the underdog story from VP, clawing their way up to from Group A and beating a team from Group S now in dominating fashion here too, 3-0. Amazing performance by them here. Once again, look at that. Grizzly Q's KDA throughout these games has to be insane. Last game he was 0-0-9. This game is 0-0-8. I'm not even sure if he died in the first game here. And then Alim getting all the kills as well. 7-1-2 on the Lamb.
Yeah, a lot of good Celestial melodies coming out from Dolia and Grizzly Q. But again, looking at Alim 7-1-2, we talked about him being one of the best assassin jungle players in the tournament. And whenever he's doing well, his team starts doing well as well. And this has been kind of like the pattern in the past 3 matches. And that's why they just 3-0'd 9ZG, as he has been able to get a lot of the kills that he wants, a lot of the farm he wants. And honestly, I would expect him to be the MVP once again and just get a triple MVP in this series.
For sure. Alim on the Lamb here, I noticed that he played a little bit more towards the team. You mentioned when he gets ahead on jungle, his team gets ahead as well too. In the past, we've seen some Lambs are a little bit more selfish, right? They like playing for the farm, whereas when teams were doing objectives, they were invading and stealing some buffs. Alim here joined every single fight, 100% team fighting, you know, more than the support, which is impressive for a jungler here. And he was there every single time, made sure to use his advantage, use his lead, and push it with his team to get all these towers and objectives.
Yeah, and we saw the gold graph. I mean, 9CG had a chance at the early game. They were ahead in gold. They were able to invade the board. You said it yourself. They were ahead somewhat, like 500, 600 gold in farm. At some point, maybe like 1,000 or 2,000. But we're about to find out who the MVP is, and that is going to go to Alim, as we talked about it. He's going to get the triple MVP in the series. KDA 7-1-2, damage taken 18%, damage dealt 21%, total gold 28%. This guy is a monster on the assassin jungle. I have to say it.
And this is on top of every single game. He's target banned almost 3 times, you know? We're not even seeing him on his preferred picks here. Those are all banned away. I cannot imagine what Alim looks like on Luna here.
Yeah, just look at him just diving on the backline at the perfect time. He knows when to engage. He knows who to pick up. He's able to pick up towers. He's able to pick up kills. He gets the kill on Sick here. And again, he's gonna get shot down, obviously, by Destru there. But again, he has one of the best timings here on the assassins we've seen. He's always able to target the right person, be able to push them out. And Alim, once again, definitely deserved MVP. Was able to get a double kill here, which is insane. And at this time, he knew Sick didn't have any abilities. He goes all in on the Lamb, was able to get the pick on him right here to get Destru as well, just because of that. Again, another double kill. Great plays coming out from Alim throughout the entire series, I would say. I mean, 3-0 definitely happened because Alim was stepping up today super hard on these assassin junglers.
They were potentially going to hold the game a little bit longer there, right? But Alim said, nope, we're going to cut it short right here. Goes in, cleans up, 1v2, ends the game there. And that's all she wrote for 9Z Globant. They put up a strong performance here in the Kings Major West League. They actually were in our Group S, so they made it out of rankings really well. Unfortunately, they took a bit of a battering from Twisted Minds and OG, and that really hampered their momentum here going into this match, potentially, and VP goes ahead and takes them down for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm excited to see how they're gonna play tomorrow now. Like, I mean, VP, again, over the weeks, over the days, they've been getting better and better, and it seems like there's nothing that is able to stop them. I mean, we saw a lot of teams in Group A, MKOI, Nexruya, Alo Gaming, they were not able to stop Virtus.pro. They were able to come out the victors, and now we see that they're able to kind of dominate 9ZG, who was the 3rd seed in the Group S. So I definitely want to see how they're gonna put up a fight against, you know, Twisted Mind or OG. We're gonna have to find out soon and see what that you know, series is gonna, you know, the outcome is going to be. So definitely want to see how VP is going to perform tomorrow.
Yep, and our next match on this broadcast here is going to be OG versus Twisted Mind. So the loser of that match is going to be playing VP tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting to see as well too. And also, it's Italy versus Italy here. This is for bragging rights here. They're both from Group S, right? They've been back and forth. Mainly OG has been really ahead, but here's another shot for Twisted Mind to go ahead and take down OG. But before we get into that, we got to get through a quick break.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, guys, to the Kings Major West League. We just concluded game match 1 here, which involved 9Z Globant going home, unfortunately. VP is going to be securing their 3rd seed here, with 9Z Globant securing 4th. And now we're into the top dogs, you know? Seed 1, Seed 2 here, both from Italy. We have OG versus Twisted Minds. And also, something apparently happened in the break here. Yikes, you want to break down some of the penalties that went on the side of Twisted?
Wait a second, Phil. I'm getting some words that Twisted Mind was a little bit late here. They were, you know, they have a bit of too much confidence. Production just told me that they're losing 4 bans. So OG is gonna go here and have the chance to ban 8 heroes.
Well, I don't think they're banning 8 heroes, but only 4 heroes is gonna get banned. Yeah, Twisted is gonna have no bans. We look so excited about this. We're not Twisted haters. It's just something interesting, you know. Like, we've seen him go back to back a few times here throughout the rankings week and the survivings week, but I don't think we've seen him play versus no bans before, right? So let's see how this goes ahead and goes down here. We're gonna break out the teams here in a second. Both of them representing Italy, playing for the #1 spot. They've went back to back multiple times. OG has usually come out the favorite, but you were mentioning to me there that Twisted may be using a strategy where they are, you know, sacrificing a bit to get some intelligence here. They swapped out some of their players, you know, tried to switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing they've been doing. I mean, they actually brought in Julia, which is their sub jungler last time, whatever. So what happened was that OG was undefeated in kind of like matches, right? In terms of matches, nobody actually beat them throughout the entire tournament. They tried really hard with Clean on the very first matchup, the best of 5 they had last week. Clean was able to, you know, clean house with his clean jungle. And it was 1-0 to Twisted Mind, but randomly they just sub out Clean here and put in Juliet. Obviously, OG was able to get a 3-1 win there. But yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind definitely playing a lot of mind games here, you know, having Clean last time subbed out, and this time, you know, showing up a little bit late, losing, you know, 4 bans. So I definitely want to know what, you know, Twisted Mind with their, you know, big brains they're trying to, you know, do here, and we're gonna find out very soon, and I'm excited. I mean, this is kind of like a preview of our grand finals. We saw it last week, as I talked about. It was a 1-2-3. OG won that, and you know, OG has a lot of the top players in the tournament. Like we see Dada being one of the best junglers. He has a lot of them. I think he has the most MVPs in the tournament. Then we have Keke, who plays the Guan Yu, like the heroes that you were talking about you like to see. He plays a lot of CC heavy heroes, and he has a lot of impact. Like they're the best players that we've seen play the Byron and the Pei combo. They have been the abusers, I would say, that have been able to kind of invade every single team no matter what, as they're super good and, you know, super coordinated as a team.
I think they definitely set the pace with the Byron Pei combo. Before them, no other teams were really doing it. But then after the rankings week, teams started watching some of the VODs, trying to review how they can improve. They started picking up tips, tried to play that Byron Pei to, you know, OG's level. We have yet to see a team really pilot it to that level yet. But we're going to see today here how it goes. Twisted Minds is likely to go ahead and try it as well too. But let's go ahead and go into team intro, starting with OG.
Our first team here is going to be OG Esports. Dream OG are representatives from Italy. OG Keke for the Clash Lane, OG Dada for Jungle, OG Wen for mid lane, OG On for farm lane, and OG Muchen for support here. We talked about this lineup. They're super strong. Last time they were against Twisted Mind, Muchen was actually banned out. There was 4 bans on support pretty much throughout the entire series from Twisted Mind. Seems to be the game plan for them going into this probably. But again, we talked about this. Twisted Mind not gonna have the 4 bans this time around, as we're gonna check out Twisted Mind's lineup right now.
See the fire in your eyes, gotta fight for it. Let's go. Right for you to raise a bar, yeah. Cause you can be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
OG are not the only teams representing Italy. We have the masterminds here, Twisted Minds. We have Knightley in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Hylang in the mid lane, Shanks in the farm lane, and City Boy on roam. We don't see Joy here, their jungle sub, so it looks like he's probably not coming up today. We're not too sure. You did mention they subbed it in prior mid-match, so he could always make an appearance too.
They could definitely make an appearance, and you know, this is going to be the upper bracket match. Each one of these teams is gonna have another chance that, I mean, the loser is gonna drop to the lower bracket and they're gonna play against Virtus.pro. So this could be another one of those matches where we're gonna see Twisted Mind playing those mind games, you know, subbing in and subbing out the junglers. This could be a possibility. I mean, now they're going into this without having 4 bans on arguably the best team in the tournament, so we're gonna have to see what that is going to look like. But the head-to-head player here is going to be On versus Shanks. This is gonna be the 2 farm laners. 79 to 70 kills, 64,000 damage to 78,000, 798 average gold to 789, 65% team participation to 67%. Definitely some good numbers here I'm seeing on farm lane players.
A pretty close head-to-head there between On and Shanks. While there's so many star players on OG, sometimes we forget about On in the back, putting out damage on the long, the early here. He does pretty impressive numbers as well too, whereas Shanks is a little bit more played around outside Twisted Minds. They revolve their game plan and win condition around him more, so we see a little bit more damage coming out from him. But both very impressive farm laners hailing from Italy.
Yeah, definitely On has been one of my favorites to kind of watch in the farms lane on the early, the very first day of the tournament. I actually saw him get a double kill as a dive was happening on the early, so definitely a great mechanical player. And also, I mean, macro wise, the OG is just like unmatched. But we're about to find out, as Twisted Mind has been only, you know, like the only team that has been able to take a match off of them here. We got Coach Andy versus Cat Orange here, and we're gonna get into draft again. We're not gonna see any bans. Dharma's gonna get banned out for a side of OG, and I believe Twisted Mind is just gonna have to let the bans go.
Do you have to run out the clock?
I think that
Let's see what they ban. Okay, well, it gives them a lot of time to think. They're the masterminds, you know. They're gonna use all the time available to think about what character they should not ban here. I'm not sure if it's the entire series or game 1 only. It's likely probably game 1 only, but I would say game 1's probably the most important game, right? It sets the pace for the series. It lets you build up that momentum here, and let's see if they get hurt by these no bans.
Yeah, no bans. Pretty much just nothing on the side of Twisted Mind. OG here, though, they're banning out what they usually ban against Twisted Mind, the Dharma, the Zhang Fei. The Zhang Fei opening up a lot of space. We know City Boy has been really strong on the tanks. His Lian Po, his Zhang Fei has been like some of the best tank picks throughout the tournament, so it definitely makes sense. And we also see 90, you know, put up a good fight against Keke, who has been one of the most favorite Clash laners in the tournament. We've seen a solo kill actually by 90 on Keke last time that we saw these two teams play, so it's gonna be always, you know, fun to watch these two go at it and see what kind of matchup they can go with. But Phil, we're not gonna have 4 bans. That is gonna leave up a lot of top tier heroes.
Yeah, in the global pick ban, sure, it's bad to not have any bans, right? But it's not as bad, right? If you were gonna remove some of these power picks anyway, right? Maybe removing none of them leaves more on the table, you know? It adds a little bit more variance. I would say Twisted being number 2 seed is probably at a little bit of disadvantage. So they could use some of that chaos to their advantage as they go ahead and pick up D Renji and Dolia. Interesting combination there. Being able to reset the D Renji ultimate to lock someone down a lot. And OG with the classic Liang Princess Frost combo here. One of the solid pickups that OG's been really playing a lot.
I mean, this makes sense. Like OG Muchen, as I talked about him, he was banned out every single match of the series. Previously, when these two teams played, they target banned Muchen, as they know he likes to play the Liang, he likes to play the supports here, and they're not gonna have that chance because Twisted Mind does not have 4 bans once again.
They literally cannot target ban him this time. He's safe for once.
Yeah, Muchen definitely is super happy. He gets his Liang and Princess Frost as well. That is a deadly combo. We talked about this. They're pretty much a couple during this tournament, as they have been paired every single time we've seen them on screen. Sunsei is going to get picked up here on Twisted Mind side. There's definitely a great pickup here, as they do have a Dolia.
We're likely to see potentially the Argrin come out here too. Dao likes playing the Argrin when he gets the opportunity with the Princess Frost. You know, being able to take that mid lane here, or they could bust out their classic Byron Pay combo. They have a lot of options available on side of OG.
Yeah, interesting ban coming out. Langling is going to get banned out here. Seems like Clean has been playing some of that Lang in scrims perhaps, and they got that intel, so they're going to ban out the Assassin Jungler here. Has a lot of impact, and it's pretty much I feel like that is a good counter to the Liang and Princess Frost being able to kind of go invisible and just show up, be able to stun them out of the ultimate or just assassinate the backline. So definitely a good ban here on the Langling, as we know Clean has been clean on the junglers.
Yep, OG is going to take full advantage of all their bans here, using all their bans on more targeted bans, right? Like, they're likely to not play the Prince of Lanling, the Zhang Fei, right? So they go ahead and ban those out and just remove them off the side of Twisted. They don't want to ban any priority picks because they can still go ahead and pick them and not give any advantage to Twisted here in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. And here, She gets banned out. Nuwa here gets picked up for the side of Twisted Mind. That's definitely going to be a great pick for Highlang. We've seen this guy be a star player on the Twisted Mind side whenever he's given the top heroes, and Nuwa is definitely one of those heroes that's going to have a lot of impact throughout this match. Being able to toss out those CC and damage from distance on Nuwa here is going to be big, as they do have Liang and Princess Frost on the side of OG, but Byron and Luna seems to be getting locked in. I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing a pay here.
Today is a bad day.
Yeah, Byron got a new partner in the Luna here. Interesting to see what they are, you know, thinking with that. Maybe they noticed that their composition needs a little bit more late game here, so pay falling off a bit more. They rather pick up something like the Luna. I do think this game is guaranteed to go a bit later here. The Nuwa with the Dolia being able to reset that ultimate, double ulting down waves is going to be very hard to push again against here. So this game might go longer than traditional OG fashion.
Yeah, definitely could go long, I mean late game here, but I mean they do have Leon and Princess Frost on the side of OG. There is a lot of pick potential there, paired up with the Byron and the Luna. Luna has a lot of mobility. There is no lock on CC here on the side of Twisted Mind, which was a problem for 9ZG last game actually, as they were not able to stop the Lamb. So are we going to see the same thing happen here? Is the Luna going to be slippery this time around, as Twisted Mind doesn't really have that lock on CC? I believe other than like Imperial Order, they don't have much that can lock down the Luna here.
Yeah, so he has to choose between locking down the Luna or using the Imperial Order to go ahead and shred the defenses of Byron here. Or honestly, with the Dolly, he can actually stun up both of them, but it's going to be pretty hard to go ahead and maneuver that in a fight, as Yuan gets locked in for jungle on the side of Twisted, if I'm correct here. So we've seen Yuan mid, support, and now it's being played jungle. One of the most flexible characters. I think the only role we have not seen it play is the obviously farm lane, but clash lane as well too, we have not seen yet, even though it traditionally could possibly be played in the clash lane.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick. If it does go to the jungle, Unending Sorrow could be pretty massive, as you're going to be able to have that Azure Golem. Oh yeah, it does seem like it's going to go to clean here. So with the Dolia also here, City Boy on the Dolia, the Celestial Melodies are going to be able to reset those Unending Sorrows. So it could be, you know, it could deal a lot of damage, but they do have Liang to answer that on the side of OG. If the Liang is able to get on the top of the Yuhan here, be able to kind of lock her and prison her out of Unending Sorrow, it could be a big play. But we're going to go ahead here and talk about EWC. This thrilling season of Major League is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top tier competition to fans worldwide. So definitely shout out to EWC.
Also, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand, ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
And the difference has been felt, as Keke is going to go down right away to 90 and clean here. Again, Twisted Mind getting the first block here. I mean, I talked about this. They might be playing some mind games, and it seems like the mind games have been played, are being played here, as Keke goes down to a 2v1 very early on to the clean and 90 gank.
I don't know how no bans adds up, but OG somehow, Keke, that's probably his earliest death I've ever seen, a 40-second death here. They end up cheesing him with Nightly and Yuan, and he is not going to be happy about that, as we see Dao Dao come in for revenge.
Ooh, 90 already used Flash here, trying to escape, but gets pulled back in by Dada. Dada insane on the Luna, picks up the first blood for the side of OG actually.
And just like that, the game is all even again here, as not much invading is going to be going on this game. We don't see the pay here that's usually seen in game ones. Shanks providing a lot of pressure, pushing on and Muchin under tower here, as Arlie at this point in the game is definitely not that strong. A kill comes out.
Kill.
Princess Frost. Princess Frost gets caught out mid.
It definitely gets caught out here. On here is going on Shanks on the back line. Nuwa here gets pushed into the tower. We talked about On being deadly on the Arlie. That was a great knockback.
I cannot believe Highland actually took that teleport. I thought that teleport was just for vision. It was placed directly on top of OG's tower here, and he actually took it. And it seems like On was just as surprised as us that he goes in and pushes them under tower.
Seems like 90 here is engaging on Kick, as he knows he does have the support of Clean coming up. But they're not going to give away a kill anymore. Kicken knows that there's going to be a lot of ganks on him. It seems like Twisted Mind's side are targeting the Clash Lane side, as they know Keke. Whenever he's ahead, he does have a lot of impact. He's able to freely roam around, so they don't want to give him the opportunity to do that. But going back, the Ottoman Storm over there was super massive on being able to push back the Nuwa back into tower, getting the kill. Definitely a misplay from Highline there.
Throughout the weeks, it looks like, ooh, speaking of misplays here, walks into a bush and gets caught by a full combo. Does not quite, I wouldn't say it's really a misplay, it was out of vision, but it does not quite kill, unfortunately. But that was an amazing combo from Muchin and Wen.
Yeah, Muchin and Wen, these guys have been playing that Liang and Princess Frost combo a lot, so they know their limits, they know how to catch off, you know, people here. And City Boy was the target there, but having heal, having Dolia, who has a lot of healing itself on the character, she's able to get out. They don't get any kills out of it. But here, Dada trying to jump on top of Clean here. Nothing really comes out of it though, as Clean is just gonna walk away on the Yuhan. Again, he has the Unending Sorrow that makes him like invisible to any kind of damage for a couple of seconds, the immunity, so kind of massive, and it's going to play a huge part here as long as she's not close to Muchin here on Liang, who can suppress her.
Yeah, Yuan's actually a pretty solid pick into Luna, you know? Luna needs those resets to keep going in a fight, and a crucially timed ultimate and going untangible could stop that completely for Luna and get her caught out in the enemy side without any dashes to get out.
Zakeka here gets caught out once again as Clean is able to pick up a kill with the head of 90 here on the Sensei. And Tyrant is up here, the side of OG's focusing it down. Dado gets it instantly, gets out. Iron secure for the side of OG here.
I think this is the most we've seen Keke die in the early game here. Usually he plays a whole game without dying, and 4 minutes in, he has 2 deaths already. Has Twisted Minds figured out OG?
Yeah, I mean, it could be definitely a possibility. And so here we can see the same thing happening on the OG side. They're able to lock down CT Boy once again. A crazy Liang and ultimate coming out from Princess Frost as well. Highline here trying to chase down the Princess Frost, doesn't happen though. Gets the kill still with Annihilation using that range and ultimate from Nuwa.
Twisted doing a great job of neutralizing OG's early game pressure that they're known for here. They get a pick with the Liang and Princess Frost combination, but right back they go ahead and take it back with the Nuwa ult.
And it seems like we have a bit of a lane swap here as the Direnji and the Dolia are heading towards the top lane against the Byron. The bottom tower here actually drops as Sensei had to give it up. It kind of didn't have the range, and they did drop a target. City Boy died in the bot lane, so definitely a great pickup by the side of OG, opening up the buy side of the map here.
OG setting up a lot of ambushes here. While the gold is pretty similar on both sides here, they're in different places. On the side of OG, they're jungler and farm laners ahead, and on the side of Twisted, it looks like their marksman, actually no, their roam and mid is actually ahead in gold.
Exactly, so definitely both teams playing to the best of their ability here, and Dado going for the Overlord here. Pretty nice pickup for their side as the Overlord Vanguards are going to be pushing out, helping them with these towers. They did have, they did pick up the bot tower already, which is quite nice for them. But they might be playing for the top or the mid tower here as they're going to be pushing out pretty soon. Twisted Mind, though, seems like they want to go for this top tower. There could be a possible dive here as they do have 3 players. And again, Nuwa always has that teleport. She has the emergence that she can use. But right here, Liang gets his pretty nice suppress down on the Sensei. 90 is going to use Set Sail to get away.
Barely getting away there. On does not have quite enough damage on the Arlie yet. Arlie needs a few items of Doomsdays and such to go ahead and get enough damage to burst them out, but that was super close, and we can start to see On starting to get out of control now here.
Yep, exactly. And now both teams looking towards the mid lane here, try to defend it on the side of Twisted Mind, the side of OG. So we're trying to get it, but they're just gonna back up. Boar's gonna go to Dada though. Again, Dada pretty fast with his assassinations on his jungle camps. He's not gonna transfer to players anytime soon.
7 minutes in, this game is super even. OG's up a little bit of gold. They're gonna extend their lead a bit here once this tower is taken, but it's still anyone's game here. Once these waves pushes out, we should see the gold equalize as we see a big engage coming out mid.
Dada going on the back lane here, forcing Shanks to flash here. Clean. Again, having to use Unending Sorrow here to get away. 90 Boy uses the Set Sail to try to close up the distance. He doesn't have the Set Sail anymore. When here, using the freeze on the top of himself as he thought Nuwa was going to teleport back down. Might be caught out once again though. KK here to clean up here. Trying to help a little bit. Wen has to flash out. Nothing really comes out of it. But a flash is burned. Wen has to recall here.
Both teams extremely dissimilar here. Full-on 5v5 and no casualties. That's not something you see every day. As Twisted still has the momentum. A 4-man ultimate coming out from Dao Dao.
Yeah, Dada goes in, trying to pull everyone together, trying to deal the damage, but obviously there's no follow-up. Wen had to recall, so they're not going to get anything out of that. Sensei here looking for a Set Sail. Not going to get anything out of it, though, as he's going to have to go to back lane.
Wait!
The Twisted Mind is looking for it still. 90 connects that. They're going to be able to get kill on the Wen. Clean picks up the kill here as they didn't have flash or ultimate. Wen didn't have anything.
Knightley did not get it on the first go around, but he spun the block and caught him the second time over here. Wen getting caught behind his tier 1 tower.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Yeah, Luna is going to lose the Azure Golem and also gonna drop a player on the side of OG as Wen goes down, but they're gonna pick up the Tyrant here, which is a pretty nice trade. They might try to go for this bot inner tower now with the help of Liang and Arlie here, as Dado is just clearing town. He's just, you know, actively farming the jungle on the side of Twisted Mind, and they know Twisted Mind gonna be showing up here soon, so they're kind of setting up a bit of a camp, but they're gonna have to go here and defend the mid tower. 90 again, going for a set sail, connects with Wen. Is Wen gonna go down clean? He's gonna be able to catch it up one more time. Insane set sail so far.
Clean with the Bruiser build here, the Frost Scar auto at the very end there, taking out Wen. He does go down as well. They're not able to unending the spell out as they just stood on top of his body. This is the closest game we've seen all night so far.
Yeah, definitely the closest game. I mean, On was able to pick up a double kill right there as well on Clean and City Boy. They kind of overextend a little bit trying to save Clean here as he was using Unending Sorrow. He did overextend to try to kill that kill on Wen. But On, again, on the Arlie, as you mentioned, this guy definitely, you know, he's been in the shadows, just farming, getting kills, and we're gonna have a replay here with the set sail on Wen here. We get the kill, and if you look at On here, he's on the back, he's getting the kills, popping out the frenzy here, going back to the parcel here, getting the kill on City Boy, and right away getting the kill on Clean as well. So definitely a great Arlie play right there.
That was super clutch. We mentioned that On, you know, he's not the flashiest player on the side of OG, right? They got Dao, they got Keke making all the flashy plays, but he's always a consistent farm laner, and it looks like this game is his time to shine here, as he's gonna be crucial to the victory for OG if they want to win.
Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have a trade on the objectives, but Keke doesn't want to let that happen as he goes in, uses the ultimate on Byron, kind of zoning out the enemies. But they do have the Tyrant now on the side of OG. We've seen OG do a lot of work when they're able to get Tyrant. They're always going to try to look for fights with the little bit of a damage boost they get. And we kind of see that right here as, you know, Dada is trying to go for these pushes. And this might be the second inner tower right here as Muchin is setting up right here. He's going to be able to lock down someone. And if they're able to fully dive, this could be a tower for the side of OG.
It looks like Twisted was holding on early game now, but OG has got their stride. They've got their tempo. They're up 3,000, 4,000 gold now here. Can these set sails find any connections? Not this time from Nightly. OG seems to be back to where they used to be, you know, have great control of the map, slowly pushing down these towers one by one. Another suppress coming out.
Yeah, suppress comes out. Might have been a kill on Clean, but didn't really happen. On wasn't there to follow up, and there's a lot of control. Again, Nuva has a lot of impact, has a lot of CC in these close gaps. Not able to get in close.
Yeah, no kills here, but definitely softened up the side of Twisted here. They're still pressuring. No, they actually opt to retreat and secure the Overlord here instead of continually pressuring that tower. They know that everyone on the side of Twisted here is ready for it, so okay, we'll just go ahead and we'll get the objective instead.
Yeah, Nova uses Emergence here to get some of the vision here. It doesn't really happen. No, they do know that Nighty is sitting here, so they're going to use some of the abilities they have on the side of OG to kind of poke him out. He's going to have to leave here and just give up the Overlord. Overlord going to the side of OG now is going to be pretty good for them. This is the Shadow Overlord. They're going to be able to push out more towers. They already have 5 of them.
This is not looking good for Twisted. I've seen this before. Once OG gets a good hold on the game, they usually do not give it up. We need Twisted to make some sort of play catch here.
Look at the high ground.
To get themselves out of the base.
Yeah, this might be the high ground right here as OG was able to kind of play the macro here, push out the minion waves in the mid lane and go back on the top side of the map. Dada trying to go in, try to get the resets, gets the resets, goes back out. Definitely a great player to watch on this Luna. Shadow Overlord pushing it down in the bot lane. Nighty trying his best to clear out the minions before they arrive. Now gets on the boat trying to set sail. Muchin might be going down here. Doesn't connect though. On gets a pick on Shanks on the back. Dada going back onto the tower. Nighty is here. Set sail might be catching out Dada as he's not able to tank too many tower shots. Tower gonna take him down. Keke though gets a kill on Clean on the back line. On here is still alive for the side of OG. Picks up a tower in mid lane and picks up a tower on the high ground. Again, we talked about On having so much impact on the farm lane.
This might be all she wrote here. It is 4v2 here as Twisted tries to defend their base. They have Shadow Vanguards to help them tank up these towers. Flash skill 2 come out, one-shotting the Nua there, Keke, and that should be game. Twisted did a great job holding the early game, even gaining some leads, but once OG got that lead, they never let it go, and they keep building and go ahead and take the base.
Yeah, I mean, great performance by OG, taking the lead 1-2-0. Twisted Mind losing their first match. They didn't have 4 bans, and apparently they also got some, fine. So they have been fined as well, so they're losing some cash. This is not a great spot to be right now if you're Twisted Mind.
That must have been a stressful game for On. He seems relieved at the end of that game. There's like, "Oof, all right, we finally got this done. Everyone was going for me. I had to dance in and out of the fight, taking my parasols here." Great performance from On, though. We're definitely going to see some replays, and I will also predict that to be the MVP of this game here.
Yeah, I mean, On had one of the greatest performances we've seen. He was able to use the early ultimate whenever. I think that was like the very first fight of the game where he was able to
the Nuwa teleported down, right?
Yeah. Was able to knock back CT Boy and Nuwa into tower, getting the kill right there. And throughout the game, he's been able to secure some of the nicest double kills we've seen. Being able to get on the back lane, definitely has one of the best positionings on early we've seen, utilizing the parasols and just not being hittable.
Yeah, before that play from Nuwa there, Twisted was actually ahead. We see Keke get first blooded in the top lane. This game was actually probably one of the weaker performances from Keke here, since he's such a strong player. We're used to him being, 5-6-0 at the end of the game. He actually started this game 0-2, so it seems like Twisted went ahead and figured out how to play around that top lane, but a bit of a misstep here from Highlang, teleporting almost under the tower of OG, gone ahead and gave away that lead.
Yeah, 7-0-1, 12,000 gold almost on here. Definitely the best farming player and also the best killer on the team on the side of OG. Had the most impact, was able to take down the key targets in these fights. I mean, we expected a lot from the Liang and Princess Frost, but it seems like on the early again, being able to prioritize the first pick on the early has a lot of impact for the side of OG, and that shows 70,000 damage coming out from On here. The closest person here, I believe that's going to be Wen, or I would say Clean.
On getting the spotlight he finally deserves. Like, as we mentioned, he's always in the shadows, always, doing his job in the background where other people were the stars of the fight and the game. But this game, I've seen some of the most tame KDAs on the side of OG. Dao 1-1, Keke 2-2. They've definitely got the top side of the map figured out. Now they have to learn how to deal with the bottom side of the map with On.
Yeah, definitely. Twisted Mind, they've been kind of trying to play towards that clash lane or try to ban out Muchin, as I mentioned, but they haven't been able to since they got fined and also received 4 bans for the first match, as they did show up a little bit late. So that was definitely not the best, but MVP, we talked about it, On with the great performance on their early, definitely the best player, I would say, on early throughout the tournament. 7-0-1, damage taken 14%, damage dealt 27%. Total gold 26%, 14% damage taken. This guy might be a positioning monster, I would say.
Yeah, OG definitely has a lot of players that are the best in their respective characters here. On, unlike the other Arlies, as you mentioned, has great positioning. Wow, look at that push. Amazing push coming out.
One of the best players to look at whenever he's on the early, and we're going to be able to see some of that right here, as he's going to be able to, pop the frenzy here, get on the back line, go back to the parasol here, gets a kill on the City Boy, and also Clean at the same time. So great double kills, as I mentioned. He's able to position really well. You can see like Sunsei is walking up. He knows that he goes through the wall. He's able to pick up a kill on Shanks on the back lines. Definitely how you want to play early, as she's super squishy. She's able to go down with a couple of hits, but her mobility is what gives her the ability to do what On is able to do. So utilizing that shows just how much of a great player he is here.
Yeah, throughout the tournament, we've seen a lot of players play Arlie. He's one of the most contested picks here, right? But they're not able to have such a flawless performance because that character is a little bit low range. When you go in for that damage, sometimes you get taken out. Not On, though, right? And we're not going to see On for a few minutes here as we go ahead and go over to a break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost.
All right, guys, we are back. We just concluded game 1 of a best of 5 with probably the strongest rivalry here in the Kings Major West League. We have OG versus Twisted Minds, both teams from Italy, both teams neck and neck, first and second seed. OG does go ahead and take game 1, but is it because they play better, or is it because Twisted gone ahead and lost all their bans? I don't know, but we should see Twisted get unleashed here in game 2 as they are allowed their 4 bans again.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been the 4 bans. We saw them that ban out Muchen a lot in the previous times these teams face each other, but they haven't been able to ban the Liang here. It got through with the Princess Frost. That's what OG wants. And we can see that they got it. The Liang, the Princess Frost, the Arlie, the Luna, the Byron. That's not going to be playable due to global ban and pick by the OG side. The Sunset, the Yuhan here, the Nuva, the Renji, and Dolia also not going to be playable by the Twisted Mind side. So make sure to keep that in mind as we're going to go to the match 2 here. Definitely a lot of strong picks on both sides that are not going to be playable. The Dolia, the Arlie, the Liang. So we'll see how these teams are going to have to come up with a proper draft to kind of play around.
I think that's definitely gonna have to switch up the draft for Twisted here. Usually they would go into this thinking they're gonna ban Liang every single game, right? Now they don't have to worry about banning anymore, right? Liang's banned out. Liang was played already and got a win, and since we're in the global ban pick format, any character that's been picked, win or lost, can no longer be played. They're also likely to get the Arlie now, because unless OG bans it every single game, they've already played it, so they might go ahead and pick that up. Mai is still on the table for both sides here, so we're gonna see a more traditional game here in the game 2.
Yeah, definitely a more traditional game. I mean, there's a lot of top picks still up. We got the Mai, we got the Pei, we got the Diadia, we got Dolia for the side of OG that they can try to focus now. I mean, definitely going to be a focus on the Arlie, I would say, on the side of Twisted Mind. OG cannot play the Arlie anymore, but we've seen Shangs do pretty well on the Arlie as well, so this could be their chance to kind of pick that up and see how they will play it. But I'm kind of expecting some, Diadia and also like Angela picks coming out here, but as we're getting into this second match.
Yeah, if I was OG, I'd be thinking, do we ban out the Arlie now? Because if you ban it now, you basically have to ban it every single game, right? There's no point in banning it now and then giving it over next game, unless you have a strategy for it. We've seen them go ahead and ban out Dharma a lot too, so maybe a Arlie Dharma ban here coming out for the side of OG. I think Twisted should be able to get side selection now, though, because they are the losing team. Unless the penalty reaches into game 2 here, I'm not too sure. Players getting ready, And
yeah,
here we go.
I think this should be fine. It was a penalty just for the first game, and Twisted Mind here is going to choose red side. That's what they're comfortable with, and that's how they played last match on the red side as well. So they're going to give away one, top pick to this side of OG here. But it seems like they do want the red side as they're more comfortable on. So they're going to get 2 picks to counter what OG is going to pick here. I mean, OG is probably going to, stick with the Dharma and the Zhang Fei ban on the first phase. So that's going to be something we're going to see throughout the entire series. This is something they don't want to give to the side of Twisted Mind at all. But we'll see what they're going to cook, as one might say.
Yeah, with Arlie off the table for OG, second pick is definitely very strong. They don't have to worry about giving away that Arlie anymore. And there's not too many, outstanding first picks they could do. The Ogren is still up. The Diadia is still up. But they're able to go ahead and get Arlie +1. So I think second pick is definitely the correct choice.
I mean, Mai could be something that they could also pick up as well. I mean, Mai on both of these players, both Hai Lang and also Wen, are pretty strong on the Mai. I don't see that kind of being given to any team, but it could be a potential pick here for the side of OG as they're on blue again. Here we got Coach Andy and Orange here getting ready to start us with the drafts as teams are gonna go ahead here and start the banning phase for match 2 here. Again, Arlie gonna get banned out. We talked about On having a great performance on the Arlie. Definitely not a hero you want to give to the side of Twisted Mind. We've seen Shanks do a lot of damage with the Arlie as well, so definitely a great ban.
That basically locks OG into banning Arlie for the entirety of the series here now, potentially, because if they ban it now and they don't ban it next game, it'll still get gone ahead and given away. We see Mai get banned out for side of Twisted here, so we see more of a standard draft here now in game 2.
Yeah, definitely not the focus that we've seen on Muchen before, as Mike gets banned out here. Seems like the focus has shifted to Wen this time around, and Zhang Fei gonna get banned out here on the side of OG. Twisted Mind under second ban here. I believe we're gonna see some sort of a Dolia or possibly an Ogren ban here. We'll have to see. Dharma could be a chance actually as well. Dharma hasn't been banned by OG just yet, but Dia is going to be the one getting banned out here, as again, they respect Mooch and they don't want him on these supports that are able to lock down the side of Twisted Mind. Loong is going to instantly get picked up here on the OG side. They know that Dolia has been played by the side of Twisted Mind, so they're going to try to go for that double Infinite Bastion with the Celestial Melody that Dolia has.
And it looks like Twisted is going to be picking up the Pei Byron combo here. The two-piece getting locked in. Long also being locked in on the side of OG. We've seen a lot of Long, but rarely locked in first pick here. So OG definitely switching up their draft a bit, locking in the Long first pick. This is going to be a very unique match here. As the first match, there were no bans on the side of Twisted. That is going to have cascading effects on all the drafts going forward. We see a very a ranked setup on the side of OG here. They got Long, they got Ogren, Lady Jen. This seems straight out of one of my peak matches.
Definitely straight out like a pick match right here, but Loong, Ogren, Lady Jen get picked up here. I'm wondering why they didn't pick up the Dolia. Maybe they're gonna swap with the Dolia in the very last second, but they're gonna lock it in. Okay, I'm a bit surprised because we saw Twisted Mind already play the Dolia. Obviously, they're not gonna play it, but they could potentially ban it out here as we're gonna get into the second phase of the bans very soon, as Mutsu is going to get locked in here for the side of Twisted Mind. So it's going to be something I think Twisted Mind going to have to ban out here, especially with the Loong, with the Lady Jin on the board here. The double ultimates could be kind of deadly for them.
Yeah, great insight. A lot of great ultimates to reset here with Dolia. Let's see if Twisted goes ahead and spots that, or if OG even wants to go down that route. As we see Guan Yu get banned out. We see a lot of times Keke has this pick picked near last, so teams often use their second two bans on Keke. Maybe OG's thinking if we don't pick the Dolia, it forces them to ban one less pick from Keke here, as we see Guan Yu get banned out.
Yeah, Guan Yu gets banned out. Definitely a good hero to ban out when you are against Keke. But Gan and Mo is going to get banned out from the side of OG here. Twisted Mind not going to have the Gan and Mo on highline. We've seen this guy on range mid laners having a lot of impact, being able to pick up a lot of targets in the back line. Dolia, though, as I mentioned, is going to get banned out by the side of Twisted Mind. They don't want to leave the option open for OG to be able to get the double Infinite Bastions or double ults from Lady Jen. And it could have, kind of left the window open for the side of OG to play the lane in the clash lane. So definitely not something to leave up here. Yixing gets banned out by the side of OG, though, meaning that Twisted Mind has to pick here.
We have not seen Keke play much a lane, but with Dolia, that's definitely a situation you want to go ahead and pick it here. They ban out the Gan and Mo off Highlang, but Sha is another one of Highland's signature picks here as it gets picked up.
Yeah, Sha here is going to be a great pickup for Highlang. He's definitely one of those heroes one of those players that knows how to play the heroes from range, and Sha is definitely right up his alley. But Mulan here is going to get picked up for this side of OG. This is going to make things exciting. Mulan, we've seen Mulan do a lot of damage. She has the transformation. She's able to get to the heavy sword mode, be able to deal a lot of damage, be able to get in and get out of fights. And Yuhan here gets picked up for Mooch and for support as well. And Twisted Mind is going to respond with the Shoyu here.
Shoyu, they definitely have a high poke damage team here. The Motu, the Shoyue, the Sha, being able to zone the enemies and soften them up for the Pei and Byron to clean up. The Mulan, on top of being Keke's signature pick, right? We always see him in the team intros with the Mulan behind him. It's also a great pick in the Sha because it has a lot of crowd control immunity, not having to worry about getting pulled in all different ways and being able to slash through the side of Twisted.
Yeah, being in that heavy sword form and being able to use your skills and get away from CC is going to be kind of massive, as Keke, again, one of the top clash laners in the tournament, going to be able to set up to the point where he's going to be able to take down some of these targets on the back. The Shed, the Shoyue, the Pei might be the targets that are going to fall to Keke here, so we're going to have to see how he's going to play it. But so far, I would say the drafts are a little bit closer this game. It's kind of like 50-50.
Yeah, I think OG definitely just gone ahead and picked up all the high tier picks. They're not necessarily known for their play with high tier picks, right? Dao we've seen on, stronger on some assassins and such, but they are still great picks for a reason. It looks like OG's playing it by the book, whereas Twisted is trying to spice it up a bit, playing a more pointed composition, focus on poke, not really worrying about the picks as much here, as they didn't have the best options available for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing the poke comp, like pretty much poke and fall back, and then have like the pay and the Byron go in. Something that we saw 9ZG try earlier in the day, but they failed, as you know, the side of Virtus.pro, they had the Ogren, was able to like kind of just still go on the backline, try to get the kills. And again, we see Data on the Ogren here, so it could be the same story repeating itself, just different teams this time around. But we're about to find out as we are going to step onto the Gorge. Both teams just going down in the mid lane, trying to get some vision for their junglers. Again, we've seen the Pays try to invade a little bit early on into the game, try to secure that. But we're going to have OG here. Both of the junglers going to the side of the clash lane here. Keke is gonna try to go in with the Mulan, doing a lot of damage. That could have been a kill right there. 90 and both clean are half. Muchen here is gonna respond to that, and Keke gonna pick up first blood to clean.
This is disastrous for the side of Twisted. They tried to pull the same trick twice. Keke was ready for it, you know? Last time, fool me once, shame on me. Second time here, calls up Dowd like, hey, they're gonna 2v1 me, man, all right? Come up here, be ready. And man was OG ready as they take out Pay and completely neutralize the early game.
Yeah, I like the fact that, I mean, Keke didn't even show up on the map. He was just sitting in a bush. Dada was just in the open trying to clear the wave. He comes out of nowhere, gets them both down to 50 health. Muchen just rotates down and is able to secure the first blood. And again, OG is not a team you want to give them the first blood. I was talking to Rafa about it. Giving OG the gold lead, even if it's like 1,000 in OG gold, that's about 5,000. Every 1,000 is 5,000 to OG. And we're about to find out very soon.
They're about to be up 5,000 now here, I think, in a sec. But as you mentioned last game, you know, while teams can hold their own against OG, once OG goes ahead and gets that lead, we've never seen them drop it before. And that's why they're flawless, right? Last game, Twisted did a great job of holding the gold pretty much even until 4 minutes or so. But once OG started to go ahead and pick up that 1,000 gold that's worth 5,000, you know, it starts to become a crazy lead.
Shanks trying to go for these snipes on Muchen. Doesn't connect it really in one though. He's gonna just pick up the minions from distance. Pretty good so far. You know, City Boy Shanks, they both have the range. And they're just gonna clean up the minions here as there's 3 players from the side of OG down in the pod lane. When notices that there's nothing they can really do against all the range they have on a Twisted Mind side, he's just gonna leave. But might be able to check out Highline here. Highline walking into the bush. We've seen him win and do this over and over again. Full combo on the top of Highline. On is the person picking up the kill though. Great play from the side of OG.
Twisted coming a little bit unglued here. They're kind of rushing things, it feels like, right? That top fight, you know, it looked like it was not going to go well, but they kind of tried to force it, you know. They're making some desperate plays. Highline walking down there without vision, without his team having priority, a little bit dangerous, and it gets punished here. For viewers at home, assure you, if you see Shanks actually aim his skill backwards, it's because it draws a line even before it fires. So advanced Show-You players here point it backwards and then snap it forward to not give the enemy time to react.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a little red laser that you can clearly see when Show-You is kind of trying to hit you. And Shanks, being a top player that he is, he's using Wild Wind, the second skill here, to charge it up, get the snipe shot aligned, and then at the very last second he just rotates around and hits it, which is a great thing, you know, you should do as a Show-You player.
Yeah, and when those hit, they look really nice too, because it looks like he's doing a 360 no-scope from back in the day, right?
Definitely a 360 no-scope, and we haven't seen any of them connect, so Shanks here, using those on the minions. The poor minions here are the targets, as he's not able to pick up any players so far.
He'll get it eventually. He's practicing on the minions here, getting some clips on the minions, all right? But later on, I have faith in Shanks' quick scoping skills.
Yeah, quick scoping skills coming up here. As it seems like Muchen wants to poke out Shanks here. They do hit him a little bit with the help of On here. But Tyrant again, being the victim of the side of OG, they're going to pick up another Tyrant. We've seen them pick up Tyrant as much as they can. This is something that they really like to do, giving them the damage boost. They know they're going to be able to utilize that to kind of win these fights when they need to, and also secure towers right after.
Yeah, outside of the... When? Hold.
That kind of looked like he was walking into tower, but no, that was Highline using the triple pull here on Che here, pulling him right under tower. Definitely that was not a disconnect by Wen. That was that was definitely a triple pull right there, and that's gonna be a kill for the side of Twisted Mind.
I'm almost at a loss for words here because Wen got pulled so far away there, and that's just a power shut. If you're not paying attention, not to say Wen is not paying attention though, but if you get caught by a combination that you don't expect, you will get pulled so far, you think the middle of the lane is safe. That's still actually considered out of position if you get pulled.
Ooh, what's getting a nice snipe here, City Boy, with the help of Clean. They might have picked kill a Muchin. The snipe barely misses here. Unfortunately,
he almost did it. He almost did it there.
He almost did it for the first time here, but doesn't happen, sadly. They're gonna have to back off. And Keke holding himself against the Byron here. I mean, this is kind of like an uneven matchup, I would... maybe actually even. It's a 50-50, I would say, if Mulan is able to kind of get it engaged and go into the heavy sword mode.
I think Byron is probably stronger early game, but we saw since level 1 here, a little bit of gold went over the side of OG because of that, a bit of the skirmish that went over there.
Okay, trying to look for a pick here. They might be able to get on Clean. Clean knows that is coming. He swaps to the target form, gets out right away, leaping into the wall. And Clean and 90 gonna have to back up here. Try to clear up the top lane, add to the rest of the side of the OG here. Try to get the mid lane. And possibly try to go down to the bot lane here to try to help out the lone Keke here. Trying to 1v2 under the tower. He knows that if he walks up here, he's not going to be able to hold it. The tower is going to go down. First tower here. Going to Twisted Mind, but OG is going to respond right back with Lone Tech in the bot tower.
Twisted clawing their way kind of back in the game. They were down about almost 2,000 gold a second ago. Now they caught back up. They caught back up a little bit here with the tower trades going down here. It's going closer back up to 2,000, but they are not slipping as much as teams would against a gold lead that OG has.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, they're still holding themselves in the game. We've seen, you know, Twisted Mind being the only team that was able to beat OG in a match. We expect them to kind of have this kind of gameplay. They know how to play against the second representatives from Italy here. They're both from Italy, so that might be something that kind of has an effect. They're able to scream each other. They have been playing against each other, possibly in rank, so they do have a lot of experience against each other, which is helping out Twisted Mind, something other teams don't have.
Yeah, they definitely can help each other out. They're both hailing from Italy, but now it is time to choose a victor here in this match. The loser will go down into the lower bracket and be left on 1 life, as the winning team will have a lot higher chances to go ahead and make it to KWC.
Exactly. And right here, we have a camp from Muchin. He's trying to look for 90 and possibly Clean, but they seem like they know about this. They're going to go right again on top of Ben. Ben is going to get pulled back. Kill's going to go to Clean, though. Pretty nice engage. Dada here looking for a conductor of souls. It's gonna land, but Clean in the back, just dishing out damage, being able to take down Dada. Double kill going to Clean here.
That pull is so devastating as we see another pull here. Keke using the immunity from the heavy sword to go ahead and block it out, but still almost going down even with that immunity. When second time gets walks up, not quite used to Shah's range here, gets triple pulled again, and that's a go button for Twisted to go ahead and engage on him.
Yeah, Shah getting through for the side of Twisted Mind is pretty good. We've seen Highline, you know, Shay is one of his top heroes. The range mid laners are his go-to, and he's showing us why. I mean, he did die whenever he was trying to gank in the bot lane, but now he's showing us how he's able to pull these targets towards his own team and get these kills. And with the help of the Mutsu and the Shoyu here, we're able to lock down and dish out a lot of damage.
Yeah, City Boy being able to lock the enemies down from range definitely makes his job a lot easier. Although he's making a really great performance, it's a team effort, right? Everyone needs to work together in unison. We get the startup from City Boy to engage the fights, into the pull, into the Pei and Byron cleaning up the targets that are being pulled.
Exactly. And right here, Muchin and Dada tried to look for a pick here. 90 and City Boy, they knew that it was coming, so they just back off. The side of Twisted Mind are playing pretty well, I would say. They're holding themselves into the match, and this could be the top inner tower if Byron is able to pick out here. But seems like we're going to have another fight down in the mid lane as On is trying to dish out the damage, getting Mutsu down to around 30% health. That was a lot of damage, and we talked about Long going into late game, and it's going to be a problem. And right here, Dada trying to get a kill on 90, but he does get a support from Highline, making Dada to back away even after using Conductor of Souls.
Knightley barely escaping there to the execute of Ogren. Dowdow not quite able to get much confirmations this game yet. Twisted is doing a great job of maneuvering around the Ogryn here. Keke is up a good amount of gold on Nightly though, whereas Clean is up a good amount of gold on Dao Dao. So depending on how those guys play with those leads is going to decide this game.
Definitely is going to decide the game. And now we got Muchen walking down towards the bot lane to help out Keke clear out the lane as Tyrant is coming up. These guys want to push out the lanes and try to get onto the objective, try to get some priority here. As the side of Twisted Mind, they do have a lot of poke and range. They don't want to, you know, get poked out, as if giving them objective control might be a little bit risky here with the comp that Twisted Mind has.
City Boy's walking up, shooting Cannon Blast here. Wen needs to be very careful. He got caught twice already and is going to get caught a third time as we see another triple pull.
Oh my god, the triple pulls coming out super strong. Shanks here is going to pick up the kill though, as most of the damage again relies on Shanks and Clean here on the side of Twisted Mind. But this pulls, man, the Highlang is going insane with the share. I mean, we saw OG ban it in the first match, I believe, and now we know why they keep banning the share.
Yeah, Wen is... Oh, another fight here comes out. Keke getting caught out potentially in the 3v1. Nightly goes over the wall, chases him.
Okay.
It's not quite enough though. Okay.
Yeah, he was able to transform into the heavy sword form, kind of negate the CC that was coming out from Nightly, and then fast swap to the dual sword mode and was able to do dashes off Mulan there to get out. Definitely a great use of the hero, as she does have a lot of mobility and also a lot of CC immunity when played right.
Yeah. Going on to the prior point there, though, Wen has not been respecting Highlang on the shot, walking up and getting caught 3 times. Not used to the range and the kill radius that Shah brings to the table here. As we see Wen having a little bit of a sloppy game here on the Lady Gen.
Definitely a little bit of a sloppy game, as he's been caught out a couple of times here before the objectives as well. That is creating a lot of space for Twisted Mind. They have been able to get the Tyrant, and now they're going to be able to possibly get the top inner tower here. But again, another pool coming out. They're able to secure the kill on Mochen. Highlang here is having so much impact on the share. On here, has to use Infinite Bastard as he's caught out. Clean gets a kill on Wen on the back line. Dado might actually go down as well. There's a lot of damage coming out from the side of Twisted Mind. Twisted Mind coming back to the game. This might be the second inner tower as well, as Keke not going to be able to hold this tower alone. There's 4 players here. Shanks gets a double kill now. Wow.
This game is looking real good for Twisted, showing that gods can bleed. You've mentioned prior that the only team to take a game off OG was Twisted, and it looks like they're about to take another one.
Yeah, I mean, we might know why they haven't been able to have such an impact in the first game. Maybe the 4 bans, as you talked about it, they lost the 4 bans for showing up late, but now they're showing up early to this game as they're trying to take this win and make it a 1-1.
Twisted is definitely unleashed, man. Shah being a huge play in this game. Almost all the kills is because of those pulls from Shah. OG not respecting the pull radius of Shah, getting constantly pulled in and caught out and losing a lot of gold. They're down 4,000 or 5,000 gold now to Twisted.
Exactly, 4,000 or 5,000 gold. I mean, we saw OG ahead by 2,000 or 3,000 gold, but now the tables have turned. Twisted Mind has the lead here. 82 kills as well. I mean, Highlang putting in work with the shit here, being able to pull down targets. They're not able to do anything. They just get pulled towards the Twisted Mind side, and then they get locked in by the Mutsu, and then they just get free hits from the Show UA here on Shanks and Clean, always in the back line, just cleaning town. And this might be the high ground tower for the side of Twisted Mind, as they might be able to push up here and take it.
Twisted needs to go ahead and close out this game as quick as possible. This is peak power here for Pei and Byron.
Yeah, Shanks almost took down Wen in the back. He just went invisible and just walked up. And seems like On tried to get a pick here on Shanks. Didn't really work out. Has to burn Infinite Bastion, which is not great, as the side of Twisted Mind is trying to get the high grounds here. Clean might be going down as he overextended a little bit. He does have Sage's Sanctuary, so he's going to get revived here. Pretty good item pickup here. Keke here. He's going to get caught out now. A lot of CC immunity, as we talked about it. The heavy sword form comes out. He's going to survive that. Going to pick up the Vanguards here. And seems like they're only going to lose the top high ground here, as the Vanguard was able to just push it in. The Crystal here taking a bit of a damage on the side of OG, but so far, Twisted Mind, they're able to put a lot of pressure onto OG side as they're able to hold the game.
Yeah, Twisted definitely has this game in their hands right now. It's up to them to go ahead and close it out. They invested a lot on clean there, and they just popped the Sanctuary. While that is good, he's just going to go ahead and pick up a Destiny and negate damage anyway here. They're up 7,000, about 7,000 gold here on the side of Twisted. They need to close out this game. The Ogryn is so behind, down 4,000 gold. But if you let OG go ahead and stall this out, I think their composition does outscale Twisted's.
Yeah, they're gonna outscale. They're gonna outscale definitely due to having the Loon getting into late game is gonna be able to do a lot more damage, and we've seen On try to take down Shanks. Shanks too seems to be the problem for On. He's been trying to one-shot him, but he hasn't been able to get the chance. So Twisted Mind definitely have to end the game early here. As we see, they're trying to get these high ground towers to try to spawn those super minions and try to end the game. But OG again doing a great job juggling the damage, being able to clear the waves here. But Overlord is spawning in 60 seconds.
OG's defending, but every wave that comes in does a little bit more damage onto those towers here. And they once they go down, they are permanent. Let's see what happens here. This is the fight that probably decides the game in the mid-high ground.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the mid-high ground here. The bot high ground is going to stay alive. And Twisted Mind is happy with that. They're going to back off and they're going to try to prepare for the upcoming objective, which is going to be Overlord. They're going to try to use that with the Shadow Vanguards down in the bot lane. Or the second option here is try to kind of coin flip a fight and try to dive this tower as the minions are walking in.
If I was Twisted here, I would be pretty confident in taking down the Tempest Dragon if it does go that far. We have high grounds down in Clash and middle, so they're pretty assuredly going to have the numbers advantage, but they know a fight is going to be taken here as OG dives
going to get a kill on when in the back line. KK is going to pick up a kill as well on their own. They're going to kill Highline here. Overextending, trying to pull someone that didn't really work out their way, but Shanks again, he has the range, he has the damage. Show you where we haven't seen him played out a lot, but when played right, as he's being played on Shanks, you can see that he's doing a lot of damage here. And I mean, Ogryn Data can't even walk up. Just 4 or 5 auto attacks means death from the Shoyue here now.
Yes, Shoyue, one of the strongest late game marksmen as well. You know, every point into his ultimate increases his range. He's able to tag you from so far away, and if he turns on the Sun Pool as well, he's probably tagging you off of screen actually.
Exactly, a lot of damage coming out from Shanks. Nobody can get close. Keke here taking a lot of damage from Shanks. Has to buy Stage's Sanctuary to get out. Doesn't really pop though. They're gonna have to back off here. Again, Overlord is being prioritized by Twisted Mind as they do want to get that high ground tower in the bot lane and get the 3 high grounds and just end the game. They're gonna pick that up. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be really hard here for the side of OG to try to hold all of this. They do have the Loon though. They might be able to get a couple of kills. They kind of have to take that Shanks. If they're not able to take that Shanks here, that's gonna be a problem for them. And the second problem here is being Highlang. Highlang does have Splendor as well, so he's gonna be able to pop that, go into the invisible status where he's not gonna be able to target it, so we're gonna have to watch out for that as well.
This should be it for OG here, but if there's anyone to pull a miracle, it is OG, as we see Enhanced Shadow Vanguard pushing down the bottom lane onto the final high ground tower of OG's base. We see the Shoyue landing snipe softening up the side of OG.
Yeah, definitely softening it up, and they're looking to engage right here as City Boy is walking up further and further, landing those fire cannon balls here. But Keke doing a great job utilizing the heavy sword mode of Mulan, trying to do as much as damage possible. 90 in the back though, almost getting killed on. Might be able to, not so far though. The last high ground is going to go down here, and Twisted Mind could be looking for a full dive here on the Crystalline, trying to secure this game here. Mulan here goes in a little bit, and Dada goes with an ultimate on top of 90. Doesn't get too much out of it though. He's able to sustain. He's getting a lot of health back here. Might be able to kill him, but 90 again has a lot of life still on his own. Shanks here trying to walk up, clear these minions from range. They have all the high grounds. Tempest Dragon is going to be coming up in another minute. This is going to be a big problem for the side of OG, having to handle all these 3 lanes.
I am surprised Twisted did not try to make a play for the win there. They're showing OG so much respect. They had 3, almost 4 sanctuaries in the base of OG, all high grounds down, Shadow Vanguards in the base. They could have easily went for a fight there, but they're playing very disciplined. They know, hey, if we play it out 30 more seconds, we get the Tempest Dragon, we're going to win the game anyway. But if OG can somehow end up doing a miracle steal, it could maybe break them out of base.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of Sanctuaries on both sides. I mean, KK had to resell Sanctuary and buy Destiny now, as Sanctuary is on a cooldown. But Tempest coming up in 10 seconds. It's going to be the next objective. Twisted Mind definitely going to try to play for that. The side of OG, they're going to have to clear these minions. Look at all these big minions walking in. These are super minions. Super hard to kill, do a lot of damage. The moment they get to touch your crystal, in just a couple of hits, they're going to go down. So OG, knowing that they have to deal with them, they're playing a little bit more passive. But again, the Tempest Dragon is up. Pei on the top side might get caught out here as he's trying to clear the waves. But Clean, realizing that Data is up there, probably with KK, is going to back off. Just going to create some space for them to start the Tempest Dragon. I believe they do have the debuff as they took the Tyrant right before the Tempest came out. You can see there's a 20-second timer right under Twisted Mind. So they do have a debuff as they're going to do less damage to the objective here. They're watching out for that. But again, another pull coming in from Highlang, almost catching out Muchen. He's going to have to use Unending Sorrow to get out. They're super low and poked out on the side of OG. Just look at On trying to use the life steal built in into Lung here, trying to get some of that health back using the camps. But again, Dada has to walk up here. Shanks just hitting him from distance, getting super low. He's gonna have to walk in here, try to use the ultimate. Dada getting a lot of life back, but he's gonna have to back. Might be a kill here. Gets a kill, but again, Sage's Sanctuary is not going to be able to finish that off. Destiny gets picked up by Nightly. They're going to get a double kill on Clean on Muchen. Dying here as well. Dada knows that he doesn't have much to work with here. They're going to have to back on here. Gets popped as well. He's going to have to use Infinite Master to get back to the base. Look at the minions. The minions are ending, Phil.
There we go, man. At the end of the game, there were so many lives. Everyone had a Sanctuary into a Cell, into a Destiny. Dao there got like 3 to 4 executes canceled. He couldn't execute anyone at the end there, actually. But once you take a fight at the Tempest Dragon, it's kind of lose-lose. Either you fight for the Tempest Dragon and you lose your base, or you don't and you lose your base. Once 3 high grounds go down, it's pretty much GG.
You can see Highlang smiling. I mean, definitely a deserved smile. And you know, deserve to be happy right after that game, being able to pull out so many targets. He was able to pull out the win 3-4 times, and then he was able to do the same thing to Muchen, and they couldn't really get into the fights. I mean, they were just hitting them from range, having the Shed, having the Shoyued, having the Mutzi. They couldn't really do much late game. You know, Oghren is only good if you're able to get close up, but if you're not able to get close up and you take a lot of damage from the Shoyued with the auto attacks, you're gonna have no impact. And we saw that Dada was completely shut down this game as he was not able to get in. And we saw Pei. We saw Pei having a lot of impact. You know, Clean was able to be clean, be able to go around the map, get under the backline, and kind of avoid the Pei throughout the entirety of the game. So definitely a great play from the entire Twisted Mind side, making it a 1-1.
Yeah, Twisted Minds go ahead and shutting down OG's momentum there. They were able to play a composition that kind of OG invented, it feels like, right? The Pei Byron, and they're going ahead and getting a win on it too. The Byron is already removed on the side of OG because they had a game for it. Busting out the Shoyue, right? Some interesting picks on the side of Twisted. They didn't really remove that many priority picks from themselves yet. They lost the Pei Byron combo. The Sha is not really a high priority pick that needs to get banned away, right? The Shoyue, they still have a lot of ammunition left in the tank here, and it's going to be 1-1 going into game 3.
Yeah, we can see 505 score on Shanks here, and then we got Clean 614. Definitely putting up a performance. Highlang doesn't have the best KDA, 026, but he definitely had a lot of impact. Like, he was the player to look out for, getting those pulls, pulling into, you know, his own teammates, being able to finish them off. So, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if Highlang is the MVP of this match with all those pulls.
Yeah, Highlang definitely clutched up early game, pulling when I think got him 3 times in a row here. And it seems like when we've seen him play Mai and some other characters too, when he goes down, he might be one of those players that tilts and then, you know, keeps dying over and over again. As this game is that was the case. He got pulled once, got a little bit frustrated, walked back, got pulled again, and just did not respect Highland's range and kill radius on the shot.
Yeah, Highlang definitely had the range here, and maybe it was just a miscommunication. Maybe he was trying to bait a lot of those skills using like Lady Jen's first skill. Like, if you walk into your first skill, you are able to kind of get the Splendor effect where you become immune. But yeah, MVP is gonna go to Highlang, as we talked about it. He doesn't have the best KDA. He wasn't the flashiest Share player we've seen, obviously. He didn't have the space to do that, but 026 KDA, damage taken 30%, damage dealt 12%, total gold 14%. The only reason he's getting the MVP is just his team play. He was able to kind of pull in the targets, being, you know, do what he has to do as a Share player. So definitely a great performance on the Share here, pulling in the targets, being able to get a lot of these kills for the Show UA to get to the late game and do the 200,000 damage that we saw.
For sure, Highlang really good on these utility / supportive mid laners, you know? Outside of the Gan MO, all his other mid laners are very supportive in nature and he helps out his team. And in this game, I would say City Boy is probably more of a mid lane damage dealing threat than the Sha. He was mainly there just to pull his targets, apply anti-heal and debuffs, and let Shanks, Clean, and Nightly go ahead and run the game.
Exactly, and again, a lot of these fights are happening because of the combos that the Highlang and City Boy had. They're able, again, look at here, we can see Highlang walking up, pulling in Dado, not giving him space to work with here. A lot of these team fights have been dictated by Highlang here, as he's able to pull around a lot of these targets. So definitely a great pick here by the side of Twisted Mind, picking up that Share, knowing that this is somewhat of a counter to the side of OG, as they like to have a lot of good fights. But we're gonna go ahead here, go on a short break, as we're gonna get back to you guys with match 3 pretty shortly, so stick around.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
Welcome back, guys. It is all tied up with Team Italy versus Team Italy. OG versus Twisted Minds. We first started off with a 1-0 for OG, but then Twisted gone ahead and tied it all up. It was actually looking pretty bad for Twisted at the start of the game. They had a little invade / cheese they tried to do on Keke that they did in game 1. It failed, and it set them really far behind. But Highlang in the mid game was just getting pulls on pulls, just spoon feeding the side of Twisted Minds here kills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about the Highlang getting the MVP as well. Definitely well deserved. But looking at the global ban picks, that means the OG side not going to be able to play any of the heroes on the left side. And Twisted Mind, same thing, none of the heroes on the right side. So we're definitely not going to see Highlang again on that Share. He's not going to be able to pull the units, the players from the OG side anymore, as that hero is not going to be playable as they played it. Global ban pick, the way it works is that if you played a hero, even if you lost or you won with it, doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to play it as that team anymore. So that's going to create some space for the OG side to see what comp they want to go with this time around.
OG definitely a little bit off balance here. They don't taste defeat very often, and if they do, it is from Twisted. So they need to go ahead and get back on track here. As you can see them, they're talking with their coaching here, developing a plan here, trying to see how they can go ahead and pierce through the masterminds that is Twisted. Now that they have bans, they're at full power.
Exactly. It's definitely great to talk to your coaches, see what the game plan is and how you guys want to play. Definitely playing as a player, you kind of get the experience to know what you want to play the next match and how like Twisted was playing and what they were comfortable on. So you can definitely communicate that to your coach and see what bans and picks you're gonna have this time around. So Coach Andy and Orange once again. And Arnie gets banned out from OG. We saw them play the first match. They don't want to give it away to Twisted. They know Shanks has been a really good marksman player. So taking that away from them. Twisted Mind here banning out the Mai Shernoi here. Definitely another important ban during these draft phases. They don't want to give that to Wen. That gives them a lot of mobility, a lot of CC, a lot of damage. Taking that away. Zhang Fei gets banned out. Seems like OG doesn't like playing against CT Boys Zhang Fei here.
OG sticking to the script. OG sticking to the script here, banning out the Arlie and Zhang Fei. They're likely to be banning out these two for the entirety of the game here, not allowing City Boy or Shanks to get these characters. As we see, first pick Dune coming out. Finally a Dune season appearance. I love me some Dune. It was played so much in the rankings week, but it seems like in the best of fives they kind of forgot about him. But not today, as OG remembers and first picks Dune.
Yeah, Dune is coming out here. First pick though, we haven't seen it often. There's definitely a lot of more priority picks on, you know, rather than the Dune here. But Yixing also getting locked in for the side of Twisted Fate. They want to play that range heroes, and Leon Poe is gonna get locked in here as well for CT Boy. Definitely strong pickups. A little bit of a different draft that we normally see, to be honest.
Yeah, as we get deeper into the series, you're going to see kind of weaker and weaker picks get first picked, as the global pick ban format is not going to allow them to pick the really strong picks anymore. Dune gets locked in here. We see Nua and Dolia. Dune usually gets paired with Dolia here, so we see Dolia getting picked up. So this might be Keke later on the lane if it does not get banned out by the side of Twisted.
I think the Dune is gonna go to Dao. He's gonna definitely play it in the jungle, and with the Dolia, they're gonna try to get those resets on the Dune's ultimate and see if they can double CC chain someone. And Luna here getting picked up for Twisted Mind. We've seen Dune with the Dolia combo work on Luna previously from what we've seen during the tournament. But Guan Yu here getting banned out once again, not giving Keke his comfortable heroes. We've seen this guy have a lot of impact on the Guan Yu. And definitely a great ban.
I think if they don't ban a lane here, even though it's not one of Keke's favorite picks to play, it might just be too good to pass up, right? And they as you mentioned, they're going to go ahead and move Dune over to Dao in the jungle here. Liang Po in this match, I think, is a very interesting pick. City Boys, probably most consistent pick. We've seen him play in the survival and rankings week, and it looks like he's able to pull it out now. The lane does get banned out, even though it's not Keke's favorite pick there. Twisted was aware of how powerful that combination is and gone ahead and removed it.
Yeah, definitely a great ban, as you mentioned. Our lane is gonna get banned out here just because OG has the Dolia here. And Chano and Dharma get banned out on the side of OG. Definitely don't want to give Dharma to the Twisted Mind side. Seems like this is something they don't want to give 90. 90 has been having his moments throughout the game, being able to challenge Keke. And Main here gets picked up. And seems like this is what we were talking about. He wants to challenge Keke. So 90 going for the Main. And now OG has to come back with an answer. They don't have too many options open. The Renji is going to get locked in for On. And Muchin gonna have to pick up the clash laner. Who's going to be Charlotte?
In the name
Solid
of the
pick.
law, I will punish
I think DRNG is a great pick here. Oh, the side of OG is relatively low damage, right? They're used to having Dao on a higher damage jungler. So now when they pick up the Dune, they're going to feel like they're lacking a bit of damage. But DRNG being able to shred down the tanks on the side of Twisted, either it's Liang Po or maybe even shutting down the Luna and Mayin, is going to help out his team in the damage front and be able to take out these more tanky targets.
Yeah, the RNG is gonna be able to, you know, cleanse a lot of that CC, like the Liang Po, the Yixing. Definitely not the world is my board. You cannot get out of that, but he's gonna be able to deal a bit of a damage here. Like Mayin also have a lot of CC. Luna also has a lot of CC. She's gonna be able to get in and pull you. So definitely a good pick here for On. Charlotte though, I would say is a 50-50 matchup against the Mayin. If they get into like a little bit of a 1v1 brawl that we've seen these players try to get into, this could be fun to watch.
Yeah, they both have lots of like crowd control immunity in their kits. It's up to whichever one can use it at the correct time to go ahead and cleanse the other's crowd control there. So we're gonna see how it goes out. Maybe we're gonna see another level 1 bout in the Clash lane. Recently, every level 1, I think before 30 seconds, a kill has went down. Let's see if third time's the charm.
I mean, it could happen again. We saw the first match, Twisted Mind was able to get an early on kill on KK. The second match, KK and Dada actually challenged clean. And Twisted Mind's Clash laner on that side, they were able to kind of get the kill, get the first blood from them. So maybe this time around, they're going to be able to challenge 90 and clean once again if they do try to go to the Clash lane side.
For sure, let's take a look at these teams here with their full lineups coming up. Looking at the compositions, what do I think here? Let's see. We have Twisted with a more straightforward composition, right? They set up the board. Liangpo goes ahead and knocks up everyone on the board. Lady Sun starts shooting fish in a barrel here with the ultimates and skill 1s here. Whereas OG side is a little bit more catchy, right? They want to catch you with the Dune and the Renji to lock down singular targets. I'll consider more that more of a pick composition. So this is kind of like a team fight wombo combo team on the side of Twisted versus more of a pick composition from OG.
Exactly, and we're gonna see how it's gonna play out in just a bit as teams are getting onto the gorge right here. Seems like that City Boy and Shanks are playing for the mid lane here, as Yixing is just gonna go ahead here, go towards the top side and help out 90 here, as they might get another pick on KK. KK is gonna try to go on the back line. He's gonna get poked out and he's gonna have to flash out. Definitely a great common skill to burn here, as they're not gonna have that, and this could be a dive on the side of Clash lane.
Yeah, Twisted providing a lot of pressure. Every single game you see someone come up to the Clash lane to help Nightly out. Either it's Highlang, Clean, something to just get Keke behind. They know how strong Keke could be when he's left alone and able to go ahead and 1v1 his laner here and get ahead. So they're not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, they're definitely not allowing that to happen, and we see Wen doing a great job clearing these minions. They're gonna try to get level 4 here, try to pop the emergence, try to teleport around the map. And Dune here, clearing up the Azure Golem, looking for probably a fight here. Yixing though, going around the map. We've seen Highlang being great on the CC mid laners. We saw him play last on the shit. Worked out pretty well, but seems like City Boy might be caught out here as Nuwa, when he's able to come down here, he's gonna have to flash out, gets away very last second.
City Boy knowing to get out of there, he actually had to use that skill 1 to hit 2 people and then knock them up, and in that time flash the wall. I love watching City Boy's Liangpo, one of the strongest Liangpos we have here at the Kings Major West League.
Yeah, definitely he's been a great Liangpo player. We saw Grizzly Q do also great on the hero. But City Boy is definitely someone to watch out for here. It seems like they're winning down in the dual lane, and there could be a dive from the Twisted Mind side on Keke. We know that he doesn't have the flash, but they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna try to go full the Spirit Portal and just gonna go through the mid lane. He's gonna catch.
He has flash. He has flash coming up here in about 30 seconds. If they want to make a play, they kind of got to make it now. It looks like they gave up on that endeavor as they are maneuvering around to the bottom side of the map. Highlang has been everywhere. He's been clashed like 2-3 times. Now he's helping out Luna in the jungle. He's doing a great job moving around the map. And this just goes to show Highlang, when he plays mid, he's not there for the damage. He's there to help out his team and provide that utility. And he's always there to do it, as we see him get a catch onto Dune here.
Yeah, definitely a great catch. Dada is going to get locked in the world is my board, but again, they don't have enough damage with the Luna and the Yixing to do anything. They're going to have to play around Shanks. Shanks is going to be the carry here. We saw him last game on the show. Yue go late game, deal out a lot of damage, and it's same plan here on Shanks playing on the Lady Sun here. So we have to watch out for that, but there's a lot of frontline this time around for the side of OG. They got the Dune here going full tank, and that might be a little bit of a problem.
These are both very momentum-driven teams. They usually start off kind of passive like this, right? Both sides are a bit even, you know, maybe 100, 200 gold lead each time. But then there's one crucial play from, depending on which side that does this game here, that breaks the game open and gives them that momentum to carry it throughout the game.
Exactly, and objectives are coming up. I mean, Muchin already doesn't have the ultimate, so So we're not gonna see a double Unruly Blade, as the ultimate on Dolia is on a pretty long cooldown. Possibly it could come up before the objective, but we'll have to see. But definitely doesn't have the ultimate right now, and also Dada doesn't have the ultimate on Dune. He does come back up though, so they both have it. Could be a brawl here at the Tyrant.
It just got used for On here, playing so aggressive, knowing he has that legal immunity, not having to worry about Liang post CC, as he just stands in front of their tower, autoing them down. And it looks like OG does have priority for the Tyrant here, and they go ahead and take it out as Twisted gives it up.
Yeah, they're just gonna take the Tyrant and get it out. That's the safest thing to do for them here. Highline here in the ball lane though might be able to land. The world is my board, gonna land it right on top of Muchen. Muchen gonna go down. First blood going to Shanks.
On trying to avenge him here, playing so aggressive this game here on the D-Renji. This is kind of out of character, it feels like, for On, you know? Ever since that first game on Arlie, he's been playing super aggressively here, and it's been working out.
Ooh, seems like the Azure Golem was stolen by Clean here, but he's gonna pay for it as when he's gonna get the snipe. Annihilation goes through. They might be able to get some more kills here. Not really though, as Knight is gonna be able to split through the map and get out.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, pretty even on both sides. Twisted up a little bit of gold here. OG catching back up from that kill here. It's almost even right on the dot now here. We're looking for that one pivotal play here that changes the game. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna happen here? I don't know.
Yeah, we got the Imperial Order resets coming in for On. Doesn't really have, you know, much impact as they're not landing on anyone. But so far, they're really trying hard to get the mid tower now, as they've got the mid tower on the side of OG down in the bot tower. So bot tower is already taken out, as you have the Rengia here. Clean though, looking for the Azure Golem spawning. Could be a fight here, as Dada is also looking for it. He did lose the Azure Golem to Clean previously, so this might be the chance for a revenge. Gets locked in though. Dada cannot get out here. Gonna be locked in. He does have Unruly Blade that he could use to get out. Might use it to engage now though, as Mine is gonna get caught out on the back. When gonna get a kill right here.
Dao getting caught, but that's probably the best person for OG to get caught. He's their tank, right? Dune with that shield on is like a brick, and as you notice here, Twisted, they couldn't really engage on him. He walked to the edge, and he was actually relatively safe. Knightley tried to get a flank off, and actually got caught in the act, and got taken out during that.
Yeah, got taken down as Main was chasing down. When again, dealing a lot of damage. I mean, so far, he was able to also get a kill on Clean invading. So it's 3-1 now for the side of OG. They're picking up these kills, which is quite nice. Does it? Oh,
I think Luna stole that Crimson there, yeah.
Yeah, Crimson buff got stolen. Doesn't go to On, so definitely not the best here. And this could be a dive on Keke. He's overextending a little bit. Clean is here, uses the Overlord to reset on top of Keke. Keke did not do anything about it though. Nuwa here, he's gonna teleport, scare off Clean as he backs off. This could be the Overlord for the side of Twisted Mind.
Flash being burned on Charlotte. She's going to be a lot less lethal to the backline of Twisted here in fights, as we see World with my board come out, and Muchen once again gets trapped up here, but trades it for City Boy. Roam for Roam.
Seems like Wen gets caught out as well in the backline by Clean. A lot of mobility, and now Dada might be the next target here. Twisted Mind trading pretty well at this point. I think it's 4-3. They have been able to trade on the side of the map, so wherever there's a pick happening on the other side, Twisted Mind is trying to answer, so they're definitely doing a good job responding to the threats from the side of OG.
Yeah, that was actually a big shutdown there on Wen. Wen was actually 3-0 there, and Luna picking up that shutdown is definitely a propeller ahead. As we see now, Luna is up 1.5k gold on the Dune in the jungle.
Yeah, 1.5k. That's gonna be massive. There's a lot of gold to be ahead here. Especially in the jungle, the Luna gonna have an easier time being able to get in with the extra items that she has. This could be the Crimson buff once again. We got the main here, and also Clean. They're looking ready for this Crimson buff. This could be a 5-man fight here. On here though, trying to look for Imperial Order on the Luna here. Doesn't really get that though, as Luna backs off. This could be just a Crimson buff, as they're gonna get out Clean, taking a lot of damage. Did take the Imperial Order. Double Imperial Order comes in. Down, they're gonna lock that kill in though. Wow. That was a
They knew how
connecting.
They knew how valuable They knew how valuable Clean was on Luna and gave him 2 orders there. He was playing a little bit too aggressive, you know, diving in and out of that Crimson buff, trying to go ahead and steal it here. He just got the shutdown on Wen, but his luck unfortunately ran out. On goes ahead and super focuses down there with the flash Imperial Order.
Yeah, definitely a great Imperial Order right there by On. We know that this guy is pretty good on the marksman, the farm lane heroes here. And Dada being pretty aggressive, using the double on Ruli. They're gonna get a kill with the help of Kika on the backline. Shank's gonna go down. Kika might fall as well, though. CT Boy on the top of them here. 90 gets a clean kill on Wen on the backline. Dada here is gonna have to protect On here. On gets a pretty good kill on CT Boy. And Dada here, he's going on the backline. They get Ruli recess. This might be a kill again. Once again, Luchan gonna get the kill on the highline. Double kill going to On. Perfect play. Kiting by the side of OG.
Clean actually dived on top of On, but he didn't have the damage to take him out. Look how On's itemizing. He just got a succubus. It was too much for Clean to actually cut through. He was forced to retreat and run back away. And during that time, Dao was landing 2 3-man wind slashes on the side of Twisted. And just like that, the game has flipped.
Yeah, looking back at the replay, we can see Dada using the unruly blade here, going on the backline. But same thing is happening here. They're able to jump on the KK. And right after that, we see 90 go all the way on the top of main here. Ondo in the back, just dealing out damage. We talked about this guy having one of the greatest positioning as a farm laner. He's able to take down a couple of targets. And here, Dada again gets a great knock up, able to killing up Highline there with the help of his teammates. And now it's just gonna be free objective, free Tyrant for the side of OG.
With On itemizing so defensively with the succubus here and the 2 Imperial orders here, there's not many targets for Clean to assassinate. Maybe only Muchin, but that's not who you want to assassinate these fights. This is gonna be a pretty tough game for Twisted.
Yeah, maybe Muchin, maybe Wen. That's like the only targets I can think of. But so far, OG, they're having the control over this match. They've been trying so far, and it's been working out. And again, they're looking for the Crimson buff here as On secures the mid lane tower. Is Luna gonna be able to take that down? Yeah, it seems like, ooh, gets sniped away by Wen. Using Annihilation on the Nuwa.
Nice little steals here from both sides. OG actually, once they're here we go. They got that lead, you know. They got a 4,000 gold lead, and now they're going extra, taking all of Twitz's jungles, pressuring their lanes. This is a complete flip of last game. Just shows both these teams are neck and neck in skill, and it could go either way.
Yeah, and I like how On is like using his passive on the Durangia, using the enhanced cards here to try to hit the tower from the range. Look at it, just poking it down slowly. And getting a high ground right here. Oh,
yeah, he looks like he gets it.
Got it.
Perfect.
There we go. Again, if you guys didn't know, if you play the Rengia, due to your passive getting those enhanced cards, you're going to be able to toss that and hit it from a distance. You don't even need minions, and you won't even get targeted by the tower. So definitely a great play by On there, being able to pick up that tower. And he does have Blood Rage here too, so that's going to be a lot of defense, a lot of shield for him.
Blood Rage Succubus. He's going to be a nightmare for the Luna to deal with, especially when the Luna is itemizing more defensively herself too. I don't see who can go ahead and take out On here in these fights.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard target to kill, being in the backline, positioning well, and also having a lot of magical defense items here. Going to be hard to take down On. We see Dada here in the pit, trying to look for a stun on Clean here. Gets the stun, but they're gonna get locked in. The world is my board. Are they gonna try to engage on Dada? They know that he's super tanky and they're not gonna be able to kill him, so they're just gonna walk away. Red buff here though, Crimson buff is gonna go to Dada. Pretty nice cleanup here, and they're gonna be able to secure the Overlord as the side of Twisted Mind just gonna give up on that and go catch up the minions in the bot lane.
Yeah, OG just completely walking through. We just saw On face check the side of Twisted. He's like, I don't have to worry. I got Blood Rage. I got Succubus. Who's going to kill me? Face check City Boy. And he was right. City Boy was scared to engage on him.
There are older rants, but look at Luna flying. Gets sniped though by Wen still. Doesn't matter. Deadeye. 3k damage coming out. And seems like Wen is just going to teleport in. Gonna get caught up though. He kind of got stuck there. But Dada gonna go on the back line, get a kill on City Boy here. On here, going aggressive, getting a kill. Actually, he was the person picking up the kill on the Leon Po here. But this seems to be another high ground here at the side of OG. They have the numbers. 1-2.
City Boy hitting an amazing 3-man ultimate there, but his team is just not in position to follow up. It was mainly kind of like he sacrificed himself so that they can go ahead and get out there. On just so durable in these fights. They need to scale up and get Shanks up to their Daybreak. I think he did just get Daybreaker recently. Once Shanks gets a few autos on, that's going to be what they need to go ahead and take him out.
Yeah, Shanks is definitely the person to kill on here. I would say that would be the only person, as On is kind of prioritizing the magic defense items and not the usual physical defense items that you would see. And that's because they have a Luna, they have Highline here as well on the Yixing, so there's a lot of magic damage that gets sniped. Maybe not, I think Shanks picked it up actually. But it's going to be Tyrant for the side of OG. They do have a lot of pressure and they do have the numbers here around the objectives. With the 2 high grounds taken, that is a lot of pressure that Twisted Mindside is receiving here.
When always has his eyes on that Crimson Golem or just any buff on the side of Twisted, being able to use that ultimate and fire at it from any position on the map. We've reached a point in the game where Ren's ultimate's probably only 10 or so seconds. He can go ahead and just use it willy-nilly to shoot down a wave, to get some poke in, and Nua late game here has definitely arrived.
Yeah, Nua late game, he does have also Azure Golem, the blue buffs as well, and also Dolia resetting the ultimates as well, so does have a lot of resets. It seems like the ultimate is constant here, being popped out. Yixing though does get a couple of people in the world is map board, but seems like the tower is going to go down. Again, we talked about On the Direnji having a lot of range, and with the fuse of his passive being able to hit the towers. Clean goes in with a pretty nice ultimate here. Doesn't really get anything out of it though. Lian Po might be caught out. City Boy gets out at the very last second. Data going all the way in. They're not able to get any targets, but the minions are in. They might be able to just hit the crystal here and end the game. OG takes it 2-1.
That is all she wrote there for Twisted here. Okay, this is very back and forth. You know, OG win, Twisted win. OG wins again. They got the momentum back, and now they put Twisted in position where it is match point. Now, will it go back the other way? I'm not too sure, but that game was pretty dominant for the side of OG.
Yeah, pretty dominant from the side of OG. I think On could be the MVP once again. His itemization was pretty good. I mean, we saw him have a lot of impact on the early previously. And now, same thing happening with the Direnji. Whenever he's in and check out the book, check out the papers, and see what they have to go against OG here. The Dolia, definitely a great pick here for the side of OG. Was able to reset a couple of times, resetting the Nuwa's ultimates, doing a lot of damage, and also resetting the Imperial Order that he was able to lock down the target a couple of times. They were able to get the picks on Luna here, so Clean getting caught out a couple of times trying to invade the Crimson Golem was pretty massive for the side of OG, using that Celestial Melody on top of Dolia. And same thing with the Dune. They were able to reset the Unruly Blade Dune's ultimate a couple of times, get on the back line, which created a lot of space for OG. And Twisted Mind here, they're gonna have to come up with a plan. Again, as I said, they're gonna have to check their books. They're gonna have to see what comps they can come up with, try to battle this out. And again, Dada with the 209 score here on the Dune jungle. We've seen this guy whenever he's in the jungle on these tank junglers. He has a lot of impact, tanking 120,000 damage. Looking at On's damage though, 110,000 damage, pretty strong here so far. Shanks here though did have a lot of damage, 125,000 damage almost, but was not able to get any of that damage, seems like, onto On to kind of try to finish him off. Just because the way he was building, he did have a lot of protection against both physical and magical items, so definitely a great itemization by On as we speak. And I kind of, you know, I'm gonna just toss in a prediction there and just say On is gonna be MVP once again. You know, he did have a lot of damage. He was able to get those Imperial Orders out. And checking out the goal charts here, we can look that the game was a little bit even at the beginning, but throughout the mid game, OG was able to take control after they were able to kind of take down targets on the side of Twisted Mind, and the lead just went to the OG side as they were able to pick up a couple of objectives, pick up the towers, and end the game. I mean, On had a lot of range. He was able to hit the towers from distance and just take them down, so definitely opening up the high grounds here. And MVP here is gonna go to Dune here. Actually, he's gonna go to Dada. He was able to get a 209 KDA, damage taken 36%, damage 17, and total gold 21%. He was definitely in the front lines doing what he has to do as a Dune here. And I would say, I mean, this is a deserved MVP. I mean, it could have been Ons as well, but looking at the fights here, we can see he had a lot of CC again, jumping on the backline, catching out City Boy here. The Unruly Blade getting reset again, going on the backline once again. He's able to help out his team to get a lot of these kills because he's able to chain down targets and lock them up again. Another great knock up here, blocking the Luna from going onto the backline, jumping back, protecting the team from CT Boy, and also here again jumping back on Highline at 90 with the Unruly Blade, getting a perfect positioning, knocking up, giving 3 kills to Muchen and on. So definitely a deserved MVP, as Dada was able to position himself pretty well, get all of the CCs out and get the kills. So quite nice play and coordination from the side of OG here for sure. It seems like Dada is gonna be the MVP as we talked about it. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get to match 3 just right after this break that's gonna be coming up. I'm definitely excited to see what both teams are gonna come up with. This is gonna be do or die pretty much for the side of Twisted Mind, as this is gonna be match 3, and if this does go 3-1 to OG, they're gonna be able to make it to the grand finals. But we're about to find out as we're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back.
Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, guys. We are still in the exciting OG versus Twisted series. Welcome back from the break. I took the break a little bit earlier. One of Wen's ultimates that he was firing at the Crimson buff there ended up hitting my computer, but I should be back here. Yikes. How are you feeling about this set?
I mean, both teams are putting up a great fight. I mean, this is 2-1. This is pretty close, but this does put Twisted Mind on the match point. If they lose this game, they're going to be pretty much going down to the lower bracket and fighting VP. But again, Globant and Pixie OG side not going to be able to play any of the heroes on the left side. Twisted Mind, none of the heroes on the right side. This is going to squeeze out the possible heroes that any of these teams can actually play. So we're going to have to see what plans and what they're going to come up with to try to, win this very last match.
Yeah, as we get deeper and deeper into these best of fives, you're going to see more and more unconventional drafts because, like you mentioned, all these picks are going away, right? OG, for just for OG side, Clash laners alone, they can't get the Byron anymore, they can't get the Mulan anymore, they can't get the Charlotte anymore. And this is on top of bans. Both teams still have 4 bans apiece. So the pool is definitely super limited here, and we're going to see more interesting characters, which I love, Now we might see some of our favorite characters start to come out as all the best characters are off the board.
Yeah, and it seems like Twisted Mind actually chooses the red side here this time around, so they're going to try to counter pick into OG. OG likes the blue side. This is something that preferred throughout the entire tournament, but this time they're not going to they're actually going to get the blue side once again. So Coach Andy versus Coach Orange. So OG, we're going to see what they're going to have to pick out. Are they going to get the Mai this time around? Possible. But we saw them pick up the Dune last time.
Arlie Zhongfei ban right here. I think they're going to ban it every single game. OG is not going to fix what's not broken. Game 2 was a fluke. They're going to keep it up. And it seems like Twisted remembered, wait a second, OG has not played Pei yet. They played Byron with Luna, actually, and they go ahead and ban out the Pei.
Yeah, they ban out the Pei here. Definitely a great ban since we've seen Dada on the Pei have a lot of impact. Zhongfei, though, as you mentioned, going to get banned out. OG has a plan, and the plan is to ban Arlie and Zhongfei for the rest of the series. And they kind of pull through with that. Mai here gets banned out, though. They don't want to give that to Win.
A lot of options are still actually up for Keke. If they opt to actually prioritize his pick earlier instead of picking it usually last, which they have been picking it, they can go ahead and take the Guan Yu here and such before it goes ahead and gets banned away for the 3rd and 4th ban for the side of Twisted. Diadea actually has not been picked up for OG yet, and it sneaks through, so that goes ahead and gets first pick.
Yeah, and also the Dharma is open. We've seen OG ban out the Dharma, and this time around, 90 might be able to lock that in, but they're going to go ahead here and pick up the Sekir and Long. Definitely a great pickup. Sekir has been one of those supports that hasn't been played much, but whenever he has gotten through, he had a lot of impact. But that means OG is going to get the Guan Yu. As you mentioned, they're going to pick up the Clash laner here a bit early for OG. I mean, Dharma is still open. That is a lot of CC that are living open for 90 that could, get picked up here, but we'll see what they're going to do on the Twisted Mind side.
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan for the long pickup. We already know OG picked it, so they were not afraid of it getting taken away, whereas the Dharma could have easily been taken away there instead of the Guan Yu. But we do see Twisted go ahead and now go and pick up the Dharma here. OG has been banning out the Dharma a lot too, so now they pick up a character that seems like they don't really want to play against.
If the Dharma gets picked up here, I mean, on top of that, they have a secure. There is a lot of stun. There's a lot of CC on the side of Twisted Mind. So Guan Yu is going to have to watch out. Also, the Yixing. I mean, the Yixing is going to have a hard time walking into brushes or anything like that because of this amount of CC and, you know, catching power they have on the side of Twisted Mind. Lady Sundo gets banned out here as Twisted Mind did play it last game, and Shank's not going to be able to use it. They already have Lung here. And Ogren going to get banned out by OG.
Bush control is going to be the name of the game here for Twisted here. They have the Seeker here summoning a bush and going ahead and being able to empower itself off of going into these bushes, flying all the way in. And then we have Dharma here, a classic bush camping character here, trying to find opportunities where he can land those truth mantras on unsuspecting enemies. This is going to be a complete difference to Twisted Mind's last composition, which was more of a team fighty wombo combo composition. This is more of an ambush style composition coming in for Twisted, but it's not done yet though. They still might round out to some more wombo.
Yeah, 2 farmlaners banned out here, not leaving many options open for On here. He might have to pick up the Show Yue here, maybe try to kind of fight the Lung like they fought him last time he was on Lung. Chano is still open though, could be a possible Chano game. Fade and Ogren get banned out here, definitely good bans, as Clean has been pretty good on both of those heroes, so banning those out is going to leave him some tank junglers here probably. Lady Jendo gets picked up here. Kind of wondering what On is going to pick up here. There's not many like farm lane options. I mean, he's played a lot of them. Maybe Hou Yi. Yeah, Hou Yi gonna be an option.
Hou Yi I'm going to be excited for here. Hou Yi would have some great ultimate targets on the Lady Jen. Dharma, not a particularly tanky character, so if he gets sniped up and gets 3 seconds of lockdown, Guan Yu's going to be able to push him all the way under tower here. And we've seen some teams popularize and pick the Hou Yi to counter out the Long here, as it actually gets locked in. Let's go. I love seeing Hou Yi. That's a character you see all the time in ranked, you know?
Yeah, using the tank hybrid Hou Yi, like pretty much using to kind of build a couple of items. So like you're gonna want to go Spark Forge Dagger, you want to go Doomsday, you want to go Deep Frost Siege, and then you can try to pick up, you know, Grasp of Savagery. You could pick up Blood Rage depending on how you want to play it. So you could definitely build the hybrid Hou Yi here and try to counter the Lung, which I actually have been doing since I've seen this be played in the pro tournaments. You know, I put out a couple of videos playing Hou Yi myself and picking it into Lungs, and it's been working out, so definitely nice to see here. Musashi though gets picked up here for the side of OG. We've seen Dada play Musashi previously in previous tournaments, not so much in this one though, but that is going to be a great pickup. I mean, it's going to be great onto the Sakir. Sakir has a lot of healing, and it's going to cut that off, and being able to kind of just, you know, waste the infinite vastness using the Musashi ultimate is going to play a big part here as well for the side of OG.
Now, these are some compositions here. We've been seeing the same few, you know, drafts all throughout the weeks. But now, when we get deeper into these best of fives, you have these super unique compositions. Musashi, Guan Yu, Hou Yi versus Monkey, Dharma, Seeker. Very exciting game coming up for sure. And interesting thing to note, as you mentioned, Hou Yi has this hybrid tank build. And Twisted Minds was having a lot of trouble with how durable On was on the D-Renji. And now Hou Yi, another pick that provides that kind of utility and that durability, maybe is going to give them trouble again.
Yeah, On is definitely going to be on that support farm lane role here and try to kind of, you know, get those ultimates out, connect those with a target. That's going to lead to a pick here for the side of OG, so they're going to try to play off of that. I mean, Musashi again is going to have that ultimate that's going to lock down a target. You know, Death Duel here, they're going to be able to fight with that. And Guan Yu has a lot of CC. If he's able to get behind these players, that's going to be a lot of impact. They're going to be able to knock them back. Kind of like Hai Lang, how Hai Lang was playing the shit, was able to pull targets from the enemy side towards his own teammates. Could be seeing the same happening here, but on a different hero, the Guan Yu.
For sure, yeah. I love watching Guan Yu, as we mentioned earlier, and Keke, easily the signature Guan Yu of the Kings Major West League here. And I know I just love watching character because I can't play. You know, it's such a tough character. Every time I have it on my team, it struggles, right? But now we get to see a master at work here, as they actually end up starting topside here with Musashi. Guan Yu, Musashi double jungling here together now.
Yeah, I mean, he does provide a lot of mobility, and Guan Yu does have a lot of early game damage. He's going to be able to leash out some of the jungle camps. We don't see leashing often, I would say. But this is definitely a good start, as Musashi struggles a little bit in the jungle, and Keke is providing that help. Sakir here though. CT Boy is trying to look for something, doesn't get out of it though. Muchen gets a lot of damage on top of CT Boy here with the help of On. Don't get a kill though. Could be another fight here as they're trying to jump right on top of Shanks. Again, nothing comes out of it. A lot of healing from CT Boy here. And with the both mid laners rotating down, they're able to walk back.
Early game here, both sides are trying to shove the wave in and get that level lead and priority to be able to move somewhere else. Monkey, we have not seen in a while. Honestly, a staple pick in Honor Kings in the metas before, but after some changes, it is not the most high priority tank in the jungle. But deeper on into the series, as you can see Dream Roam's coming out, it is still a solid pick.
Ooh, Lady Jin goes into a stasis mode, doesn't get anything out of it though. Dada almost actually caught up to Clean here. And when it's just gonna back, there's a bit of a skirmish still going down in the bot lane. There is a lot of back and forth. Seems like Twisted Mind gonna have to back here though, as they go under the tower.
Yeah, pretty even on both sides here. Not much coming out unless we see ultimates land, and the ultimate's going a little bit wide. So we're just gonna have to clean up the minion waves, take the fire beak there, and wait for the next one.
Definitely, and you see Sakura again having a lot of healing here. Shanks here though, trying to get a kill on Muchen, doesn't happen. Hoi does have a lot of frontline engagement here. Seems like he's trying to frontline a little bit. Wendo, he's in the bot lane. He might be able to use the world's map board here, try to catch up someone. But they're gonna play it safe and just back off here.
Yeah, both sides just pressuring their lanes here, waiting. Hoi, while he is going to be tanky later on, in the early game, he's still normal, so they can definitely catch him out. But both teams take a bit to get going here. This is actually really not the style of both teams. Twisted and OG prefer these early game compositions, but this is one of the most tame drafts we've seen from both sides. Not much early game impact being able to go out from either side. Monkey is you know, a low pressure jungler here. Musashi can maybe get some duel to the deaths on enemies and take him out, but not a particularly strong early game character here on both sides jungle.
I mean, definitely, we talked about the global ban and pick is kind of squeezing out the champions here, the heroes that are able to play on the side of, you know, both teams. I mean, they have had a lot of great picks here. That's why they have, you know, been picking up the Musashi, the Monkey. Some of these heroes we've seen in the previous tournaments being some of the top picks, but, you know, it's due to the nerfs and all that stuff, they haven't been played much. But now, since we're almost at like game 4, maybe we can't even get a game 5 where we're going to see newer heroes come out. Oh yeah, I mean, so
yeah,
far.
if this is game 4, I'm excited to see what drafts they got cooking up for game 5 here. As you see, engagement getting down bottom. Not much can be done. Once Shanks has that ultimate available, you hit him a few times, but you know you can never really go ahead and get him. As Clean gets a clean steal on the Shadow Tyrant. Not Shadow Tyrant yet, just the normal Tyrant for now.
Yeah, he was able to walk in and just spin it around and take that Tyrant from Dada there. Clean smite coming out from Clean, and now he's just gonna go back to his jungle. Gonna try to get that Azure Golem. Bot lane, there's a bit of a pressure here coming. Kailang is here first. This might be a kill. Muchen is forced to use the ultimate here to push out, but they're still gonna lose the tower.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, OG knows to step away from that. They cannot win that battle. If they walk up, they get hit by Saker skill 1, knocked up into Dharma. It's GG, no re. So they go ahead and back up and opt to get pressure elsewhere. As you see, Guan Yu looking to steal some farm, and maybe I saw him proxying the wave a bit here. Proxying when you go behind the tower and go ahead and clean up the wave earlier there, as he proxies some waves, and now that gives him a lot of time to go ahead and move around the map, because he's already up 2 waves. He doesn't have to worry about cleaning up the clash lane for a while.
Yeah, definitely a good thing to kind of proxy, and, you know, Keke being one of the most knowledgeable Guan Yu players we've seen, he's able to do that. And as you said, that's going to give them a little bit space to go around the map. And right here, this might be that space that they needed, but the side of Twisted Mind is looking for a tower in the clash lane side, as they've lost their own tower. Actually, they picked up the tower on the side of OG in the bot side, so again, the swap, the lane swapping here is going to be nice for them. CT Voido gets poked out a little bit, as they have also swapped lane. On and Muchen are in the top lane here. And Overlord might be the next target for the side of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit too dangerous for Hoi and Diadea to stay in that lane there with no tower to protect him, whereas Guan Yu can go ahead and run away. Now is not quite the time Guan Yu comes online yet. We really see Keke want to join in and invest in these team fights when he picks up that frigid charge. Usually goes it a second or third item here. He gets that going, then he really joins up team fights. Carius coming out, as we see On playing super aggressive, flashing forward here for first blood on Nightly.
Yeah, he gets the first blood with the help of Dada. They were able to chase down the Dharma, protecting the mid tower solo, but there is going to be a mid tower for them that is going to open up a lot of vision. Going to give them a lot of space to try to invade as well. So definitely a great pickup. Dada using the ultimate to burst Infinite Vastness here. Highline though here gets a kill on Muchen as he was trying to help out here. Gonna pay for that. It's going to be a 1-1 score.
Dao trying to use a duel to death onto Long here as he cancels it, and wow, Dao's in midair. That's an interesting interaction here. The Infinite Vastness is able to cancel targeted abilities, and that includes ultimates as well, right? And then Masashi is also able to cut down oh, actually, never mind. I thought Masashi was on the other team. Okay. You don't have to worry about Masashi cutting down Hoi ultimate because it's on their team. But any range attacks, Masashi's skill 1 can go ahead and clip out of the air.
Clean ultimate on Wen, but Wen having that fatal immunity from his pass, he was able to get out here, living with 1 HP. He's going to have to recall that. I don't have too much healing here. Dada though looking for some picks here, still trying to clear out the mid lane and poke out. Doesn't get much out of it. Just going to go back. Wen almost got caught out there. Had to have burnt flash.
It's interesting to see Masashi's build here. Usually in solo queue, you either go tank or damage. I think in pro play, he's often a little bit more on the tanky side, but let's go ahead and see what he builds here in a sec when we get an opportunity. Duel to death coming out, and it pops the immunity immediately.
It doesn't get anything out of it, though. There's a lot of support from the side of Twisted Mind. Monkey here, clean, goes on the backline, though, dealing out a lot of damage. Yixing ultimate comes out. Keke here on the backline, trying to get a pick. Charges in with the ultimate. Doesn't get anything out of it, though. He's going to have to go all the way back as well. That was a pretty good little skirmish. Nobody got a kill, though. A lot of abilities used.
Yeah, Keke there almost cleaning out multiple targets there. Juan used one of those hit and run characters. After it hits, it kind of goes on cooldown for a bit. He doesn't have many abilities, doesn't have much damage. Even if the enemies are really low, he's forced to go ahead and retreat away.
Yeah, that's why we saw Guan Yu trade away right here. Muchen flies onto Clean. He might be caught out as Yixin is able to get an ultimate. He's going to get a kill, though, on Muchen as he goes down. Definitely a great trade. On picks up the kill, though. Definitely not a good target to give your kills to. We've seen On, whenever he's able to get farm, whenever he's able to get the items, he's going to get control of the match. And that's what we are about to see as On is able to pick up another kill here.
Clean got caught out in a 4v1 under a board and still managed to come out with a kill. I'd say that was actually pretty impressive here. He did trade for the roam, which is probably the lowest priority target, and gave a kill to On here. But that was still very, very impressive. Getting caught out. We're seeing Monkey's strength now as the drafts go through and lower tier characters get picked. Monkey is still a formidable threat.
Definitely a threat to the side of OG, but the Tyrant is going to go to the side of OG as well here as they're able to pick it up. That's going to give them a little bit of a damage boost here, and they're going to look for the fights that they've been looking for now as they do have the damage boost. A little bit of a movement speed boost here. This could be a fight. This could be an arrow down in the mid lane. There's a lot of targets from the side of Twisted Mind here, and that's going to land right away on 90. Dada is going to go ahead here, use Duel to the death, pick up the kill as well. Great coordination by the side of OG. That's going to open up their chances to get this second inner tower, and they're just going to go ahead and go for it as he's able to dish out a lot of damage.
This might be the pivotal moment here. Both these teams are neck and neck here, but usually one pivotal moment can easily change the game. Board comes out, uses it kind of defensively to trap the enemy team away to disengage, but the fight is still going on. Dream Roam comes out defensively as well too here, and Twisted is not able to claim any kills in return for that.
Yeah, Razor Cavalry also came out defensively as they, as Keke was joining the fight, he saw that Clean was super healthy and trying to get on the backlines. He was able to push him around, push him out of the fight here. But Clean doesn't want to give up. He wants to keep going for this. On though here, he has a red buff, so he has a lot of slow and also true damage. This could be deadly if Clean keeps going for that. On the side of OG, they're trying to see if they can actually get this Tyrant here. The Tyrant is going to reset though. Dado is back here, so this could be a little bit risky.
That reset is not good for a side of
arrow.
Now OG gets the opportunity to contest this Tyrant. It is at half HP, and this time it is the Shadow Tyrant. Twisted looks like they're baiting it. It might be a smite fight. No, it resets actually.
Yeah, resets one more time. I mean, the arrow missed on, so OG doesn't want to kind of go after that. But the World is My Board comes in clean, locking in clean. Not be able to do much, though, as they're just going to all back up and just play it safe. Secure here, though, trying to create a lot of space for themselves.
They do have a positional advantage on the Tyrant here, so now they're going to go ahead and try it again. Another arrow this time connects onto the Lady Jen.
Nothing comes out of it, though, as they're going to walk back. Shang's going to get a kill on here. You're going to have to use Infinite Vastness to get out. This could be the opportunity that Twisted Mind has been looking for to try to get this Shadow Tyrant, get themselves back into the game. Great pickup by Shanks here. Dowda, though, looking for another pick here on 90. Doesn't get it, though. They're going to have to back up here. I don't think they have enough damage to take out the Overlord.
I would say that definitely shifts the tempo back in Twisted's favor here. As I mentioned, these games are back-to-back. It takes just one pivotal play here to swing it, and neither side is giving that up. We have 4 towers to 2, but Twisted does have the Tyrant buff now, allowing them to wave clear and likely push and get some towers back now. Keke has his Frigid Charge now too, so he's going to start moving around the map now and looking for plays.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to need that to kind of lock down these targets. And then he just used it here to get away from 90. But we're going to have a skirmish down in the mid lane. On might be the target here. Going down to Highline. We've seen Highline on these CC heavy mid laners do a lot of damage. And he just picks up a kill. Twisted Mind coming back to this game as we get further into this match. Clean being able to just walk in and take a lot of this buff.
Wow, look at that.
Mochendo trying to kind of lock him down. Doesn't work out. Keke trying to knock back. Again, Clean is super tanky. Again, whenever you are on the Minky here, whenever you use any abilities, you're going to gain mass, which gives you a lot of defense, a lot of health. So that is pretty massive for Clean. And this is right up his alley. This is his play style, and he's having fun with the hero.
For those of you that do not know, just tuning in, that's actually the enemy base that Clean was going ahead and touring there. Behind the tier 2 tower of OG there, walking up into their base. At one point, it seems like it was triangulated. But nope, Monkey, you know, the silly little guy he is, goes ahead and flies back away.
Yeah, he also has, like, Dream Roam, the ultimate that he's able to, like, spin around and get out anytime he wants to. So, yeah, again, Dream Eating is the name of the passive skill that Monkey has, and he's able to gain a lot of attack damage, a lot of attack physical defense and magical defense, and he gains these by hitting, you know, using his abilities. And we can see that Monkey here is using a lot of that. So Clean is always huge. Like you can see, he's getting bigger and bigger throughout this fight. And right here, he's showing how big he is to Dada as he jumps right on top of him, and Dada is gonna have to back up here.
I think while Dowda wants to use the duel to death on a priority target like a carry, later on he might actually have to use duel to death on Clean, preventing the healing coming out from him. Because once Clean gets ramped up in a fight and Saker heals him up, he's almost invincible.
Exactly, and Sakir here having a lot of stun. The Guan Yu is not able to kind of move in, as Sakir has been able to lock him down, especially with the help of 90. Could be a possible pick on the top side up here.
Guan Yu always lurking around, looking for a flank as they go ahead and play for Overlord. And we see both teams moving around a bit.
Yeah, they're moving around, definitely trying to get the Overlord here. But
interesting itemization here. We see Monkey go for the Pure Sky. Sometimes they go for the Blood Rage. This time he opts to go for a Pure Sky. A little bit more of an aggressive build.
Destroyed a tower.
yeah, and right here again, we're going back to the Tyrant.
All right, it seems like not much has happened on either side there. The Overlord does go through for the side of Twisted, and they're trying to make this 2-2 right now. Yikes! As they go ahead and push down the high ground tower for OG side, and wow, look at that! The tower goes down instantly. Clean is able to front line here, and they cannot take him out. Clean is in perfect condition in these fights.
Yeah, he has been doing a lot of Dream Eating. He has gained a lot of mass, and we can see him frontlining throughout again and again. And, you know, they were able to secure the Overlord, then take down this inner high grounds. And now they have one inner high ground. It seems like the second one is going to be, you know, in the mid lane here. When here, though, might have to use the World is My Board to try to kind of protect the tower. Doesn't really happen, though. Clean is going to walk up here. Musashi
Dowd goes in.
Dowd gets a kill with the help of Keke here. They're going to pick up high rank. Big ultimate coming out from KK. Clean crowd control. 90 though. It's going to pick up a kill on Dowda. Dowda going to kill out 90 here. Great play by the side of OG, holding their own here. Being able to pick up this kill, even though they had Shadow Vanguards on the side of Twisted Mind.
That's exactly what OG needs there. Even though it was just a 1 for 2 there, they get themselves some breathing room. Twisted will kite back and get the Tyrant here. The gold looks pretty even as you 47.9, 48 versus 48. But the side of OG has lost all their towers, even a high ground now though, so they definitely lost the map.
KMW going back with the help of that. They're going to be able to get a kill on top of Clean. CT Boy is going to get a pickup kill on as well. There's a lot of back and forth, but it seems like the Tyrant did go to the side of Twisted Mind. This is going to be the closest match we've had so far. Look at the kills. It's 6-6. The gold is pretty much even. 49,000.
It's dead even almost, yeah.
But, you know, there's a lot of towers missing on the side of OG. They don't have a high ground, so they're going to have to utilize the power of Guan Yu, try to push out some of these waves. But it is a bit risky as 90 exists in this match. Again, Dharma has a lot of CC and might be able to catch out Keke here as he's going to go fully on and might be able to knock him back into the wall, but Keke is going to use his abilities to just walk away here.
Yeah, Guan Yu able to cleanse it with good timing here. Cleanses the truth mantra, does not let himself get hit into the wall. This next fight is probably going to decide the game. It looks like Twisted does not want to give OG the chance to, you know, win a fight though, as they play really safe, just casually pushing in all the waves. They know they have the towers and the map advantage here. They might look to play it out until Tempest Dragon here now.
Exactly. I mean, when we hit the 20 minutes mark, the Tempest Dragon is going to come out. But right before that, we're going to have another Overlord. So they might actually try to get that on the Twisted Mind side. Try to push that. This high ground tower is the only one kind of standing now is the top one. The middle one is really low here. Could possibly be just one hit from Shanks here on the Loong. And again, they have the Loong to go into late game. And Twisted Mind seems like they have the control of this match. This should be their game.
OG giving up that Overlord is not going to be good for them. They really needed that to get a breath of fresh air here to clean up the minions so they can break out a base. But now, once again, we've seen it, when Twisted does beat OG, it's in situations like this where they trap them in base. They don't let them use their macro to move around the map and flank as they're forced to defend the minions from taking their towers.
Exactly, and again, these towers are being taken down. Keke is not going to be able to protect it. When it goes in with a flash, lands a big ultimate. Hoi ultimate comes out from On. A big world is my board comes out as well. No kills though. Only turrets dropping here, and Twisted Mind just going to back up as Trunks is going to also back off here. That's their damage dealer for the towers. Had to use Infinite Vastness to get out. Highline also had to use the ultimate though. Just going to get it back. The Shadow Vanguards are coming in though once again, so this might be another fight coming up soon.
I don't even know how, but OG is actually up in gold in this game. That they're down 4 towers and 5 objectives. So very diligent farming on the side of OG.
Another Hoyal comes out, catches out Clean here. Shank's gonna go down here. Might be another kill. OG staying in the game as they pick up a double kill here on Clean and Shanks.
That double kill is likely going to convert into a Tempest Dragon here as they go ahead and break out of base. 2 people on the side of Twisted are going to be down for the spawn of Tempest Dragon. And I don't want to call it a comeback, but that Tempest Dragon might be what OG needs to do to go ahead and seal up this game.
Yeah, the timers are definitely going to hurt for Twisted Mind side. They're going to have a couple of seconds actually on the side of OG to try to get this Tempest as Clean and also Shanks are dead. But it seems like they're going to spawn a little bit faster before the objective comes out. So OG here seeing the opportunity, they're just going to go ahead here, try to get some control and also push out the waves. We can see all the waves are pushed out as they want to focus and try to go for these objectives. 8 seconds on it, coming back up. Clean though, running right down to the Tempest Dragon. He knows that he's going to have to fight for this as OG already starting it, trying to get it low with the power of Hoi here, using the multiple auto attacks here. Clean trying to go in. Ultimate comes up from Hoi, doesn't land on anyone. This is going to be a big fight.
Yeah, this fight's likely going to decide the game as we see the Tempest Dragon is being done here by Dowda in the pit. Feels like he's kind of trapped in the pit here. He doesn't want to reset. Duel to Death comes out. One shot Shanks.
Dowda when he gets a kill on Sakira as well. Dharma here trying his best to get a kill. Gets a kill on the win. But Clean here, he's the only man standing here. Is he going to be able to kill them here? Actually, no.
He's clutching up.
He's actually alive.
Oh my god, he was clutching up there, but it looks like the Tempest went over to the side of of OG, I think, as it gets smited over by Masashi.
Clean here, still chasing down On. On is actually able to kill him with the very last second. Now they're gonna have to protect against his minions. Dada though is gonna be able to end the game, I believe here.
Yeah, I think this ends. It depends if Keke can go ahead and hold the base, and it looks like he does. Wait, can he hold the base? He cannot hold the base. He could not hold the base. That was the win for OG. Oh my god.
Oh my god. The minions are just too powerful. The power of high ground towers being down for the side of Twisted Mind. The game, wow, 2-2.
Wow, that was incredible. Look at the relief on the side of Twisted Minds here. The joy, and Keke the sorrow as he was not able to go ahead and push away those minions. What a finish here. This just shows how close these teams are in skill. Literally seconds away. If Dao had probably 10 more seconds there, if Keke got one more push off on those minions there, they probably would have won there. But they lost the fight. They got the Tempest Dragon. It took a little bit long for those Vanguards to come up, and that cost them the game there at the very end.
Yeah, the Vanguards came out late, and Twisted Mind, they had to summon the minions. Their 6 teammates, I mean, they already have a sub, maybe the 7 teammate. They summoned the super minions. Their 7 teammates here, pushing in from both lanes here into the tower. Obviously, as a Guan Yu, you're not going to be able to clear these lanes, and I believe Keke went towards the top side, didn't really see the minions pushing down in the bot side, which cost him the game. But again, that was playable. That actually happened because of the play that we saw from the Monkey, and also Hylang being able to utilize the Lady Jin and being able to kind of hold them and stopping them from recalling here. So Twisted Mind keeping themselves in the game and making things even. 2-2.
Clean was not only stalling on the Monkey, he actually almost took out Hoi Yi as well. I think he took out someone else there. That's why we saw the Churning Tides 1% there show up on the map. But he was able to stall them just long enough so that they're not able to recall and protect their base. And then Guan Yu, 3-0-4. Amazing Guan Yu game for Keke there, but unfortunately he's limited by, he can't protect all the lanes, right? He has elite minions coming in from top, from middle, from bot, so he has to go ahead and push them one at a time. And wow, that must be heartbreaking for OG.
Definitely heartbreaking, as he was able to, as OG was not able to protect themselves from those minions. They were able to kind of come on top on the fight, as On was able to take down Clean at the very last second. But again, the super minions playing the objective paid off for Twisted Mind, as they were able to push that out. So definitely, a strong play so far by OG as well, but they're gonna lose the match here. Things are even. This is gonna be our last match. Whoever wins here is gonna go to grand finals. Whoever loses is gonna go lower bracket, and they're gonna have to play against Virtus.pro tomorrow.
Yeah, looking at those numbers there, I didn't get much time to talk about, but we'll probably see him again in the MVP. Clean has some of the craziest numbers I've ever seen. Highest damage on the team, 150,000. Highest damage taken on the team, 200,000. 100% team fighting. You cannot ask for more than that from a jungler.
Definitely, and we can look at the goal charts here. We can see most of the match, it was kind of even, but then the tides turned around, and then we saw OG on top once again. We saw OG keep themselves in the game. There was a couple of times we looked at the gold during the match, and we saw that OG at sometimes was even ahead when they were losing. So definitely a great macro by the side of OG, but the MVP here is going to go to Clean on 246 KDA, damage taken 52%.
Have we ever seen that before? 52% on this graphic here?
Total gold 21%. That's a lot of damage taken, and we saw that he was able to abuse the skills, be able to gain a lot of mass, go into the front lines, and we saw him at some point even like 1v4, 1v5 in that pit during the Tempest Dragon fight. So Clean being clean, as one would say here, but we're gonna look at some of data highlights here as well. Clean using
this was a great fight for OG. They started off one-shotting Shanks before he can get off Infinite Vastness and get out, from my understanding here, and they actually win the fight. Let's go ahead and look at the map here, because that's when I noticed things were going bad for OG. When I saw on the map that Crystal jumping down in health, how did they play from here on? This is going to be really important here. We see Clean stalling on here, and does On end up going down? No. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no. Look at those 2 minions at the bottom lane.
Oh, he needs to push the bottom one. Oh, he probably could have pushed the bottom one, actually. If he pushed the bottom one, the Tempest Vanguards would have spawned and interrupted the 2 elite minions, and that might have given him enough time. But it's just splitting hairs there as we get into game 5. Let's go ahead and take a break. Both teams probably need a breather after that one, and it's going to be match point for both sides.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party, I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go?
We the kings, it's an honor showtime. We burn if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party's highway.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the ultimate battle now between OG and Twisted Minds. Not a real ultimate battle where they can pick whatever they want here, but it is the game 5 of a best of 5. They've been back and forth literally all day. OG takes game 1, Twisted takes game 2, OG takes game 3, Twisted takes game 4. And that last game was down to the wire here as they were seconds away from winning, and the minions actually ended the game. Minions OP.
Yeah, minions were summoned as the 7th teammate for the side of Twisted Mind, but looking at global ban peaks, oh my god, all the heroes on the left side not going to be able to be played by the OG side. All the heroes on the right side not going to be playable for the side of Twisted Mind. This is going to be hard. I mean, they're going to have to come up with some creative drafts. There's not going to be a lot of heroes, the top heroes that are going to be played here. It's going to come down to whoever is going to be able to play some of the heroes that haven't been played throughout the tournament.
Played yet. So a lot of marksmen are going to be out the pool. A lot of mid laners out of the pool now. So let's see how these teams adapt. And we're probably going to see one of the most creative drafts yet.
Andy and Coach Orange are going to be coming up with, as you know, they're obviously going to have to work around a very tight roster of heroes here that are open here for them to pick. And we can see a lot of players. They're chatting with their coaches here. They're trying to see what they can actually play. I mean, this is the game 5 against, you know, 2 teams that are very strong. They have been strong throughout the tournament. OG chooses red side here, knowing that blue side kind of has no impact. They cannot have a priority pick anymore.
Yeah, there's no more priority picks, and they're able to grab 2, so they can pick like a set piece together. You know, a lot of the set pieces like Princess Frost and Liang, Pei Byron have been removed already, but maybe there's gonna be some creative ones that we're about to see coming up.
Exactly, and I mean, Pei hasn't been played by the side of OG.
Oh, that's right? Gonna be their other ban. Yeah, they're gonna ban Mai and Pei, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Mai and Pei could be the targets for the side of Twisted, but again, we're gonna probably see an Arlie and a Zhang Fei ban. I don't see OG not banning those 2 heroes. They really don't want to give it to Twisted Mind. They know something that probably we don't know at home here. So I'm kind of curious to see what they're gonna come up with as we get into this draft pretty shortly.
I'm personally really rooting for Shuangsu here to come out. One of my favorite picks. I don't know if it is going to come out, but a lot of roams have been off the board. You know, I can always hope that he comes out here and cleanses some crowd control as we go ahead and get into draft.
They're going to get into draft. Twisted Mind going to be the first ban here, though. Let's see what they're going to ban. Yeah, they're going to ban the pay, as we talked about it. This is something that OG hasn't played yet, and Dada has been quite strong throughout the tournament with the pay. So banning it makes sense.
And he's not going to be able to play it here as both teams have these picks that they will never want to play against. And it seems like it is Zhongfei, Arlie for the side of OG, and that is Pei and Mai for the side of Twisted.
Yeah, Arlie.
They actually might leave up Mai. They might leave up Mai. They have first pick. They're actually going to leave up Mai. Twisted gets Mai this draft, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, if they want to, I mean, we've seen Highline play a lot of these ranged and kind of CC heavy heroes. Mai is definitely one of them, having a lot of CC and also range, but she's more like an assassin that she needs to get in. So if Mai gets locked in here, it's going to be a completely different playstyle from what we've seen throughout the entire day by Highline. But Zhongfei is going to get locked in. We talked about it. OG didn't ban the Zhongfei this time around, and they're going to ban it straight for City Boy.
Yeah, they go ahead and take it up immediately. So that means Mai could go over on the side of OG here. I think OG was planning on actually giving the Mai and taking the Zhongfei here. But Twisted has some other plans here as they go ahead and first pick that. Fade gets locked in, and Channel gets locked in for the side of OG. They got a lot of new characters on the side of OG.
Hero, and I don't believe in fate.
Yeah, Fade and Chano, they're picking up the most recent released heroes. I mean, obviously, Baichi just came out. I'm not going to count him as he's not played about through in this tournament, but Chano and Fade really recently released heroes. One jungler and another is a farm laner, so strong pickups here. I mean, there's not many options open for the side of OG, so it kind of makes sense. But Twisted Mind gonna pick up Mai as OG didn't pick up the Mai. I'm not really sure why they didn't pick it up. They had the chance. Mai being definitely one of the best, heroes that we've seen when play. Giving that away, it's a little bit questionable, I would say.
Yeah, Twisted here drafting one of the strongest dive compositions we've seen today. Zhongfei, Mai, Elaine, and Chano's not really the most durable marksman here. He has a little bit of mobility, but definitely not enough to fend off all the divers on the side of Twisted so far. So OG is going to need to draft something to go ahead and disengage and protect against that, I would say. And Motsu is a good way of fending off some melees with that cannon blast from range.
Yeah, Motsu definitely fits Mochan. We've seen this guy play a lot of CC heavy heroes here. And we kind of saw him play Motsu early on in the tournament. Kind of dropped it off a little bit as they've been, kind of just going through 3-0s. He hasn't been able to pull out the Motsu. But it seems like he's going to go back to a comfort pick that he hasn't played for a while. As Ogren going to get banned out by OG. And Twisted Mind just going to ban out the Gan and Mo since Wen hasn't picked up any mid laners yet.
Yeah, not very many mid laners are going to be left here, and Twisted is likely to ban out another mid laner going forward. Ho Yi gets taken out from side of OG. I'm not sure if Twisted was going to play that, though, but there is very few marksmen left. It could be anyone's guess now. Maybe a Marco Polo will come out. That would really round out the dive composition on the side of Twisted there. Everyone just goes in, and then you win or you lose,
Yeah, but the Zhongfei Ultimate could be a good pickup going Marco Polo, but we'll have to see. I mean, they don't have too many tanky targets on the side of OG. Usually when I play Marco Polo, when there is a lot of tanks on the other side. So we could see different, heroes being picked up here. But yeah, the farm lane pool is quite limited. Milady might be coming out for OG here.
Milady, this is probably going to be the first time we even see Milady hovered, and it gets locked in outside of OG. That's a fan favorite pick there, Milady. Currently on the game, Milady is reworked to have her robots combine and such, but this tournament is going to be played on a prior patch, so this is still the Milady you guys know and love.
Exactly, and Constant U is going to get locked in here. Not big fan of the Constant U pick here, as Milady and Motsu are actually direct counters, so maybe they're gonna swap it. But yeah, Constant U definitely not gonna have a comfortable game here. Lamb here gets locked in though. A lot of CC and OG. Is that gonna be a Dai-Chan clash lane?
It looks like it is going to be a Dao-Chan clash lane here. Concert U gets picked up. There's just not too many more options. As you mentioned, is not the best pick in here, and especially now that Daochan's locked in, Concert U is going to have a really tough game. The Milady, I'm thinking about it right now. The Milady is actually not a bad pick. There's 4 melees on the side of Twisted here, and those melees are going to have to deal with all of Milady's robots annoying them here while they're going ahead and diving in. OG definitely has a very fun looking composition though. But I would say Twisted has a bit more of a straightforward one that's easier to achieve the win condition on, which is just go ahead and dive in and kill everyone.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun match to watch. I mean, looking at this comps, this is something that you wouldn't expect from pro players. But again, the global ban and picks here, putting them at a very rough spot as they're not able to play the previous heroes they've played. And this is the best of 5. They're getting to game 5. It's going to be the last match of the night. Whoever wins is going to go directly to grand finals. Whoever loses is going to go to the lower bracket, and they're going to have to fight Virtus.pro. Definitely both teams want to win this one, so they kind of have it, you know, easy day going to grand finals. But yeah, what are we thinking here? I mean, looking at the comps, I don't even know who's going to win.
I have no clue who's going to win here. Both compositions has their ups and downs. And while a team is compositionally, in our opinions, you know, a little bit lower tier, they can have the surprise factor. Who on Twisted has played against Milady in competitive recently? Probably not any of them, right? So Wen is being able to bust out the Milady. Maybe that's one of Wen's signature picks, you know, that he likes playing in his spare time. This is a great time to go ahead and bust it out. I'm very curious how they start. Milady can do lots of weird stuff. It can start with an invade. It can start with cheesing you. You know, there's lots of stuff that can happen. Let's go ahead and see what's going on.
Yeah, Milady is definitely going to hurt the Constant U, which could be, you know, a coincidental pick, because I believe Milady was picked first and then the Constant U, so it could be like a counter to themselves here. But we're about to find out, as I'm gonna be looking at this Milady again, walking up, getting the free poke with the autos here. Muchen doing a great job zoning out Highlang. City Boy already at like 20% health here from just the Milady.
Yeah, Milady throughout the game is going to be really trouble for all the melees on the side of Twisted. Those robots, they need someone to hit, and then when you're a melee and you're diving in, you're definitely going to have to eat up all that damage. As you see, On taking a 1v2 aggressively here on Chano in the farm lane.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive, and again, we see Mutsu here coming down, poking out Shanks. Again, Mutsu is a big counter to Constant U as well, being able to poke from range, doing a lot of magic damage. There's going to be a problem Shanks is going to have to deal with here. And I mean, Milady, once she gets to level 4, she's able to pop the ultimate Chaos Field and just go down in town. And we might see some of that against this Constant U. I mean, it's a good counter to Highlang as well. You're able to put out the robots, and it's going to force you to use that second skill to clear them. So it's kind of like a thing you can use to kind of summon the robots and block out some of these fireballs coming out from the Maestro Noi.
Something I just noticed here, when Channel was coming out, I was saying Channel Milady could be the most annoying composition ever. And OG has heard the call, as they have Channel Milady. So they got wolves, they got robots. The only thing they're missing is a Gudo in the jungle, summoning some jungle monsters, as there's going to be a lot of kind of minions to deal with for the side of Twisted.
Yeah, definitely spawning the wolves with the traps on the Chano, and also Milady robots. That is a lot of blocking for the Mai. So
if they get on a tower... If they get on a tower with the robots and the wolves, we might see some of the fastest tower taking in the tournament here with this composition. It's only achievable in this global pick ban format here, removing away so many picks that play prior.
Here we can see Shanks getting dove on with the wolves, and Muchen as well. He's gonna have to back though, as he's getting pretty low. We saw Lamb teleport here using the portal sprite and just go back to the Crimson buff here. And here trying to get a pick on Chano, doesn't really work out. Does get a good bit of a damage on him though. He's gonna have to back off.
Yeah, Mai does not have quite that firepower in the early game here, only level 4. Highlang, even though he's playing more of an assassin carry style character, he's still that supportive, roam-focused mid laner at heart, always trying to help out his lanes here, providing as much pressure as possible. Fade doing a little bit of harassment onto Nightly here as he jumps around and just flies throughout the map.
Yeah, Fate knows that the side of Twisted Mind, especially Nighty and Clean, they do not have any lock-on hard-on CC, so they're not able to get him off the wall. He's just up there using his range attacks and poking them out. So definitely great play from Dado, knowing his limits there.
And then we didn't get a chance to mention this, but common skills. We see Keke with Intimidate on the Daochan here as they go ahead and engage a fight on them. Knightley goes ahead and backs up with the ultimate. But I think this is the first for a lot of stuff this game. This is the first time we've seen Milady, and this is the first time we've seen Intimidate come out, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Intimidate is kind of like used a lot by Daichan as you do pick her in the clash lane. If there's a lot of ganks coming, you're able to just pop that along with your ultimate, be able to just dash around and survive for a very long time. So definitely a common skill that is used with Daichan here often, though. Seems like OG might be able to get the tower here as Zhangfei is not here to protect the Constant Yu, but we talked about Constant Yu being one of the greatest heroes against dives here. Could be actually holding this off. Gets a great ultimate on Luchin, though. Might go down to the Wolves. The Wolves here. On gonna go in with a flash. Gonna go down, though. Alain is here. They're gonna pick him up. Nighty gets the first blood here. Actually, first blood gonna go to On, but Nighty's gonna get the first blood for the side of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, On has been playing so aggressive throughout the series. They're diving on their tower, using Flash to take out Shanks. Shanks survived a pretty long time. As we mentioned there, Console Yu one of the best against dives, but you can only survive for so long here. He did buy his team enough time to go ahead and come in and clean up after him, though.
Exactly, and honestly, the Milady pick could be because, you know, OG just lost to minions. Maybe they want to go with something like, you know, they kind of have beef against the minions and now they want to spawn their own, possibly.
They know minions are OP, you know?
Yeah, we got a 4-man here on Keke. As it goes down, Zhangfei ultimate was popped here. Mid lane gonna go down. Again, the power of Milady taking these towers down.
I'm a big fan of the Milady pick personally. I think the having all these neutral ads help them out against all the melees on the side.
On
Twisted here. Oh! Wow!
Gets the last second.
Fade away.
Gets a little fade away there. Great play by On. I mean, so far he's been super aggressive on the Chano, and it's been working out. Long here gets caught out though. He's gonna have to use his ultimate to get out. Seems like OG is in full control of this match, I would say.
Yeah, look at all these minions here summoned. Wolves, we got robots. Okay, they did end up going on a tower, but tower does eventually go down here. Not only is OG winning this game, they're winning it in style. They got Wen on the Milady. They got On doing some fadeaways. This is a explosive game.
Yeah, we got a Daichan in the top lane here, losing the tower. Not the best thing. As Daichan, you want to kind of try to hold the tower as long as possible. Now she has to play under the second tier. She doesn't have the best minion clear, so that's going to be a bit of a struggle here. Dada, though, abusing the wall right here, being on top of the wall and just using the range auto attacks. As he knows, there's kind of like no one that can kind of get him off. Maybe Shanks might be able to use the Constant Yu ultimate to get him off.
That would be quite deadly. Dao with a great fade pick. We're talking about Milady and Channel. We forgot about the fade pick here. The fade into composition, as you mentioned, with little crowd control means he's able to jump on that wall freely, get in and out, and harass the enemy with ranged auto attacks. He could get shouted down by City Boy, but that would be a little bit of a waste if it goes ahead and misses there. So Dao is just able to play this game with impunity here walking around.
Yeah, a bit of a tower trade coming in here. It's going to be 3-2 towers inside of OG. They still have the upper hand here. And, I mean, the game might be a little bit easy for them, especially they have the Milady. They're going to be able to use ultimate on the towers. They're going to be able to summon those minions and push in. Again, Fade here doesn't have a care in the world. As he knows, he's able to just jump on the walls and slowly just hit target.
Oh, my God.
And look at him here, just hitting from range. Again, there's no lock on. He could do this forever if he had infinite dashes, I would say.
He just chased a lane all the way from their tier 1 to the enemy tier 2 there. But that's just a little bit taste of what Dao can do going forward in this game here.
Yeah, just a little bit of a taste. It's gonna get rough in the late game though. I think my or like City Boy walking up could kind of get him off the wall, but that is risky because he could just like try to jump on another wall or just dash into you and assassinate you. So that's why we don't see the Twisted Mind side even bother trying to go and catch Dada here so far. Milady don't go for the towers.
Oh, here we go. Look at the towers. No minions here, and as Milady with no minions ends up doing, was that 30% of the tower's health with no minions at all?
Yeah, just using the ultimate, getting those angry robots out, hitting those towers has a lot of impact still. And on here though, might be caught out by Highlang. Gets out though. Zhongfei has to force the ultimate here. Lane going all the way in, not getting the kill on. On has a lot of mobility. Popping that ultimate is gonna get out. Clean though, he's looking for a dive in a backline here. Doesn't get anything out of it though, he's gonna just back off.
Nightly going a little bit too deep here on the but Clean in the top side of the map here. We don't see it here, but as they go ahead and take the tower, but Clean goes ahead and takes out on there for a bit of revenge as we see OG go ahead and push these towers here. Once again, that tower is at like 5% HP. Milady can go ahead and solo that tower whenever she wants.
Yeah, and Clean here just going on to a 1v2. He's trying to get the Overlord. He's gonna secure it. He does have a lot of life still on the Lamb here. He's able to pick that up for themselves. And I would say that it's a great pickup, especially since they're against a Milady, that it's going to slow them down a little bit as these Overlords are going to be pushing out.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for them. So far, I'm a big fan of the Milady pick. Milady's also up 1,000 gold. At building these more utility items, too. Having burn from her skills, her robots are going to be burning now and slowing you with her itemization. She's not really focusing on that much damage, just trying to be a nuisance to the melees on the side of Twisted. Not only do they have to deal with these robots, these wolves, now they're going to be burnt and slowed, and she's probably going to go anti-heal next, too.
Yeah, she has the Frozen Breath. There's a lot of slow, and they do have, you know, the Mutsu on the Muchin here, trying to stun, so comboing that is going to be annoying, and every single auto attack from the robot's going to slow you here now too, so it's going to be quite annoying for them to deal with as they get chased down by these robots. Definitely a great automation from Gwen here, but Tyrant is coming up and they're trying to get control here.
Another great thing about the Milady, it's good at taking towers. It's also good at taking neutral objectives, right? Having those little robots tank for you. Off screen, off camera, we didn't see, but Twisted actually lost their bottom tower there since it was left so low from the Milady push there.
Exactly, and Keke here gonna have to pop the ultimate to try to survive. Seems like Clean wants to go back to that and try to pick up the kill. Doesn't get it though. I mean, I actually don't know what the teams want to go for. Seems like OG, you know, they usually go for the Tyrant here. They're gonna try to go for the Tyrant here. Overlord might go to the side of Twisted Mind if Clean wants to go for it. But OG just gonna focus on the Tyrant here. Try to secure that here. Faye using the ultimate on it, executing it, and just getting away with that.
It looks like they kind of wanted to fight there, but no one really pulled the trigger. So instead of trading, they actually didn't end up getting Overlord yet. OG is debuffed, so they're likely to not get the Overlord. But will they let Twisted take it? I'm not too sure. I would have liked for them to go ahead and just trade objectives there, but they were all kind of sizing up for the fight, but no one really pulled the trigger. CT Boy couldn't find a good engage, and they end up just losing that Tyrant for free.
Exactly, and Highland here has not been found yet. Could have a good engage here. He goes in for it, gets a kill on when here. On here though, gets a kill on Clean. Great trade by the team so far. 90 on the back line, might be able to get on. He does have flash though. He's gonna pop that and just get out. We got a fight here. Highlang versus Dao Dao. Highlang is gonna survive that. Great little skirmish on the back. A 1-1 trade for both sides.
The gold is pretty even as we've seen in the games prior, but it looks like positionally and map-wise, this time OG is taking it. You know, so similar to last game where the gold was really even, but one of them was winning the map pretty hard. OG is winning this map pretty hard here with the Milady.
Exactly, they're able to have a lot of pressure with the Chana, with the Milady, the wolves and the robot summons here. But again, Dada creating a lot of space, him just being annoying, being able to go on the back line and also just stay on the walls as nobody can take him down. They're gonna be able to go ahead here and go for the Overlord as the debuff no longer exists for them. Look at all these robots just being summoned and damages Overlord. Now this is gonna hurt. They have a Milady and the Overlord Shadow is gonna be spawning.
Yeah, they could have taken the Overlord, but they ended up not doing it, and now it gives OG the time to come back around, wait out the debuff, and take it for them now. It's going to be really hard to stop this push here. All the members of OG are going to be pushing top here with these robots, forcing down the tower with no minions. They don't care about minions here, as you can see, but we have the enhanced Shadow Vanguard pushing down bottom, which will need attention.
It's going to need attention right here, and we can see a full-on engage coming out on the Zhongfei, getting him super low, forcing him to use the ultimate. The tower though is going to go down. They do have the Chana, they do have the Milady just spawning.
Look at those minions! Oh my god, no one on the side of OG was hitting the tower, but just the robots and minions got it down to like 1 HP, and they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go for it here. No minions again, and the tower goes down.
has destroyed.
Tower goes down, and the Vanguards are pushing in on the bot side of the map. They're gonna have to protect this one though. Milady again summoning these robots constantly, chasing down targets, slowing them. This should be another high ground, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know why I'm having so much fun watching this game with the Milady. I usually hate Miladies when they're in my games, but watching it, there's just a satisfying thing when you see the little minions, hit the tower. Look at that bottom. Oh, they're about to get it.
Going down, and Clean gets a killing kill on Muchin here. Lam here, not being able to stop kick on the back line. The 90 tried to goes in for a kill, gets a kill on the Wen here. It's gonna be a little bit of a skirmish. It's gonna be a 1-4-2. Twisted Mind coming on top this time around.
That high ground tower on the bottom is holding on by an atom probably here. You cannot even see its health bar. One attack from anything will take it out, and that will spawn double elite minions for each wave. This game looks pretty wrapped up from here. OG has is basically cracked the base of Twisted, and they're going to be likely stuck in their base going forward here now.
Yeah, we can see Dada aiming for that Tyrant here as City Boys trying to get some vision. Maybe his team can, walk up here, try to take this one last fight, but Dada gonna lock it in. OG An is gonna secure the Tyrant here, though. Highline on the back, getting shot down. Dada picks up the kill here. Constant Yu in a very bad spot. The Motsu and the Daichan gonna jump right on top of him. He's gonna go down. Zhongfei here is gonna be the next target. They're gonna pick him up. This is looking like a loss for the side of Twisted Mind. Lam here, though, get the kill on the win. What, triple kill?
Keke with a triple kill. Well, we didn't see it on camera, but Keke was popping off on the Dow China, but it looks like it is gonna be the end of the game here. All the high ground towers are down on the side of Twisted there. City Boy trying to make a desperate steal. He does have the smite, but not quite going his way here as OG takes the final game of the best of 5, 3-2, Italy versus Italy, and in style too, might I say.
Yeah, OG definitely didn't have the top heroes that we would expect them to use to win. They did use the Milady, they used the Chana or the Fade, which are kind of like recently released heroes, but the Milady definitely surprised us and it worked out for them. I guess it is a counter to kind of like the Zhang Fei and also the Mai, as those little minions, the wolves, kind of the robots spawning constantly on top of them. He's not giving them space, and then we had Dada literally just jumping all over the walls, chasing down targets and hitting them from range because they cannot get him off of the wall. So kind of a miscalculation, I would say, from the side of Twisted Mind in the draft. They didn't know what they're getting themselves into. But yeah, OG was able to abuse that and just go for the towers, go for the little pokes, get the objectives, and just end the game this time around. And yeah, definitely a great play by OG, taking it 3-2, and now they have secured the spots in the grand finals for tomorrow.
That's why it's very important in the global pick ban to have a huge hero roster. Sometimes it could go game 5, in some series in Honor of Kings, not this one in particular, it'll go to game 7, and then we're going to see even crazier picks. You need to have that extended hero pool, all right? Might I add hero ocean, so when the time comes, you can be like my boy Wen here, bust out the Milady in tournament, best of 5 final game. What an amazing game.
Do you think the Milady is going to get an MVP? What are we thinking here? Who's the MVP? Is it On, who was like pretty much, 1v2ing?
Let me see the scores first. Okay, it is definitely not Milady. Looking at the scores here. Probably Dao, Going to tank Fade here, a build that you rarely see in solo queue. People usually tend to build them assassin or full damage, but Dao opting to build full tank almost here. Axe of Torment and Blood Rage being the only damage item. Overlord's Plate Mail being picked up too. Pretty rare itemization you see here on the Fade. Interesting stuff. Something for you guys to try at home.
Yeah, definitely a hybrid build, I would say. 302, definitely a great score to be at. And we're going to see some of the damage charts here. 63,000 damage by the Fade building hybrid. A lot of the damage was from Ando. We talk about On being one of the greatest farm laners here. And we can see he did have a lot of impact, even though he might not have the greatest score, I would say. But OG getting the upper hand here. 3-2, making it to grand finals.
Yeah, but while OG did come out victorious once again, they usually do against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is catching up. Last time they played, it was 1-3. Now it's 2-3. They're learning. The first time they played, it was 0-3. So every time they've played, Twisted has gotten one more win. So that means, if my math is right, next time they play, Twisted should get 3 wins against OG.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it could be a possibility. Twisted Mind again is the only team that has been able to so far take down the side of OG, and MVP gonna go to On here as we talked about it on the channel. 425 KDA, damage taken 20%, damage dealt 25%, total goal 23%. On was the MVP of this match. He was able to get the double kills in the bot lane. He was able to like solo dual lane in at some points here, but you're gonna have a look at these picks here as he was able to get a pick on Clean here right away with the Wolves. The Wolves did have a lot of impact here, especially with the mid-lady robots following up, and On had some of the greatest positioning. Just look at him kiting around the map, being able to flash through the walls here, killing 90 here as he was jumping on top of him. And again, you can see he secured the Tyrant here, killing Highline here. A really, really high impact player.
The side of OG, their compositions like Decision Overload. What do you want to do? You want to kill the Channel Wolves, the Milady robots? You want to knock the Fade off the wall? You want to get the Channel here? Oh, randomly Keke is getting a triple kill. There's so much going on the side of OG that is really hard for Twisted to go ahead and react to.
Yeah, and the worst part is that if you ignore those wolves, if you ignore those robots, they're slowly gonna chip away your health. And we saw that happening here as Keke was even able to pick up a triple at the very end, as a lot of his teammates, the side of Twisted Mind, they were actually low, so he was able to clean that up with the help of his teammates. So great play, but it's out of OG again. I mean, it was an unexpected draft. I'm gonna say it again, like unexpected draft. Definitely they had some strong picks, but the Milady here and the Diachan side lane, this is something we see like talked about a little bit, but they actually pulled it out in a stage where they're gonna qualify for grand finals, and they were able to win it.
That's the beauty of Global Pick Ban. I love this format. So now we know what is going to be going on tomorrow now. We're going to see VP versus Twisted Minds in the lower brackets, and the winner of that will once again get a match at OG. So here's today's matches here. We see 9ZG with a 0-3 performance against VP. Unfortunately, 9ZG not having the best week there. Survival week, they didn't do very well against the Italian brothers here in Twisted Minds and OG, and now they just got picked on by VP. But they are still going home with 4th place and a good chunk of change. Match 2 here, the closest match we've seen probably to date here between OG and Twisted Minds. Back and forth all the way here, going up to Game 5.
Yeah, looking at the brackets here, winner bracket round 1, OG 3-2, knocking down Twisted Mind to lower bracket round 2 versus a Virtus.pro. We saw Virtus.pro lower bracket round 1 winning against 9ZG. Definitely a great performance by Virtus.pro. They picked it up a lot. They stepped up as they were able to make it out of Group A and beat the C3, who was 9ZG from Group S here. So tomorrow they're going to be going against Twisted Mind, who was given a fight to OG. And looking at the event preview, these are going to be the matches for tomorrow. Virtus.pro versus Twisted Mind is going to be the first match, and then we're going to have OG versus the winner of the first match, VP versus Twisted Mind. Definitely going to be fun to watch, so make sure you guys are around and make sure you show up. Again, tomorrow is the grand final. There's going to be a possible upset. I mean, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but Virtus.pro, they've been looking clean today. I mean, Twisted Mind, they did have some clean games against OG as well. Game 5 didn't look the best. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it for us. This was a great watch from all the teams. These are the top 4 teams, and we're going to watch the top 3 teams tomorrow. So again, as I said, make sure to come back around. And that was it for us.
Yeah, thank you guys all for watching, and the players who put on such great performances. Check out Yikes at YikesGG and me at Phil Yumu's Live. I'm not going to be casting tomorrow, but Yikes is going to be there. Make sure to go watch and support. I know I will be, but that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Thank you guys all for tuning in, and have a good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
this world, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate,